Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 4. The following morning Cathcart was early at the house of Mr. Thorold, and Celestina, who rose now earlier than usual, to enjoy, if it could be called enjoyment, a few hours before she was compelled to hide her sorrows under the appearance of attention to the family she was with, met him as he came from the stable, and instead of going into the house, she desired he would walk with her towards the village. "You have news for me?" said she, "but if I may guess by your countenance, none that will relieve the weight I feel on my heart." "I am afraid not," replied he. "Yet indeed I have nothing to say that should increase it. Mr. Willoughby is well. He writes to me with more cheerfulness than I expected, and assures me that he has a long letter for you, which he shall send from Dover, where he shall finish it." "From Dover! He is then set out on this expedition? Ah, Cathcart! and ought not such intelligence to add to my concern?" "Not at all," replied Cathcart. "You knew before that it was his intention; and he tells me that on the event of this journey depends his ever seeing Alveston again. There is certainly a chance of its terminating favourably. At all events, if this absence is to end your suspense, you should not only submit to it, but endeavour, my dear Mr. Mornay, to keep up both your health and spirits." "Alas, Cathcart," answered Celestina, "there is nothing so easy to the happy as to give such advice, nothing so difficult to the wretched as to take it." She then inquired into the other particulars contained in Willoughby's letter, and after informing herself of the day when he expected to be at Dover, and how long it might probably be before she should receive the letter he promised her, she turned the conversation on Jessie, whom she expressed an eager wish to see, and soon after Montague Thorold, who impatiently watched her wherever she went, came to tell her that his mother waited breakfast for her. Cathcart, however, declined the invitation to breakfast with them, and wishing Celestina a good morning, and promising to be with her again in a day or two, he went in search of Mr. Thorold, with whom he said he had some business. Many succeeding days passed without any interesting event. The captain took every occasion to impress on Celestina an idea of his consequence and the fashionable style he lived in, to which she gave very little attention; while his brother, whenever he left him an opportunity, talked to her of books, or read to her passages in favourite authors of which he heard her express approbation. She was prevailed upon to sing duets with Arabella, and he was enchanted with her voice and manner. She sat down to draw the flowers he gathered for her, while he hung over her in raptures, or held her palette, or read a botanical description of the plants she was painting. Captain Thorold rode out occasionally to visit such of the neighbouring families as he considered worth his attention. Arabella was often of his party, and Mrs. Thorold engaged in domestic concerns. And then, if Celestina could not escape to her own room before Montague, who was always upon the watch for her, could interrupt her, he entreated her so earnestly to walk with him, was so obligingly solicitous to please her, and seemed so mortified when she attempted to excuse herself, that she could seldom resolve to refuse him her conversation, even when she was most willing to be alone. And in the similarity of their tastes and studies, and in the brotherly though silent sympathy he appeared to feel for her sorrows, there was something soothing to her sick heart, which rejected every idea of love but for Willoughby, conscious of which, and supposing that no man could consider her otherwise than as destined to be his wife, or to die unmarried, she dreamed not that she was granting to young Thorold indulgence fatal to his repose. He was himself soon aware of the danger, but he courted it, and though he understood that the heart of Celestina was engaged, he fancied that without any pretensions to her love, he should be happier in being admitted to her friendship than the unrivalled affections of any other woman could make him. He was too artless, and too proud of his judgment, to attempt to conceal this attachment from his father, who, had Celestina been disengaged, would have preferred her, with her small fortune and uncertain birth, to the richest heiress in the county. But knowing how she was circumstanced, he saw his younger son's increasing partiality with some concern, and took an opportunity, when they were alone, to tell him the real circumstances of Celestina in regard to Willoughby. "I can consider her," said he, "no other than his affianced wife. They are parted by some cause of which I am ignorant, but which will probably be removed. In the meantime her youth and beauty render her situation very dangerous, as from her being a foreigner, an orphan, and probably the natural daughter of some person of high fashion in France, who has taken care to destroy all evidence of her real family, she is without relations and without protection. Willoughby's father was my old friend. When I was an indigent curate he gave me a living, which, though I have now, from being possessed of greater preferment, resigned, I consider as my first step towards affluence. I am therefore bound to the family by gratitude, and to young Willoughby I am bound by personal friendship and esteem. Except something too much bordering on rashness in his temper, I hardly know any man so faultless and so worthy of regard. He adores Miss de Mornay, and I am convinced the happiness of his life depends on their union. Finding him torn from her for the present, at the very moment this union was to take place, I entered at once into all the uneasiness that must have assailed him, and I voluntarily offered my protection to her, which he has since acknowledged in a letter to me to be the greatest kindness he could receive. I have promised him to continue it as long as she has occasion for it, or will accept it. Do not, therefore, Montague, by any of your eccentricities, make this uneasy either to her or to me. Don't fancy yourself in love with a young woman who is in fact married. Any other kind of attention or regard you show her will oblige me, but let us have no making love, unless you would drive her away and greatly disoblige me." The young man readily promised what at the moment he was sincere in, that he would not make love to Celestina, but he did not promise not to feel the passion, against it was too late already to guard him. Mr. Thorold, however, supposed that after this explanation there was nothing to fear from the extreme susceptibility of his younger son; and for the eldest he was too certain that he had not a heart on which the charms and virtues of Celestina, or of any other beautiful and interesting woman, could make any permanent impression. He was easy, therefore, in a situation which would have made many narrow-minded and selfish parents very much otherwise, and did not think the presence of his two sons at home a sufficient reason for withdrawing his generous kindness from Celestina, to whom he was indeed affectionately attached for her own sake, to whom he loved to consider himself as a guardian and protector. Mrs. Thorold, always busied about the intrigues and schemes of the rest of the world, saw not very minutely into those of her own family. As to her eldest son, she contemplated him as a superior being, who had a right to marry the greatest heiress of the kingdom. She heard him speak so often of Lady Mary's and Lady Caroline's, that she concluded he might have any of them whenever he pleased, and had set her imagination so high as to his merits and his fortune, that she never supposed he could think of bringing her any other than a titled daughter-in-law. Celestina, whom she looked upon as a creature whose title to respect was very questionable, a dependent from her birth, and now little better than a dependent on herself, was not a person likely to make any impression on Captain Thorold, and the prejudice operated on her person and her manners. Mrs. Thorold could not see that she was handsome, or feel that she was interesting; and when the attention of young Thorold was very strongly marked towards her, his mother only ridiculed him, telling him he was never easy but when playing the Philander, and that he cared not with whom. Nothing, therefore, interrupted the progress of that serious passion which Montague Thorold determined to indulge, and of which Celestina was perfectly unconscious. The more unreserved slattery and free address of the captain she knew how to repress, and received all his advances with so much coldness that his pride was piqued, and, unused to the slightest repulse, he determined not to brook it from one who had, in his private opinion, very little right to assume dignity or affect disdain. The manner he took up towards her in consequence of these opinions was so very disagreeable to her that it forced her more than ever into the society of his brother, before whom, though the captain held him very cheap as a boy and a pedant, he could not well address to her such speeches as he had ventured to utter several times when he seized an opportunity of speaking to her alone, or unheard by the rest of the family. Whenever, therefore, she was compelled to be below, she contrived to have Montague Thorold sit next to her, to accept his arm as they walked, and to address her discourse to him; and flattered by this evident preference, he let no occasion pass of proving how happy it made him. So passed heavily for Celestina the days that intervened between that when she last saw Cathcart and that on which she expected Willoughby's letter from Dover. The day arrived at length, and Celestina, who happened to be sitting with Arabella and her brothers when the letters were brought, could hardly support herself while the captain took them from the servant, and reading the direction of each, threw them across the table, now one to his sister, now one to his brother, and bade Montague carry a third to his father. There was none for Celestina, though Cathcart had told her it would be directed to her at the house of Mr. Thorold. Of this bitter disappointment, however, she spoke not, but tried to conceal the change it occasioned in her countenance, and hastened, as soon as she could, to weep alone over the sad idea that Willoughby's diminished, perhaps annihilated love had allowed him to torture her with suspense which he might so easily have avoided by punctuality. Another almost sleepless night was the consequence of this delay; but though without rest in the night, Celestina rose as soon as day appeared. At no other time but early in the morning she had now any chance of being alone either in the garden or the neighbouring fields, and the air seemed necessary to her overburthened spirits. In the fields she seemed to breathe more freely, and her heart, which often felt as if it would burst, was relieved while she was allowed to weep unmarked and uninterrupted. A narrow road, shaded by thick rows of branching elms, led towards the village, which was that way almost a mile from the house of Mr. Thorold, who did not inhabit the parsonage, but an house he had built on a farm of his own. Celestina, to avoid being seen from the windows of the house, which commanded the garden and the meadows near it, took her way down this lane. Her thoughts ran over the strange events of the preceding years, in which she had experienced so much anguish, anguish embittered by the transient promise of supreme happiness. As she reviewed her whole life, it seemed to have been productive only of regret. "Why," cried she, "was I ever born? Alas! my existence was the occasion of misery to those who gave it me. Why did dearest Mrs. Willoughby take me from a confinement where I was dead to the world, and where perhaps neglect and hardship might long since have released me? What will now become of me? If Willoughby forgets me, how shall I find courage to drag about a wretched being, useful to nobody, for whom nobody is interested, and which seems marked by Heaven for calamity?" These melancholy reflections led her on, till a turn out of the road brought her to the stile of the churchyard. She leaned pensively over it, and read the rustic inscriptions on the tombstones. One was that of a young woman of 19. It was her own age, and Celestina felt an emotion of envy towards the village girl, whose early death the rural poet lamented in the inscription. "Merciful Heaven!" cried she, "is early death ever really to be lamented? And should I not be happier to die now than to live, as perhaps I shall to be forgotten?" Insensibly this idea took possession of her fancy, and with her pencil she wrote the following lines in her pocket-book, not without some recollection of Edward's 37th and 44th sonnets. Sonnet. O thou, who sleepest where hazel bands entwine the vernal grass, with paler violets dressed, I would, sweet maid, thy humble bed were mine, and mine thy calm and enviable rest. For nevermore, by human ills oppressed, shall thy soft spirit fruitlessly repine. Thou canst not now thy fondest hope resign, even in the hour that should have made thee blest. Light lies the turf upon thy virgin breast, and lingering here, to love and sorrow true, the youth, who once thy simple heart possessed, shall mingle tears with April's early dew, while still for him shall faithful memory save thy form and virtues from the silent grave. Celestina, who had a natural turn to poetry, had very rarely indulged it; but since she had passed so many hours with Willoughby, his passionate fondness for it, and his desire that she should not neglect the talent she had received from nature, had turned her thoughts to its cultivation; and now almost the first use she made of it was to lament that she lived, since none of her acquirements were to please him, for whom alone she wished to possess either life or talents. She had finished her sonnet, and read it over aloud. She changed a word or two, again read it, and was putting it into her pocket-book, when she was startled by the sight of Montague Thorold, who appeared behind her, though she had not heard him approach. "Do not," he cried, "be offended, dearest Miss de Mornay, if I thus break in upon your solitude; and do not," continued he, taking her hand, in which she still held the pocket-book, "do not punish me by putting away what I have so earnest a desire to hear." Celestina, half angry, replied, "I have nothing, sir, worth your hearing." "I have offended you," said he, in the most respectful tone. "I see you are offended. If you knew my heart, you would know how much better I could bear any misfortune than your contempt and anger." Celestina, whose slight displeasure was already at an end, answered with a smile that he certainly deserved neither. "But come," continued she, "you were sent, I dare say, to call me to breakfast, and we are loitering here." "I was not sent," answered he. "I believe it is yet earlier than you imagine it to be. You are not then offended at my interrupting you?" "Oh no, think of it no more," said Celestina, wishing to change the discourse. "Is it not a delicious morning?" He answered not her question, but fixing his eyes on hers, said, "See how soon a second trespass is attempted when the first is so graciously forgiven. May I ask, as the most inestimable favour, to hear once more the lines you were reciting?" "Once more?" repeated Celestina. "Have you heard them once already, then?" "I will say I have not, if my acknowledging that I have will displease you." "I do not think," said Celestina carelessly, "that will mend your case much. But however, the lines were not worth your hearing, and—" "Everything you even repeat from another," cried he, eagerly interrupting her, "is worth hearing. How much more worth hearing when that fascinating voice is employed in expressing the sentiments of that elegant and lovely mind. Oh, Celestina! But forgive me, madam. It is presumption indeed in me to address you so freely. Yet Celestina is the only name in the world that seems to me fit for you. The common terms of formal civility are unworthy of you. Let me then call you Celestina, not in familiarity, but in veneration, in adoration, and entreat you, implore you to oblige me." Disconcerted at his vehemence of manner and extravagance of expression, Celestina now thought it better to put an end to such very warm applications by showing him the little value in her eyes of the favour he solicited. She gave him the paper, therefore, saying coldly, "You are anxious for a very trifling matter, and as you have already heard the lines, it is hardly worth the time you must give, hastily written as they are, and with interlineations and erasures, to make them out." "Give me then time to do it," cried he, as he kissed the paper and put it in his bosom. Celestina, more disconcerted by his manner than before, said yet more gravely, "I beg I may have them again immediately." "You shall indeed," replied Thorold, "but I must first read them." "Read them then now," replied she. "It is impossible," cried he, "for here is Arabella and my brother coming to meet us, and it is the first time that being with you, I felt their interruption as a favour." During this dialogue Celestina had walked rather quickly towards the house, so that they were by this time within sight of the garden gate, from whence Captain and Miss Thorold advanced slowly towards them. Montague, as if conscious of the impropriety of what had passed, now affected to be talking of indifferent matters; and Celestina, ruffled by his wild enthusiasm, and eagerly anticipating the letter which she hoped that day would bring her from Willoughby, felt herself made uneasy by the steady and inquiring eyes of the captain, who had acquired a very rude habit of staring people out of countenance. She was compelled, however, to endure it, not only while breakfast lasted, but afterwards, when Arabella engaged her assistance in painting a trimming which was to compose the ornament of a gala dress for the balls at Tunbridge, whither she was going in June, with the eldest of her married sisters, who was in an ill state of health. End of chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Arabella Thorold, desirous of availing herself of the superior taste and skill that Celestina possessed in such ornamental matter as she was now busy about, the merit of which she knew she might, where she was going, take entirely to herself, now invited her guest to the work table at which she was employed. Montague took up a book to read to them aloud, while his brother sauntered idly about the room, now praising Celestina's performance, now correcting that of his sister, then humming a tune, looking at his watch, or throwing about the colours or the pencils. He seemed determined to interrupt his brother's reading, and particularly when by Montague's voice and gesture he saw that he hoped particularly to interest and attract the attention of his auditors. This scene, of which the painful anxiety of Celestina for her letter made her unusually impatient, was at length put an end to by the entrance of the servant from the post, and Celestina receiving, in trembling agitation, a letter with the Dover postmark. She flew with it to her own room, and read as follows: Dover, April 11, 17 . The vessel which is to carry me from England and Celestina is now waiting for me, and I have delayed writing to her till this last moment, not because I have ever ceased to think of her with the warmest solicitude, but because I have not till now been able to collect courage to bid her a long adieu. I am going, Celestina, to the south of Europe. Perhaps my stay may be very short. Perhaps I may, for the rest of my life, be doomed to be a solitary wanderer. But however destiny may dispose of me, let me entreat you, by all that regard which once made the happiness of my life, to take care of your health, try to regain your cheerfulness, and believe me, Celestina, strangely against me as appearances are, I have not deserved to lose your confidence, nor have I any wish so fervent as for your happiness. I cannot write to you on pecuniary affairs. Cathcart has, in regard to everything of that sort, my full directions. Whenever he and Jessie become housekeepers for themselves, you will be their welcome guest, and my heavy heart will be relieved of much of its anguish. Till then, I entrust you to the care and direction of the excellent friend you are now with. May it not long be necessary for me but I dare not trust myself on this subject. Write to me, for now the measure I have been driven to is adopted, I can hear from you without fearing that my resolution may be shaken. Heaven bless and protect you, dearest Celestina. This is the first wish I form when, after my uneasy slumber, recollection returns in the morning, and the last before I attempt to sleep at night. Alas, it is often only an attempt. But there is no end of this. Farewell, most beloved Celestina, farewell. G.W. This letter was, if possible, more unsatisfactory than the last. No reason was yet given for his having left her, no certainty held out of his return. But all, if not hopeless, was so comfortless, so obscure, that her resolution to investigate the cause of all that had happened again failed. She feared even to attempt putting aside the fearful veil that was drawn between them. He was now in another country, from whence his return seemed uncertain, and she seemed the most desolate and forlorn being that existed on that which he had left. Her heart sunk within her in remembering that she might never see him more, that he hardly seemed to wish she should. Again she read his letter over. He was sleepless, restless, unhappy, and for his sufferings she wept more than for her own. The plan he mentioned of her residing with the Cathcarts was the only one to which, since their separation, she had looked forward with any degree of satisfaction, but that there was yet little probability of executing, for old Winnington was in even better health than he had been for some years, and though the tender assiduity of Jessie had won much even on his insensible heart, he suffered her to have no authority, and often being seized with fits of jealousy and suspicion that she went to meet and assist her father, he would insist upon her not quitting him a moment, so that she had sometimes for many days together no opportunity of seeing her husband, and had never once, since her separation from Celestina, been able to reach her present abode. Celestina had not been an hour alone before Montague Thorold tapped at her door. She dried her eyes, and pulling her hat over them, opened it to him. "Will you not walk?" said he, apologizing, however, for his intrusion. "I am afraid I disturb you, but the morning is so beautiful, and we are all going to see a pond fished, with 2 friends of my brother's from Exeter, who are just come in." "I cannot indeed," answered Celestina. "Pray excuse me." "I would not press you for the world," said he, "to do anything that is disagreeable to you, but the air will be surely useful to you. You have been weeping, Miss de Mornay, and if I have," replied she, interrupting him, "you may be assured, sir, that I have reason enough for my tears, and would wish to enjoy them alone." "Precious tears!" cried he with a deep sigh. "The letter was from the fortunate Willoughby?" "Fortunate, do you call him?" But Celestina, as if offended that any tongue but hers should name him, stopped, and turning from the door, went into her own room. At this moment Arabella ran upstairs to fetch her cloak and gloves, and seeing her brother Montague at the door of Celestina's room, cried, as she passed him, "Hey day! Are you in waiting as page or gentleman usher?" "As neither," answered he in some confusion. "I was merely asking if Miss de Mornay would walk with us." "Oh, I dare say not," replied his sister, smiling maliciously as she looked over her shoulder at him. "I dare say not. Montague, what are you in now? Are you Romeo? Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek! Or are you Castalio? Sweets planted by the hand of heaven grow here. You always make love, I know by book. What! Shall I call Edmund to take the part of Polydore? I think you will make it out among you." Celestina, who had heard this speech, though it was not meant that she should, was equally amazed and hurt at it. It had, however, a very different effect from what the speaker intended, who, having no wish that Celestina should join them, because she desired to monopolize the conversation of the 2 strangers, thought, by rallying her brother, to break off his entreaty. Montague, mild as he was piqued extremely, and would resentingly have answered, if his sister had not immediately disappeared, and if Celestina had not at the same moment opened her door and said, "You compel me, Mr. Montague, to walk whether I will or no." "Pray forgive me," said he, interrupting her. "I would purchase no pleasure at your expense." Arabella, now returning downstairs, was surprised to see her preparing to go. "I thought you declined walking, ma'am," said she formally. Celestina made an effort to conquer the resentment she justly felt, and replied coldly that the morning was so pleasant she thought it would be a pity to lose it. Her apprehensions indeed were, that had she remained at home, Montague, who had persecuted her the whole day, would have remained also; and the hint his sister had given of the rivalry of the brothers had at once shocked and amazed her. After a moment, however, she began to fancy that her speech had more malice than meaning in it, but the uneasiness of her situation and the necessity of soon removing from it recurred to her more forcibly than ever. She endeavoured, as she went downstairs, to regain her composure, apprehensive that the strangers, if not the family, might remark her emotion. But she soon found that there was little to be apprehended from either the one or the other. Captain Thorold was walking arm in arm before the house with Captain Musgrave, the elder of the two gentlemen, and Miss Thorold wholly monopolized the attention of Mr. Bettenson, a very young man, heir to a considerable fortune, who had a few months before, on his leaving Eton, purchased a cornetcy of horse, very much against the inclinations of his father, whose only son he was. He could indeed give no other reason for his preference to a military life, but that he supposed it to be a very idle life, and that he should look uncommonly well in the uniform of the corps. This, however, did not succeed to his wishes, though he was very far from being aware how entirely they had failed. He had a very round back, very narrow shoulders, a long forlorn face, to which the feathered helmet gave neither grace nor spirit, and the defects of his mean and ill-formed figure were rendered more apparent by that dress, which is an advantage to a well-made and graceful man. He had twice danced with Belle Thorold at the provincial assemblies towards the end of winter, and now, after having been in town for a few weeks, prevailed on Captain Musgrave to introduce him to a family, where he supposed he might find a monstrous good lounge for the rest of the time he was to be quartered in the neighbourhood. Celestina no sooner saw Miss Thorold's behaviour to this young man than she accounted at once for the dissatisfaction she had shown at her joining the party, for she endeavoured by more than her usual vivacity to monopolize all his attention. She watched with uneasy curiosity every glance of his eye towards Celestina, and seeing that he hardly noticed her being among them, and was not struck with that beauty which the captain and Montague had so admired, she presently resumed her usual confidence in her own attractions, and thought only of securing the advantage she had gained. Celestina, not having the remotest wish to interfere with her conquests, and being displeased and offended at the curious looks and whispers of the two other military men, who continued to saunter on before, was again under the necessity of listening to Montague, who had never failed seizing every opportunity obliquely to hint to her the increasing admiration with which she had inspired him, though he at the same time gave her to understand that he knew he had nothing to expect but her pity and her friendship. This was however repeated till it became very uneasy to her, and the more so, because so respectful was his address that she seldom knew how to show resentment, and so sincere appeared his repentance when she expressed any, that she could not long retain it. As they now followed the rest of the party, Celestina took occasion to ask Montague for the paper she had been teased out of in the morning. "I know not," said she, on his evasive answer, "whether my folly in giving it, or your absurdity in keeping it, be the greater. Pray restore it, and let us think no more of such trifling." "I will give you," answered he, "a copy of it, which I have already began to write. But for the original—" He stopped, and suddenly seizing her hand, pressed it to his breast, where, under his waistcoat, the paper was enfolded. "There," said he, "there is your paper. I have put it next to my heart, and never shall it be displaced unless you will give me some yet dearer memorial to remain there." Celestina withdrew her hand in confusion, and feeling more than ever the necessity of putting an end to such sort of conduct, she said, with evident displeasure and concern, "You behave, Mr. Montague, not only improperly in this foolish matter, but cruelly and insultingly towards me, who have, you know, at this time no proper home to receive me. But since you thus persecute me with conversation, from which, though I cannot escape, I can only hear with concern and resentment. I must as soon as possible find another temporary abode, and acknowledging all your father's kindness, quit his house." The young man, who, amidst his wild enthusiasm, wanted neither sense nor generosity, was now shocked at her supposing he meant to insult her, and terrified at the idea of her being driven to inconvenience by leaving his father's house. "I am always offending," said he, in a voice expressive of the concern he felt, "and I am afraid often wrong. But pardon me once more, Mr. Mornay, pardon and pity me, and I will not again trespass on your patience with discourse which perhaps you ought not to hear. Though surely the happy Willoughby himself would not be alarmed at the hopeless admiration of a man who knows that he can never pretend to any other than distant and humble adoration. It were all one that I should love a bright particular star." He was going on, when Captain Thorold, who had imperceptibly slackened his pace, caught these words, which were spoken in a theatrical tone, and stopping with his friend, Celestina and Montague were immediately close to them. "So, Montague," said he, "at the old game? Mr. Mornay, I bar all quotations. 'Tis not fair for Montague to avail himself at once of his own talents and those of all the poets and sonneteers he is acquainted with." "He will avail himself of neither, sir," answered Celestina, "and I assure you I wish our conversation to become more general." "There, Montague," cried the captain, "you see you have tired Mr. Mornay in your tête-à-tête. Let us see if Musgrave and I cannot more successfully entertain her." Celestina, who did not promise herself much advantage from the change, since Captain Thorold's address to her was often as warm as his brother's, but never so respectful, now hastened forward to join Miss Thorold. But she received no notice either from her or her little military beau. They were by this time, however, near the end of their walk, and were met by the family of Mr. Cranfield, to whom the pond belonged which they were to see fished. The children, several fine boys, now at home for their Easter holidays, were assembled round it eager and delighted. Montague, who was a great favourite in the neighbourhood, was engaged in talking with their mother and with them, while their father, having civilly noticed the whole party, entered into conversation with the gentlemen, and Miss Thorold and Mr. Bettinson still continuing to entertain each other, regardless of everybody else. Celestina, who was fatigued by her walk, and still more by the uneasiness of her reflections, sat down under one of the trees which overshadowed the pond, and her thoughts, which had long been distracted by interruptions, were immediately with Willoughby. So entirely indeed was she for some moments absorbed in reflection, that though she saw objects moving before her, and heard the shouts of the boys, the mixed voices of the party who surrounded the water, and the servants who were drawing the nets, she totally forgot where she was, and was insensible even of that want of common politeness which the whole party evinced in so entirely neglecting her. Montague, however, could not long be guilty of it, but disengaging himself from Mrs. Cranfield, who was one of those incessant talkers from whom it is difficult to escape, he came towards her, and fearful of renewing the displeasure she had so forcibly expressed a quarter of an hour before, he only named his fears that she might receive injury by sitting on the grass, to which, as she gave a cold and reluctant answer, he added a deep sigh, and then, leaning against the tree under which she sat, he fell into a reverie as deep as her own. From this mournful silence she was roused by the sudden appearance of a horseman, who rode very fast near her, and who, on lifting up her eyes, she immediately discovered to be Vavasour. 1,000 painful sensations arose on the sight of him, though the first idea that occurred was, that he came from Willoughby. He passed her, however, without seeing her, and reaching the party who were beyond her, he gave his horse to his servant and joined them. By the manner in which Vavasor addressed Mr. Cranfield, and the manner in which he was received by him, Celestina immediately understood that he was an expected guest. "He comes not to me," said she. "Willoughby sends no friend to me. He is far, far off, and perhaps his most intimate acquaintance may now shun as assiduously as he once sought me." Then the fears she had, once entertained that some difference of opinion had occasioned a quarrel between him and Willoughby, recurred to her, and remembering how different her situation had been when he abruptly left Alveston, and how very cruel was the change, she grew distressed at the thoughts of meeting Vavasor, and meeting him before so many strangers. She again repented having walked out, and her soul sickened at the many uncomfortable occurrences to which she was continually exposed. In a few moments Vavasor, who seemed to have lost none of his vivacity, had been introduced to the captain and Miss Thorold; but he hardly made his bow to them before he said to the latter, "Miss de Mornay is with you still, madam, is she not?" "With us?" replied Arabella. "Oh yes, Miss de Mornay is with us." "She is well, I hope?" inquired Vavasor eagerly. "You may satisfy yourself by personal inquiry," said Mrs. Cranfield, "for there is the young lady. She and Mr. Montague really form a very picturesque appearance." Vavasor, now turning his eyes on the opposite side, saw Celestina, and instantly advanced towards her with an eagerness of manner which he took no pains to check. She arose on his approach, and hardly knowing how to receive him, so various and painful were her sensations, she held out her hand to him, then withdrew it. And when he spoke to her with all that good humour with which he used to approach her in her happier days, it brought those days back to her mind so forcibly that she could not conquer her emotion, and burst into tears. Vavasor was immediately checked, and said with evident concern, "My dear Miss de Mornay, the pleasure I felt in again seeing you conquered for a moment the recollection of what has happened since we parted last." "It is a subject," said Celestina, trying to recover herself, "on which I cannot now talk, yet—" and she moved a few steps forward to escape the earnest looks of Montague Thorold, which were fixed on her face, "yet I cannot help asking if you have seen your friend since—" Vavasor, walking on with her to avoid the observation of the company, said, "Seen him? To be sure I have. I was continually with him in London all the while he remained there." Celestina now proceeded in silence, struck with the idea that Willoughby had certainly acquainted his friend during that time with the reason of their abrupt separation. She had not, however, courage to ask him, but having wiped away the tears which a moment before filled her eyes, she turned them upon him with a look so expressive of what passed in her heart, that Vavasor, who could not misunderstand her, answered, as if she had spoken to him, "I do not certainly know the cause of George's very sudden and extraordinary change of measures, but I have reason to believe the Castlenorths, though how I cannot tell, were the occasion of it. Though I was with him every day, I had very little conversation with him, for he always affected to be, or really was hurried if I saw him in the course of the day, or, if towards night, complaining of fatigue and taking laudanum, without which he said he could not sleep. When he informed me of his having left you at Alveston without accounting for his absence, he saw my astonishment, and put an end at once to my inquiries by saying, 'Vavasor, you know my unbounded confidence in you, and that anything that related merely to myself would be known to you as the first friend of my heart. But do not ask me any questions now. I cannot answer them truly, and therefore I will not be liable to them. Even your friendship and zeal can here do me no good." This, continued Vavasor, precluded all inquiry, nor could I obtain any farther satisfaction when a few days afterwards, the very day indeed before he left London, he desired I would meet him at the chambers of Edwards, our mutual attorney, where, in spite of my resistance, he paid me the money which you know I lent him, with the interest, with as much regularity as if I had fixed that time for payment. And when I very warmly remonstrated on the unfriendly appearance this had, besought him to oblige me by keeping the money, and expressed something like resentment at his conduct, he said, with a sort of affected calmness, and almost sternly, "Vavasor, I am going abroad. I may die, and I will not leave anything between us to be settled by Lady Molyneux, who would be my heir at law. And do not you," added he, "my good friend, get a habit of throwing your 4,000 or 5,000 about you, but learn to value money a little more." "And friends a little less?" said I, interrupting him in my quick way, for that, Willoughby, is the next lesson I expect to hear from you. "This money, however, Edward shall keep till you are quite sure you do not want it." "I am already sure of it," said he, "and do beg, my dear Vavasor, that you will immediately pay it into the hands of the person from whom you borrowed it for my use, as the only way in which it can now contribute to my satisfaction." Willoughby then left me with the attorney, of whom I inquired if he could guess where he got the money. Edwards assured me he could not, as he knew nothing more of the affair than that he was that day to pay it at his chambers to me. This circumstance seemed, in the mind of Celestina, to confirm the notion Vavasor had started, that the Castle Norths were somehow or other the cause of Willoughby's having left her. Yet, as they could have no power over him from affection or friendship, their influence, if indeed they possessed any, must arise from their riches. And what was such a supposition but to suppose him a sudden convert to mercenary politics, from being generous and disinterested even to excess, if such noble qualities could ever lean towards error? The mind of Celestina no sooner harboured such an idea than her heart rejected it. But all she heard from Vavasor tended only to augment her perplexity and her sorrow, which, as he perfectly understood, she saw that he would if he could have removed. Almost afraid of asking any question, where it was easy to see he could not answer without wounding her, she acquired, after a few moments, resolution to say, "Where, sir, did you at last part from him? What did he then say to you?" "I took leave of him at the hotel where he lodged, and where I had been with him for about an hour before the chaise came to the door. He was sometimes very grave, and even dejected for a few moments, then tried by hurry and bustle to drive away his dejection. I asked him why he went to the south of France, where he had been before, rather than to Spain and Sicily, which he had often expressed an inclination to see. He answered that he had business in France. But it is more than probable," continued he, "that I may see Spain and Sicily, or Turkey for aught I know, before I return to England." "And did he," inquired Celestina mournfully, "did he say nothing of me? Did he not even mention me?" "Very often," replied Vavasor, "for indeed I forced him into the conversation." "Did there need force, then?" said Celestina in a plaintive tone, and ready to melt into tears. "Yes," answered Vavasor, "for though I believe he thought of nothing so much, he seemed frequently unwilling to trust his voice with your name, and sometimes, after we had been speaking of you, he sunk into a gloomy reverie, and reluctantly spoke at all." one great object of his solicitude was your future residence. He seemed, however, very easy while you were under Mr. Thorold's protection. Tell me, are you yourself happy in his family?" "Happy?" said Celestina. "Can I be happy anywhere?" "Perhaps not just now, but you know what I mean when I use the common term happy. Are you satisfied with your residence? Do you mean to continue there?" "I hardly know," sighed Celestina, "what I mean. So heavy, so unexpected was the blow that fell upon me, that my stunned senses have not yet recovered it. And for happiness, I am afraid it never can be mine." "Well, my sweet friend, though I hope and believe otherwise, we will not talk now either of our hopes or fears. But are the family you are with pleasant people? Of whom do they consist?" "Of Mr. Thorold, to whose worth you have heard Willoughby do justice, of his wife, his daughter, and, at present, of 2 sons." "Yes, I see the captain is among you." "You know him, then?" "A little. Some friends of mine are acquainted with him. He is a man of great gallantry, I have heard, and affects the very first world. Does he not?" "Really, I hardly know. Yes, I believe he may be that sort of man." "Celebrated, I think, for having sent more young women broken-hearted to Bristol than either Charles Cavendish or Ned Harvey. That is the sort of praise that attracts your hearts, while we rattle-headed fellows, who are very honest though not very refined, who say no more than we mean, and address you, not as goddesses, only to laugh at you for believing us, but as mere mortal women, are called rakes and libertines, and I know not what, as if 20 such careless, I had almost said harmless, lads as we are, do half as much mischief as one of those plausible, sentimental, sighing sycophants who mean nothing but the gratification of their own paltry vanity." "Bless me, Mr. Vavasor!" cried Celestina, won a moment from her own anguish by this odd remark. "You seem as much discomposed as if the redoubtable captain had sent some favourite of your own to Bristol." "No, upon my soul, my favourites, I speak pretty plainly, you know, my acquaintance have in every instance but one lain among people, not easily sent to Bristol. Come now, don't affect prudery. I tell you though, Celestina, that had such a fellow sent a sister of mine to recover health, ruined by the disappointment of expectations he had raised, I believe I should try if I could to stop his career." "It is fortunate then, perhaps, for the captain, that you have no sister." "I may, however, have friends," added he, earnestly fixing his eye on the face of Celestina. "I may have friends, for whom I may be as much interested as I could be for the nearest relation, and them I would put upon their guard." "I would very fain misunderstand you," said Celestina, "because I think you ought to know that, situated as I am, I need no such precaution. Or you must have a mean opinion of me indeed, if, knowing Mr. Willoughby, you can suppose that she who has once been attached to him can throw away a thought upon Captain Thorold." "Ay, that's true, all very true and very fine. But look ye, my dear Celestina, I've no way of judging of others but from myself, and, though to be sure I don't speak from experience in these honourable sentimental sort of treaties, I am confoundedly afraid that had I been engaged to Helen, and found that by some cursed counterstroke of fortune her divinity-ship was not to be had, that after a little raving and swearing and scampering about the world to get her out of my head, I should have fallen in love with—" "With Andromache," said Celestina, helping him to a comparison, and smiling. "Oh no," answered he, "she was too wise and too melancholy for me. Your weeping and tragical beauties would make me cry, but never could make me love. Faith, I think Briseis or Chryseis would have been more to my taste. Or Cressida, perhaps?" "Oh, she would have suited me exactly." "Well, sir," said Celestina, resuming her gravity, "you undoubtedly follow the golden rule in judging of others; but give me leave to assure you that in the present instance it would mislead you, and that you are the only man in the world from whom I could listen to such a supposition without resentment. You, however, do not, I know, mean to hurt me." "No, that I don't, by heaven!" cried he, kissing her hand. "And so do now tell me how and when I can see you again." "I cannot tell, since it probably depends on your stay in this country." "That depends then upon you." "Upon me?" "Yes, upon you, for I came down with no other intention in the world than to inquire after and see you, and for that purpose only have consented to undergo the company of Cranfield and his wife, very good sort of people indeed, but confounded bores, who have invited me down these 2 years, and whose invitation nothing but their being within 4 miles of Thorold's would have made me accept." Celestina was at a loss what answer to make to this, because she did not know whether he meant to impute his solicitude to the care he took of Willoughby's interest, or simply to his friendship for her, for of any warmer interest than friendship she had not the remotest idea. She had, however, no time to answer, for Montague Thorold, who had followed them with his eyes ever since they parted from the rest of the company, now came hastily on towards them to say his sister was returning home. Celestina rejoined them immediately, and after Mr. and Mrs. Cranfield and their guest had been invited and consented to dine with the Thorold family the next day, they separated, Vavasor betraying a violent inclination to attend Celestina home, and seeming to repress it with great difficulty from the habit he was in of doing whatever pleased himself without considering whether what he did was, according to the established forms of the world, rude or polite. He felt, however, that to quit his hospitable friends on the moment of his arrival would be carrying his carelessness a little too far, and therefore, after lingering as long as he could, he reluctantly left her to Montague Thorold, who had walked silently by her for some moments, and wished her a good day. Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 6. Celestina, in whose mind 1,000 painful thoughts had been revived by this interview, was too much lost in them to attend to Montague Thorold, who still in silent dejection walked by her while his brother was engaged with Arabella and his military friends. Montague had narrowly watched her the whole time she had been conversing with Vavasor, and though hopeless himself, could not see her receive another with such an appearance of interest as he had remarked towards Vavasor, without mortification. "Mr. Vavasor," said he at last, "for that I think is the gentleman's name, Mr. Vavasor is an old acquaintance of yours?" "A very particular friend of Mr. Willoughby's," replied she, "and of course a friend of mine." "A single man, I suppose?" "I believe so," said Celestina. "At least I never heard he was married, and you see he has not a very sober married look." "No, really, very much otherwise. But he does not seem to have communicated any portion of his gaiety to you." "I am not indeed greatly disposed to be gay," said Celestina, "and since I am not merry, would it not be as well to be wise? Do, Mr. Montague, give me that silly paper. Its detention is useless to you and disagreeable to me." Pardon me, then, if for once I am guilty of what offends you. I cannot part with it, but it is my first and shall be my last offence." "I hope so," said Celestina very gravely. "The thing is in itself of no consequence, and I wonder you should be so childishly anxious to keep it." "Your hands have touched it. Your letters are upon it. You composed the lines." "Well, sir," cried she impatiently, and willing to put an end to a speech to which she feared the captain might listen, "since you will not give it me, or destroy it, the only favour I have to ask is, that you will never speak of it again, either to me or any other person." "A needless precaution!" exclaimed he. "A very needless precaution is the latter; and alas, in the former I cannot trespass long, for in a few days, a very few days, I return to Oxford, and I shall then be no more liable to excite your displeasure. You will cease to recollect that such a being exists." "No, indeed," said Celestina. "Whoever is dear to Mr. Thorold, to your father, to whom I am so much obliged, must have a claim to my recollection and my good wishes." "Oh, how cold does that sound from those lips!" said he, "and how little those expressive eyes are calculated to talk of mere good wishes. They are so enchanting when they say more, when they look as they did just now on Mr. Vavasor. How I envied him the simple 'God bless you,' and 'Adieu, Mr. Vavasor,' and the look that accompanied them." "Ridiculous!" cried Celestina. "Really, Mr. Montague, the style to which you have accustomed yourself destroys all conversation. If, however, that adieu was so enviable, I will bid you farewell with quite as much sincerity. God bless you, and adieu, Mr. Montague." They were now very near home, and Celestina, hastening forward, crossed the garden by a nearer way and reached her own room. She there began once more to meditate on her situation. Every day that she had passed at Mr. Thorold's house had increased her desire to leave it, and she now more than ever regretted that she knew not whither to go. Her concern was increased by a note brought to her from the neighbouring village, from whence she had early that morning sent to her former abode at Thorpe Heath to inquire whether, if she had occasion for them, she could again have her former lodgings. The answer imported that the old man and his wife had died within a few days of each other, the week before, and that the house now belonged to one of the sons, who had a large family of his own, and intended to remove into it himself, as being more convenient than his former habitation. This forlorn hope being entirely over, her reflections on her situation became more painful, since she now knew not one place in the world where she could with propriety go. She had once or twice consulted Cathcart on the subject, who, not being aware of the circumstances which rendered her present abode uneasy to her, and knowing how much Willoughby desired her to continue there, rather discouraged than promoted any scheme for her removal, flattering himself that the time was not far distant when her presence would give, in the opinion of Jessie and his own, a charm to the house they hoped to call their own. Celestina was well aware of his reasons for wishing her to remain where she was, and did not love to explain hers for desiring to remove, lest she should appear at once fastidious and vain. She could not relate to Cathcart what after all might be fancy, that Mrs. Thorold did not love her, though she was civil to her, that Miss Thorold beheld her sometimes with dislike and never with friendship, and that of the two brothers the elder often affected to entertain her with conversation, such as, though she could not directly complain of it, she could not hear without being offended and mortified, while the younger never ceased pursuing her with declarations of romantic attachment, less disgusting, but equally if not more improper for her to listen to. In Mr. Thorold she had always a steady friend, and a disinterested adviser, but to him she could not state the reasons that made his house uncomfortable and his kindness useless, nor complain that his wife and daughters slighted, or his sons made love to her; and though he possessed a very uncommon share of discernment, he seemed determined not to perceive either himself. On no plan of removal, however, could she at present determine, and had fixed on nothing but to find an opportunity to hint her discontent to Vavasor when she was called down to dinner. The two military strangers were gone, but Celestina found they were engaged to dine there the next day with the Cranfield family and Mr. Vavasor; and Mrs. Thorold, who piqued herself above all other things on giving as good entertainments as some of her neighbours who kept men cooks, was so impatient to prepare for the dinner of the next day, that she would hardly give herself time to eat that of the present, but hurried away to her storeroom the instant the cloth was removed. Arabella had yet a more important concern to attend to. Mr. Bettinson had been so lavish of his compliments, which were indeed the only sort of conversation he was at all perfect in, that she had no doubt of having made, if not an absolute conquest, at least such an impression on his heart as another interview would make indelible; and though his extravagant praises and the heavy language of two rolling black eyes, which in lustre and shape Montague compared to two pickled walnuts, had not so far blinded the judgment of Arabella but that she saw he was extremely weak, she considered his great fortune, and that if he could not lead, he would probably submit to be driven, for which she thought she had all possible talents, and was sure she had all possible inclination. He had not a title indeed, but was the third or fourth cousin of a man that had. Of course he was a man of family himself, and had he not been so, had his birth been mean, and his person less tolerable, his fortune would not have suffered her a moment to consider either as of any consequence. But though she entertained a very great inclination, and a very well-grounded hope to secure Bettinson, she had not the least objection to make an experiment at the same time on Vavasor, who had a still better fortune with a very handsome figure, and who she had heard described as one of those agreeable rakes who are blamed and loved by all their acquaintance. She had heard, too, that he declared himself not to be a marrying man. The greater, therefore, would be her glory, should she happen to charm him into other sentiments; and when she looked in the glass, she thought nothing more probable. As to Celestina, besides her engagements with Willoughby, she considered her as quite out of the question. Neither Captain Musgrave nor Bettinson had taken any notice of her, and the latter had declared he thought her far from handsome. Arabella therefore saw nothing to impede her success, and even fancied that as she intended to be infinitely lively and entertaining, the melancholy air and pensive face of Celestina would produce a contrast extremely to her advantage. While her mother therefore was busy with her jelly and custards, Arabella was preparing her artillery against the hearts of her expected guests; and Celestina, who dared not venture out lest she should meet Montague Thorold, who had placed himself where she could not escape him, remained the whole evening alone in her own room, where she formed a sketch of the letter she intended to write to Willoughby. This employment, by fixing her thoughts entirely on the object which broke in upon every other that at any time of necessity engaged them, quieted and soothed her spirits. She forgot everything but her wish to convince him of her unfailing attachment, and to pour out before him a heart that was entirely his own. She determined, however, not to finish her letter till after she had talked to Vavasor, and then recollected that she could not tell Willoughby the result of that conference without assigning her reasons for desiring to quit a protection where he had himself directed her to remain. This was an irksome task to her, for if he should happen to think her objections frivolous, he would be displeased that for those she removed, and if he thought them just, the idea of rivalry would add to the uneasiness which she knew her unsettled situation would occasion to him. Thus undetermined, she could rest on nothing but the hope that Vavasor might, from his dislike to one or other of the Thorolds, for he was too frequently extremely fastidious and disliked with all his heart, agree with her in the necessity there was for her change of abode, without inquiring into all the reasons that made her desire it. By the bustle she heard below in the housekeeper's room, which was under part of hers, and by the frequent running up and down of Arabella's maid, and the universal hurry of the household, except Mr. Thorold, who on these occasions retired to his study for the evening, Celestina found she should rather accommodate than offend if she declined supping below. She sent down a note, therefore, saying she was much fatigued with her morning's walk, and begged to be excused for the evening, and received a verbal answer that Mrs. Thorold desired she would do as was most agreeable to her. Montague, however, who, despairing of her coming out to walk, had at last sauntered away alone, no sooner found on his return that he was not to see her at supper, than he went up himself, and tapping softly at the door, inquired if she was not well. "Oh, perfectly well," said she, "but tired by my walk of this morning, and not disposed to eat any supper." "Surely," cried he, "if you are tired you will need something. You did not drink tea, and yet will have no supper. Let me get something for you." Celestina declined this, however, as politely as she could; but Montague was not to be repulsed so easily. He went down, therefore, and returning in a few minutes, besought her to open the door and take some of the wine and water he had brought her. Distressed by civility, which it seemed so rude to refuse and so painful to accept, she hesitated a moment, and then opened the door, when taking one of the glasses, she thanked him and would have wished him good night, but he looked earnestly in her face. "Ah," said he, "tears! You have been weeping again. Always in tears. You have been writing too. Writing to the fortunate Willoughby?" "Pray don't tease me so," cried Celestina. "If I have cause for tears, you should remember that the greatest kindness you can do me is permitting me to indulge them, and it signifies not who I write to." "It signifies no more indeed," said Montague, with a deep-drawn sigh, "than as it excites my envy and my regret." "Well, well, good night to you," interrupted Celestina. "Pray don't let me keep you from supper." "Oh," said he, putting his foot within the door so as to prevent her shutting it, "I have had my supper. One look suffices me. Loose now and then a scattered smile, and that I'll live upon." Ah, you remember those delicious lines of that most elegant of our English poetesses: "It is to be all bathed in tears, to live upon a smile for years, to lie whole ages at a beauty's feet, to kneel, to languish, to implore, and still, though she disdain, adore. It is to do all this, and think thy sufferings sweet." Shall I go on? For the whole of that beautiful song is exactly descriptive of my feelings. "It is to hope, though hope were lost, though heaven and earth thy passion crossed." "But you are angry." "I am at least tired," said Celestina, "and must beg you would no longer detain me." "Give me your hand, then, in token that we part in peace." "Ma poi di pace in pegno la bella man mi die." "There, sir," said Celestina coldly, "there is my hand. And now good night." "Oh, that I dared seal my forgiveness upon it!" cried he, eagerly pressing it. "But I dare not." Celestina withdrew her hand, and again repeating a cold good night, he at length permitted her to shut the door. These frequent declarations, which she could not affect to misunderstand, greatly disturbed her, and so well aware was she of the impropriety of suffering them, that she was determined no consideration should induce her to remain another week, if Mr. Montague was not really returning within that time to Oxford. She had heard him repeatedly laughed at by his father, his brother, and his sister, for his paroxysms of love. If his present attention to her was only a return of the fit, she felt herself degraded by being made the object of it; and if it was more serious, she thought herself to blame to suffer his assiduities on account of his father, though she knew not very well how to put an end to them. Much less appearance of passion would have made many young women believe him ready to take the lover's leap, or to apply laudanum or gunpowder as a remedy. But Celestina, though not unconscious of her personal advantages, had none of that overweening vanity which makes so many of inferior attractions fancy themselves irresistible, nor any of that unfeeling coquetry which would be gratified by the despair of a man capable of real attachment. She wished to put an end to Montague's persecuting admiration, both for his sake and her own, and after some reflections concluded that it would be better to take an opportunity of speaking to him the next day, and declaring to him that his extravagant behaviour would compel her to quit the house and lose the acquaintance of his family; for she thought, notwithstanding all his romantic flights, he had so much good sense that he would see the impropriety, and indeed the cruelty of his conduct, if it were once fairly represented to him. She now almost repented that she had not listened with more patience to the boasting egotism of the captain, and had taken shelter from his equivocal compliments in the more agreeable, because more literary, conversation of Montague; and again she reflected, with bitterness of heart, that whether Montague went or stayed, his brother's character, and indeed his manners towards her, made her remaining where she was extremely improper, yet that no eligible situation offered; and for the first time since she had left Lady Molyneux she formed a half wish to be again with her, though she knew she had there little kindness and no real friendship to expect. Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 7. The preparations for a splendid dinner succeeded admirably, and Mrs. Thorold was in high good humour when her guests arrived. Arabella was still better pleased, for Bettinson, immediately on his entrance, had protested that she never looked so well in her life, and Musgrave whispered to her that, if she minded her hits, she would be sure of the pretty boy, for so he, the cornet, was termed by his captain. Intelligence so conveyed would have disgusted and offended a young woman of delicacy, but Belle Thorold was too eager for conquest, and too resolutely bent on securing a man of fortune, to feel or to resent the freedom of this address from Musgrave, to whose praises of her she knew much of the attention of Bettinson was owing. Mr. and Mrs. Cranfield and Vavasor soon after arrived, and Celestina saw with surprise the pains Miss Thorold took at once to attract the notice of Vavasor, and increase the admiration of Bettinson. She had never before seen her in the company of young unmarried men of fortune, and now observed with concern how totally she defeated her own purpose. She threw herself into numberless attitudes which she fancied becoming, applied her hand incessantly to rectify a curl, or adjust her necklace, by which she thought to display its beauty as well as that of her hair, and her throat, which she had been taught to fancy eminently handsome. She whispered about nothing, laughed at some joke which nobody understood but herself and Musgrave, then affected to be angry at something he said to her, then talked to him by signs across the table, and by way of being charming, was rude and childish. But this sort of behaviour she had seen practised by some very fashionable young women. It was perfectly adapted to the level of Bettinson's capacity, and she had not judgment enough to see that it must offend any man who had either good sense or good breeding. Vavasor, who in the presence of Celestina would have seen perfect beauty or extraordinary merit with indifference, took no other notice of Arabella than just served him to remark to Celestina that she was one of the most conceited and pert girls he had ever seen. This served, as they walked after tea in the garden, to introduce the discourse she wished to hold with him, but it was extremely difficult to escape a moment from the vigilant assiduity of Montague Thorold. "Pray," said she to Vavasor, "pray be more guarded. Her brother will hear you." "And that brother," said he, somewhat abruptly, "you seem very much afraid of offending, though he seems to me to be a puppy. How can you let him prate to you as he does?" "Indeed," replied Celestina, "you would not dislike him if you knew him, and it is amazing to me that you, who are really so good-humoured, should take such dislikes to people before you can possibly know them." "And when I do know them, I often dislike them more. Why now, in this family, who is there but the father that has any understanding? And he has too much of the priest about him. But here comes your high-flying Oxonian. Surely it is hard not to have a moment with you, though. I want to talk to you about Willoughby." "I will speak to Mr. Montague," said she, "and tell him so." She then stepped back a few paces, and meeting Montague Thorold, who was approaching to join them, she told him that Mr. Vavasor had something to communicate to her on behalf of their mutual friend Willoughby, and that she should esteem herself obliged to him if he would prevent their being interrupted for a few moments. Montague, with a melancholy and submissive look, laid his hand on his heart and said, "One word from you is enough to him who lives but to obey you." He then went back to the rest of the party, casting a wistful look after Celestina, who, turning into another walk with Vavasor, said eagerly, "Well, and now what have you to say to me from Willoughby? Have you heard from him?" "No," replied Vavasor, "I could not well do that since yesterday, nor do I indeed expect it for some time to come. But do you know, Mr. Mornay, that I consider myself as Willoughby's representative, as a sort of guardian to you, and am going in that character to talk to you very seriously." "Well," cried Celestina, conscious that her own conduct was irreproachable, "my sage guardian and reverend monitor, begin then with your remonstrance or exhortation, whichever it is to be." "You must give me leave to be serious on this occasion," answered he. "Most willingly," replied Celestina, interrupting him, "and the more so because I never remember in all our former conversations to have had one serious discourse with you, and I long to see how you acquit yourself." "I don't like the people you are with," said he, "and wish you were anywhere else." "I wish I were anywhere else myself, yet I like the family, and believe them to be very good sort of people." "Come, come, Celestina, you cannot be ignorant of what I mean. Captain Thorold, as I told you yesterday, is that dangerous and hateful character, a male coquette." "He never coquettes with me, I assure you," said she, "for I never give him an opportunity." "No, because at present his brother has the advantage of him. If you do not coquette with the military man, at least you listen to the scholar, and it may be he is the most dangerous of the two. It is the general idea of the country that he is in love with you, that—" "The general idea of the country!" cried Celestina. "How can the country possibly know anything about him or about me?" "My dear friend," interrupted Vavasor, "you cannot be ignorant that in these places the people could not exist if their curiosity did not keep their idleness from total stagnation. They will talk, and let them, about one another, but I won't have them talk of you, who are of another order of beings. In short, I am jealous of you for my friend, and don't like to hear that Lord Castlenorth has paid off all Willoughby's encumbrances, and that he has procured him the reversion of his titles, to engage him to break off his connection with you, which it is said he formed before he came of age, and therefore thought himself obliged to fulfil." Celestina cried with great emotion, "Dear sir, but how false and foolish is all this!" "It is so," resumed Vavasor, "and what follows is equally or more so. Yet it is, I find, generally believed." "And what is it?" "Why, that Willoughby, having scruples about suddenly leaving you, and leaving you in comparative indigence, Lord Castlenorth has given you £5,000, which, with what was before left you by Mrs. Willoughby, and the promise of a very considerable living in the gift of the Castlenorths to a clergyman if you marry one, have rendered you a desirable object in Mr. Thorold's eyes as a wife for his youngest son, whom finally you have accepted of, and are to be married to very soon, as Miss Fitzhaymon has insisted upon this before she gives her hand to her cousin, which is also to happen very soon in Italy." "Miss Fitzhaymon!" said Celestina, turning pale. "And pray, my good Vavasor, where have you learned this legend?" "In London," replied he. "I collected enough to make me uneasy about your situation. I picked up more since I came down to Cranfield's, for his wife is a gossip of the first pretensions. And as to the Fitzhaymon part of the story, their going abroad so soon after Willoughby has, I take it for granted, confirmed it in the opinion of everybody." "Are they gone abroad, then?" said Celestina. "So say the newspapers, and I fancy rightly." He then took one from his pocket and read this paragraph: "Dover, April 26, 17 . Yesterday Lord and Lady Castlenorth and their daughter, the Honourable Miss Fitzhaymon, with a great retinue, sailed from hence on their way to the south of Europe." Celestina was silent a moment, for not all her faith on the unchangeable affections of her lover could guard her from a momentary shock. Recovering herself, however, she said, "They may be, and I suppose are, gone, but certainly Mr. Willoughby had no share in their going. You surely do not think he had? As we know some part, great part of what you have heard to be utterly false and unfounded, why may it not all be so? Certainly you do not believe any of it." "Pardon me," answered Vavasor. "I believe that this young man, this Montague Thorold, is what they call in love with you. For the rest, I know some of it is false, and I believe the greatest part of it is so." "Gracious heaven! You have doubts then, Vavasor? Doubts whether Willoughby— But it is impossible you can doubt it. You know he is all honour, generosity, integrity, and goodness." "I know I always thought so, or I should not have loved him better than any man breathing. But don't let me alarm you. I cannot doubt when I recollect all I ever knew of my friend. Yet I very honestly tell you that the mystery he made to me of his reasons for going abroad, the gloomy reveries in which I so often saw him, his evident struggles with himself, and 1,000 odd circumstances which struck me when we were last together, upon my soul, Celestina, I know not what to think, and should deceive you were I to tell you that I have no doubts. Yet they arise rather from my mistrust of human nature in general than my opinion of George as an individual. But when I look at you, and remember that he was within one day of calling you his, I cannot upon any common principles account for his conduct, and am sure that no common motives can justify it." Celestina, whose heart sunk within her while he could not deny the justice of this remark, sighed deeply, but remained silent. and Vavasor went on, "Be his motives, however, what they may, it is certainly your determination to await the event of this mysterious journey?" "It is certainly," said she faintly. "Well, then, is there not any more eligible situation for you than one where you are the subject of such reports as I have just repeated to you? Suppose, if it be only for supposition's sake, that they were to reach Willoughby. If he still loves you—" "If!" repeated Celestina. "Good heaven! You believe then that it admits of a question?" "I did not mean to hurt you. But, my dear Celestina, there is nothing so insecure as our affections, I am afraid; and you must recollect too many instances of their change to suppose it quite impossible that—" "Well, I will interrupt you no more. If Willoughby still loves me—" "He will suffer extremely from such a report, and should, though I allow it to be very improbable, should any changes have happened, your apparent approbation of Montague Thorold will justify that caprice which nothing else can justify." "Ah, Vavasor," said Celestina, in faltering accents, "I too evidently see, that you believe your friend is lost to me for ever, and that all you have now said is merely to prepare me for a blow which, if it fell on me suddenly, would, you think, destroy me. But believe me, Vavasor, believe me, suspense such as I have long endured, such as I at this moment endure, is, I think, more insupportable than any certainty could be, unless it were the certainty that Willoughby is more miserable than I am. That, I think, I could not bear; but for the rest, however I might suffer in my pride or in my love, I trust that my mind would in time be reconciled to whatever is inevitable; and perhaps," continued she, struggling with the violent emotion she felt, "perhaps that very pride might assist me to cure the anguish of disappointed and improperly indulged affection. But yet it is surely impossible Willoughby can have acted as these suspicions in regard to Miss Fitzhaven would make me imagine, and still write as he writes to me. However, Vavasor, I again entreat you, if you know more than I do, to conceal nothing from me through misplaced and needless tenderness." "You know me very little," answered Vavasor, "or you would know how little concealment and dissimulation are in my nature. My dear Mr. Mornay, I have faithfully related to you all I know of our friend, and even my half-formed doubts I have not attempted to conceal from you. Be now equally ingenuous with me, and tell me whether you think your present situation is either the most pleasant or the most eligible you could possibly choose." "It is not pleasant," answered Celestina, "because I am not mistress of my time; but it is eligible surely because Willoughby himself in some measure placed me in it, and it is to his wishes I am to attend while he is yet interested about me, and not to the vague and unfounded reports of people who care nothing whether I am happy or miserable, so long as they have something to talk of. But reflect a moment whether Willoughby, when he mentioned his desire of your continuing here, was aware that Captain Thorold would therefore remain at home all the summer, or that Montague Thorold would choose to make you the object of his romantic passion and the subject of his poetical panegyric. You cannot but know that he does both, and were you wilfully blind to it, his behaviour to-day would have sufficiently convinced me." Celestina could not deny his extreme particularity in company, and his private declarations were less equivocal. Without, however, acknowledging either to Vavasor, she said in general that for many reasons she should not be displeased to change her residence if she knew whither to go. Vavasor then began to lament that he had no mother, no sister, of whose friendly reception of her he could be assured. "But," added he, "my dear Mr. Mornay, give me a day or two, and some proper place will perhaps occur to me, or rather to an excellent female friend whom I will apply to. In the meantime I will see Cathcart, as I propose to ride over to Alveston to-morrow, and we will talk the business over together." He then took her hand, and in a manner more tender and less lively than was usual with him, asked her if she would pardon him for anything he might have said to give her pain. Celestina assured him she could not forgive because she had never been offended, but that she must ever be greatly obliged to him for the friendly part he had taken; and then, fearing that some invidious remarks might be made by the company they had left if they were any longer absent, she desired Vavasor to rejoin them, while she went for a few moments to her own room to recover from the still apparent emotion which she had been thrown into from what had passed. She had hardly, however, time to breathe before she saw Montague Thorold walking anxiously on the lawn before her windows, looking towards them as if he knew she was returned to her apartment; and almost immediately afterwards Mr. Cranfield's carriage drove up to the door to take them home. Celestina now, therefore, composing herself as well as she was able, hastened down to the company, who, except Montague and Vavasor, were hardly conscious of her rejoining them, Mr. Cranfield being busied in giving to the elder Mr. Thorold a long detail of a cause that had been lately decided at the sessions in which he had a principal share, Mrs. Thorold and Mrs. Cranfield engaged in settling the affairs of the neighbourhood, and comparing notes on the frequency of Mr. Langley, the curate's, visits to Mrs. Poole, the widow of a rich farmer, a matter in which these good ladies were mightily interested; while Miss Thorold was violently flirting with Bettinson, and the other two military men walking together were talking over their former adventures, and Musgrave laughing at Captain Thorold for being thrown out, as he termed it, by his brother with Celestina. "What the devil," said he, "d'ye bury yourself alive in this manner for, if Montague is to supplant you? Faith, my dear Edmund, 'tis so much against the honour of us all, that if you don't make more progress, I shall try what I can do myself. Don't you see that her attachment to Willoughby is all stuff, and that she throws out her lure for this Vavasor? If you like her, what a cursed fool you must be to let her slip through your fingers." "As to liking," replied Captain Thorold, "you don't suppose I intend to commit matrimony. The girl is handsome, and has more sense than most of them, and therefore 'tis more worth a man's while to make a fool of her. There I perfectly agree with you, for though, if I were condemned by any devilish mischance to marry, I should dread nothing so much as one of your sensible women, yet it is glorious to see how a little foolish flattery can set the sense of the shrewdest of them at naught. But by the way, Edmund, how did you get off with that business in Ireland?" "Which? For I had so much business upon my hands that I don't know what you mean." "Why, between you and Miss O'Brien. Was there not an impertinent brother or—" "Oh, ay, poor Fanny O'Brien. 'Twas the old story. Fanny was very pretty, and faith I was very fond of being with them all, for there were 3 others, all sweet little dears. Their mother, a good sort of widow, was a little upon the qui vive when she heard I had a fortune, and so forth, and somehow or other I lived a good deal at the house, and talked nonsense to the girls in my way, you know, till this Miss Fanny took it into her head to fancy herself in love with me, and to suppose I had told her that I was so with her, though if I did upon my soul 'twas only by implication. I dangled, to be sure, and dined and danced with her, but I meant nothing, and was obliged at last to tell her mother so, who very plainly signified to me, one evening after I had passed the day with them, that it was time to understand me. Well, I gave her to understand then, as civilly as I could though, for faith they were a good sort of family, that I had no thoughts of marrying, and the good gentlewoman waxed wroth about it, and told me I had done a very unhandsome thing in winning her daughter's affections. I could only lament they were so easily won, and return them undamaged by me. Something I said, however, gave Mrs. O'Brien offence, and she desired to see me no more, a prohibition which I of course did not attempt to disobey; and some other pretty girl falling in my way, faith I thought no more of my poor Fanny, till being one night at an assembly at Dublin, I saw a great bustle soon after my entrance, and was told that Miss O'Brien had fainted away upon seeing me, and was gone home extremely ill. 'Twas no fault of mine, you know, that the girl was so simply susceptible; but her brother, a fierce young sailor, who came a day or two afterwards from his ship, thought otherwise, and talking to me rather cavalierly, we agreed that the matter must be settled in the Phoenix Park by a brace of pistols. Un beau jour we accordingly met there, and exchanged each a couple of shot with all possible politeness, in which it was my fortune to lodge a bullet in the flesh of his left arm, which was immediately extracted. I heard there was no danger, and as he was of course satisfied, I came off to England the next day, having taken my passage some time before. Your folks here at home never heard of the hazard you ran? No, I believe not. My father is a little too apt to lecture and preach on such occasions, and so 'tis as well sunk, I believe. And since I've been in England, faith I've had no inclination to amuse myself in the same way, nor indeed any opportunity, except with this celestial beauty, and she don't seem to take to me. The greater will be the glory, replied Musgrave. I own I should like of all things, were I thee, to drive out a solemn, settled, sentimental affection from such a heart as hers, and jockey thy brother Montague. Here the gentlemen were interrupted by the departure of Mr. and Mrs. Cranfield and Vavasor, after which Musgrave and Bettinson took leave themselves, having first received a general invitation from Mrs. Thorold and her daughter, who, though by no means pleased to observe that Vavasor entirely occupied Celestina, had beheld and heard her with frigid indifference, was yet much consoled by being almost certain that she had secured the heart of the little cornet. She judged very right. Musgrave, to whose care the father of Bettinson had recommended him, had purposely introduced him to Arabella Thorold, under the idea of detaching him from two milliners, to both of whom he had been making very serious love ever since his residence at Exeter; and the elder Mr. Bettinson was so desirous of saving him from a connection of that kind, which he was thus likely to form, that he no sooner heard of his growing partiality to Miss Thorold, than he besought Captain Musgrave by every possible means to encourage it, declaring that fortune alone was no object to him, and that he should consider himself happy if his son was fixed in his choice of the daughter of so worthy and respectable a man as Mr. Thorold. End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 8. The short remainder of the evening passed very unpleasantly to Celestina while she continued in company, for Montague, to whom she could not prevail upon herself to be rude, was yet so dissatisfied, either from the constraint he observed she wore towards him, or from her long conference with Vavasor, that he could not conceal his concern, and sighed so loud and so long as to attract notice and some very acrimonious speeches from his mother. Mr. Thorold, too, she thought, looked uneasy, and Arabella evidently disliked her more than before, while the captain's rude examination of her countenance, from which she always shrunk, was now more painful to her than ever. She got away as soon as possible, but was far, very far from finding repose in solitude. All that Vavasor had said now returned to torture her, and instead of finding sleep when she retired to her pillow, the same uneasy thoughts and harassing conjectures which had long rendered it of difficult acquirement, had now received such a reinforcement as made it impossible for her to sleep at all. She rose with the dawn of day, hoping she might in the course of it see Cathcart, and yet from him she had little to respect as to her removal, unless he could find for her some farmhouse in the neighbourhood of Jessie, where she might have board and lodging. But even to this scheme there were objections. It would be too near the Thorolds. The young men might still visit her, and the report still obtain which Vavasor had repeated to her, because, though Montague was really, she found, returning to Oxford in a few days, there would be other occasions of his being at home. It was also too near Alverstone, which, since she almost despaired now of seeing again with pleasure, she wished to escape seeing even at the distance from which she frequently beheld it. When the clump of firs and some of the high grounds in the park, conspicuous from almost every part of the country within 10 or 15 miles, often drew from her heart many a bitter sigh. About 8 o'clock she saw Cathcart enter the little lawn before the house, and immediately went down to him. He approached her with more than ordinary cheerfulness, but in answering her questions told her he had not heard from Mr. Willoughby. "I flattered myself you had," said Celestina, sinking again into dejection, "for I thought, Cathcart, you seemed unusually cheerful." "If anything could make me long so," replied he, "when you, my dear madam, and my noble friend are divided and uneasy, it would be the intelligence I have received about my sister, whose situation, you know, and my solicitude for her and her children, was indeed the only one Mr. Willoughby's goodness would have left me, if he had himself been as happy as he deserved to be." "And what then have you heard," inquired Celestina, "of Mrs. Elphinstone?" "That her husband, who has been long wandering about the world, is at length settled, in a very remote situation indeed, but one which he happens to like, and which is likely to become profitable. He is appointed to superintend the fisheries established by a society of gentlemen in the western islands of Scotland, and is already put in possession of a good house in the Isle of Skye. Thither my sister is about to follow him, but I have prevailed upon her to send to me her 2 youngest children, whom I shall put to nurse in some farmhouse where Jessie or I can visit them every day. The other 2 are as many as it will be possible for her to take care of, and when she is settled I have engaged to conduct the little ones to her. She has already received money from Elphinstone to enable her to set out well equipped, and waits only to see me before she takes leave of London, and she says she hopes for ever." "And when do you go?" "I propose setting out for London on Thursday, unless you or Mr. Willoughby have any commands for me that may detain me longer." "Alas, Cathcart," said Celestina, "I am afraid you will receive no intelligence of Willoughby by that time, but I can find, I believe, something for you to do for me which will rather expedite than detain you." Cathcart then assuring her how happy every opportunity of showing his gratitude would make him, Celestina said, "Well then, my commands are simply these, that instead of going on horseback, you come hither in a post-chaise on Thursday morning, and take me with you to see my dear Jessie, as I cannot go without having that satisfaction. And afterwards, Cathcart, you shall take me to London with you." Cathcart expressing some surprise at her resolution, she told him that she would account for it as they went, that Devonshire was at present very unpleasant to her, and that she fancied change of place would relieve her spirits more than all her reason and her philosophy, which, to tell you the truth, Cathcart, said she, may be accused of acting a little like Horatio, and I'm sometimes tempted to say to them, "Is then the boasted purpose of your friendship to tell Callista what a wretch she is? Alas, what needed that? But however, I find really, Cathcart, that I cannot here obey our dear friend in the points he most insists upon, those of keeping my cheerfulness and preserving my health, and I have a mind to try his remedy and ramble a little. Perhaps I may go to Scotland with your sister. Do you think she would admit me as a travelling companion?" "Admit you, dear madam?" said Cathcart. "Surely she would be but too much honoured. But you can never be serious." "It is, however, very likely that I may become so. At present my resolution is to take leave of this family and go with you to London. You will see Vavasor to-day, and you may tell him so." They then settled the hour at which the post-chaise was to be ready for her the next morning save one. Cathcart returned to Alveston, and Celestina to the house, where she proposed taking the earliest opportunity of acquainting Mr. Thorold with her determination. She considered herself rather as Mr. Thorold's visitor than the guest of any other of the family, and wished to have his approbation for the step she was about to take, without however assigning the reasons that actuated her to take it. She had frequently fancied of late that he saw more than he chose to notice, and that, though he was too generous to repent the friendly invitation he had given her, he was too prudent not to foresee ill consequences from her long continuing to accept it. In the midst of a large family, to which he was greatly attached, Mr. Thorold lived much of his time alone. His study and his parishioners divided the day, and, except at dinner and for about an hour afterwards, his wife and children saw very little of him. Celestina was uneasy till she had spoken to him, and therefore, when he rose to go for his walk after dinner, she inquired whether he would allow her to go part of the way with him, as she wished to speak a few words to him alone. Montague blushed deeply as she thus addressed herself to his father, who led her however out of the room, and taking her arm within his, in his usual friendly way, took the way towards the village street, where he had, he said, some patients to visit that evening, for he was the physician as well as the pastor of his people. After a few minutes of embarrassing silence on the part of Celestina, she collected courage enough to tell him that in consequence of some intelligence she had learned from Mr. Vavasor, she had determined to go to London. "Not under his convoy, I hope?" cried Mr. Thorold, eagerly interrupting her. "No," answered Celestina, a little startled by the manner in which he spoke. "Not by any means with him, or under his care, but with Mr. Cathcart, who is going on business of his own." "You know, my dear Miss de Mornay," said Mr. Thorold very gravely, "that my house and my best advice are equally and always at your service. You may have reasons for quitting the one and rejecting the other, into which were I to inquire it would produce for me nothing but mortification. I will not then inquire. I will only entreat you to consider well whither and with whom you go. Mr. Vavasor has, I apprehend, no mother or sister, and you cannot be ignorant that he has the character of indulging himself in liberties, which even in this age of freedom make him rather a marked man." "My dear sir," replied Celestina, "I have not the most distant idea of quitting your protection for one so little proper as Mr. Vavasor's must be, though he is the most intimate friend of Mr. Willoughby. But my meaning merely is—" "Come," cried Mr. Thorold, interrupting her, "I will explain your meaning, or rather the meaning of Vavasor. He has been talking to you about my son Montague. He has represented the impropriety of your listening to such sort of conversation as I know Montague has more than once entertained you with. Is it not so?" "I own it is," said Celestina in some confusion. "I do not blame him," rejoined Mr. Thorold, "and if his vigilance is the effect of friendship, I commend him. Nor do I, my dear ward, disapprove of your wishing to shun the boyish importunity of Montague. I only entreat you to reflect well on your removal, and to remember that notwithstanding Mr. Vavasour's intimate connection with Willoughby, I consider myself as having some claim to your confidence, and as in some degree answerable for your disposal of yourself." "You are very good, dear sir, and deserve, I am sure, my gratitude as well as my confidence. You deserve, too, that I should speak to you with the utmost sincerity." She then related to him all that Vavasour had said to her of the reports that had obtained relative to her and Mr. Montague, and concluded by saying that though she highly esteemed his son, and had the most grateful regard for the whole family, she could not listen to these reports without concern, because they might be displeasing to him and injurious to views he might have for his son, even putting herself out of the question. "I think, therefore, dear sir," added she, "that it will be better for me to put an end to my visit for this time, and to travel into the north with a sister of Mr. Cathcart's, who is going thither. Change of scene will relieve my spirits, and wandering give me perhaps a new relish for the beauties of Devonshire, where, believe me, I shall be most happy to return, whenever I can do it without subjecting my best friends, as well as myself, to uneasiness." "I am vexed," said Mr. Thorold, "that the romantic temper of Montague has made this removal necessary in your idea. He goes very soon to Oxford, indeed in a few days, and afterwards, perhaps, you would find my house less objectionable. As to the gossip of the country, you are, I hope, too wise to mind it, and I have long since learned to despise it. That, therefore, should not weigh with me at all. But in return for your charming sincerity, I will speak very plainly to you. Montague is a young man of good abilities and of an excellent heart, but the violence of his passions keep me in perpetual concern lest they should deprive me of all the happiness that I may hope to derive from such a son. And already I have twice, with great difficulty, delivered him from engagements he had made with young women quite unworthy of him, engagements which, though he soon saw the folly and impropriety of them, he fancied his honour obliged him to keep. Another, I know not who, one perhaps not much superior to these, as I learned by a friend who keeps a steady eye upon him, had succeeded to the imaginary possession of his affections when last he came home. I was uneasy at it, but perhaps considered my own feelings too much and yours too little, when I saw with pleasure his instant admiration of you. I encouraged it because I hoped that in learning what true merit was, he would hereafter be less liable to be misled by the poor semblance of it when aided by a pretty face or a slender shape. At the same time I thought I had sufficiently guarded him against any excess of attachment by representing to him your situation and convincing him it would be not only presumptuous but hopeless. I believe, however, from some late observations I have made, that I have judged ill, and to save him from maladies that might be trifling or curable, have exposed him to the severer misfortune of feeling a real passion where he can meet with no return." Celestina could not with sincerity disclaim what she had so much reason to fear was true. Affecting, however, to believe that Mr. Montague would soon lose the impression, when she was no longer present, and would find many infinitely more worthy of his affection, who might be proud to receive, and at liberty to return it, she renewed the subject of her going to London, besought Mr. Thorold still to honour her with his friendship, and promised to return to him again in the winter if no objection should arise to his receiving her. She heard with gratitude the advice he gave her about Vavasour. "Do not," said he, "put yourself too much in his power under the idea of his being the chosen friend of Willoughby. He is called, and I believe is, a man of honour in the common acceptance of the term, but I am afraid there is little real honour among those who are in any respect so very licentious as Vavasor is said to be in regard to your sex. The style in which he lives among a certain description of women is not only the means of degrading all in his opinion, but hardens the heart while it corrupts the morals. And with all Vavasor's boasted honour, I dare say he is a man who, if he happened to take a fancy to the mistress of his friend, would steal her affections and her person without hesitation, and suppose that by an appeal to the sword or pistol to vindicate the wrong he had done, the action, however unprincipled, would derogate nothing from his honour. "Surely, sir," said Celestina, "Willoughby would not have so much friendship for Vavasor were he such a man?" "I don't know, my dear," answered Mr. Thorold, "that Vavasor is such a man, but you will allow at least that it is very probable. And as to Willoughby's friendship, I am afraid that is no criterion of merit. The college friendships of young men but let me not make you too much out of humour with the world, while I mean only to put you upon your guard against the evil with which it too often teems towards unprotected youth and loveliness. It grieves my heart to let you go, but, upon the whole, if you promise to write to me often, to remain with this sister of Cathcart's who is, I conclude, a woman of character, and to take no new course without informing me, above all, to keep yourself quite out of the power of Vavasor, and not to be introduced to any of his acquaintance by way of staying with them, unless you are very certain who they are, I say, on all these conditions I will not oppose your going, though it hurts me to consent to it." Celestina, having thus relieved her mind by explaining herself to her generous friend, became better satisfied than she had been for some time, and found at least an alleviation of the concern that preyed on her heart in the idea of change of place. She parted soon after from Mr. Thorold, whose business she was fearful of interrupting, and walked back towards the house, intending to open her intentions of leaving them to the rest of the family when they were assembled to their tea. Montague, however, who had never lost sight of her, but had followed her and his father at a distance during their walk, now hastened across the field she was in to meet her. His eagerly inquiring eyes were fixed on her face when he came up to her, but not daring to ask the subject of her conference with his father, nor able to turn his thoughts from it, he only said, "Well, Mr. Mornay, you've left my father?" "You see I have," said Celestina, smiling, "and I have left him well satisfied with the reasons I have given for quitting his hospitable roof on Thursday." "Quitting it!" exclaimed Montague, turning pale. "Quitting it! What are you going to leave us then, and before I go to Oxford?" "My good friend," replied she, "you did not surely suppose that I was to be a perennial visitor at your father's. I have now been here almost a month, and you must certainly allow that to be a very long visit from a person who, till within 5 weeks, had not the good fortune to be known to your family at all." "I know not," said Montague, sighing, "what I thought or what I supposed, but I would to heaven I could forget having ever seen you, as easily as I am convinced you will lose the remembrance of me." Celestina, with one of those fascinating smiles which lent such peculiar charms to her countenance, now assured him that he was mistaken. "Indeed," said she, "I shall always remember you all, with pleasure and with gratitude." "Well," answered he, "I thank you, and I thank you for not accepting me, and by putting us all together, showing that you have no particular favourite in the family, but that one is as indifferent as another. But, however, I wish you would not smile, for I cannot bear it." "Ridiculous!" cried Celestina. "I am amazed, Mr. Montague, that with your understanding you give way so frequently to such absurd fits of I hardly know what to call it a romantic style of behaviour, which you seem to think women like, whereas I assure you that to me at least it is the most unpleasant in the world. When did you ever see me in this romantic style, as you are pleased to term it, with any woman but yourself?" "I never did, because I happen not to have seen you with any other women than those of your own family. But you know that your mother, your sister, and your brother, nay, even your father, all have repeatedly said it was your way with everybody." "They are mistaken, however, and I own I have often mistaken a transient degree of liking for love, which I never felt, no, never, till I saw you. For several virtues have I liked several women, never any with so full soul, but some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, and put it to the foil. But you, oh you, so perfect and so peerless, were created of every creature's best." "There now," said Celestina, "that is exactly what I complain of. There is no rational conversation with you, capable as you are of adorning it. But, as Arabella very truly says, you do nothing but make speeches out of Otway or Shakespeare." "Arabella did not say I made speeches, but that I made love. And I make love because I feel it to an excess which is dreadful, because I know, and have known from the beginning, that it is hopeless. But as this hurts nobody but myself, I don't see why it should displease you, or why you should affect to misunderstand, or attempt to laugh off a passion which, whatever may be its effect on me, can never disturb your tranquillity or that of your fortunate lover." Celestina, finding him thus serious, thought it would be better, and indeed more generous, not to pretend ignorance of his meaning, and to reason with rather than rally him. She therefore dropped the gayer tone with which she began the conversation, and said gravely, "Mr. Montague, I will not affect then to misunderstand you. I am undoubtedly honoured by your partiality, and very much concerned if it is the source of present pain to you. Let it become rather a source of pleasure to us both, by reducing it to that generous and disinterested friendship which I may return with satisfaction. And for those warmer sentiments, which you now suppose are entirely diverted from any other object, seek one who can deserve and return them, and spare me, I beseech you, the pain of believing, even for a moment, that I have brought solicitude and suffering into any part of a family to which I am so much obliged. I need not tell you my situation. You know it is a very comfortless and a very uncertain one. Perhaps I may never see Mr. Willoughby again, or if I do, perhaps I may see him the husband of another. But in either case my attachment to him is unalterable, and were I sure to-morrow that we are divided, never again to meet, I should only think of submitting in such a way as would least wound him to a blow which I am sure he will not voluntarily give me, but never of running the hazard of making unhappy some equally worthy man by giving to importunity what I can never give to love. For my heart has been Willoughby's ever since I knew I had one, and it will be his till I remember it no longer." Montague gave no other answer to this than a deep sigh, and Celestina, pausing a moment to recover herself from the emotion her words had occasioned, went on, "You love quotations, and undoubtedly recollect, though perhaps from an author I ought not to quote, these words, 'Il n'y a point d'homme pour celle qui aime, son amour est plus, tous les autres sont moins.'" Montague now impatiently interrupted her. "You need not," said he, "thus refine on the cruelty with which you tell me that you can never throw away a thought on me. I knew it before, and in the wildest paroxysms of that passion which I glory in feeling and in cherishing, I never dared flatter myself that you would. Yet, perhaps even this fortunate Willoughby himself, this happy man, who may neglect you, leave you for another, and yet still be beloved, is not more capable of an ardent, a sincere affection than I am. If he leaves you for ever, good God, even if he entirely deserts you, you will still love him. Even then no other would have any hope." "None," said Celestina, "for then I will never marry. But, my good friend, this is an uneasy subject to us both. Let us then never resume it. Allow me to offer you my friendship and my esteem, and to assure you that this sudden partiality, which believe me you will soon and easily conquer, is the only subject on which I cannot listen to you with pleasure." They were now so immediately before the parlour windows that Montague, who saw the family assembled there at tea, dared not give way to what he felt, but asked her, in a lower voice, when she wed. She told him the day after the morrow. Again he sighed, and when they got into the hall, turned towards his own little study, which was on the same floor, while Celestina went to join the party in the parlour, where she found Mr. Bettinson, whom she understood was now the professed lover of Miss Thorold, and so entirely did he now occupy the attention both of her and her mother, that they hardly noticed the entrance of Celestina. She took, however, the earliest opportunity of a pause in their conversation to signify her design of going on the following Thursday. Miss Thorold contented herself with coldly saying she was sorry to lose her so soon; and her mother, even less civil, as her husband was not by, said, "And pray, Mr. Morney, where are you going?" "To London, madam." "To London, bless me! And pray who are you going to there?" "To a Mrs. Elphinstone, I believe, ma'am." "You believe? And pray when do you go?" "On Thursday, madam." "And alone?" "No, madam." "Not alone? Then who do you go with?" "With Mr. Cathcart, madam." "Oh, with Mr. Cathcart; and pray how do you go? In the stage?" "No, madam," replied Celestina, blushing at the indelicacy with which all these questions were asked before a stranger. "How then, pray?" "In post chaises, madam." "Huh! Post chaises are expensive." Here she stopped, being unable to find any other questions, or rather not daring to ask any more, as her husband and eldest son that moment came in with Captain Musgrave. Celestina, however, interpreted the look she put on as saying, "No matter how you go, so long as you do go," and again she congratulated herself on the resolution she had taken. Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 9. Celestina, finding that Montague Thorold did not join the party, constrained herself to stay with them, lest it should be imagined they were together. Captain Thorold, as if he took advantage of his brother's absence, sat down by her, and began in a half-whisper to make her some of those speeches, between a sneer and a compliment, which always confused and distressed her. Soon after tea, however, Montague came in, and then, the evening being rainy, cards were proposed, to which his mother desired him to sit down, while Celestina, saying she had a few preparations to make for her journey, which she might as well begin in time, went away, nobody asking her to take a seat at the card table. She was no sooner gone than Mrs. Thorold, addressing her eldest son, said, "So, Edmund, we are to lose your father's visitor at last, my dear." "Are we?" said he carelessly. "What, is her intended come back?" "Oh no," replied his mother. "The young lady is going to London, it seems." "Lord, ma'am," cried Bettinson, "I'll tell you what Musgrave and I'd heard t'other day. Didn't we, Muzzy?" "Faith, I don't know whether we did or no, Jacky boy, till you tell me what it was we heard." "Why, we heard, Lord, why, 'twas that night we drank tea and supped, you know, with that there family of the Killigrews. We heard that Mr. Montague Thorold was a-going to be married to this Mr. Morning, and that Mr. What-d'ye-call-him, he that was to have had her, had given Mr. Montague a living to take her off his hands." Either the purport of this speech, or the manner in which it was delivered, threw Captain Thorold and his friend Musgrave into bursts of laughter, which they very freely indulged; but poor Montague turned pale, and trembled with vexation, while Mrs. Thorold, pursing her mouth and drawing herself up, said, "Pray, Mr. Bettinson, where did you say you heard this story? Pray, Edmund, what do you laugh at? I say, Mr. Bettinson, pray, was it at Mr. Killigrew's you heard this absurd story?" "Lord, yes, ma'am, and upon my soul I've heard it elsewhere. Why, Musgrave, don't you remember? Why, half the people at Exeter, I am sure, have talked to me about it." "I am very sorry for it," rejoined the old lady. "People give their tongues strange liberties, methinks. My son, I can assure them, will never, at least with mine and his father's consent, form any such connection. What, with a foreigner, an alien, as one may say, brought up upon charity, and I dare say not very honourably born? Or how did Mrs. Willoughby get her so easily from her own country? People of fashion don't part with their children to strangers. For my part, I would be very civil to a young woman in distress, as 'twas Mr. Thorold's whim to have her here for a little time. But I am very sorry it has given rise to any such report, which I beg the favour of you gentlemen to contradict. A living, indeed! Is it very likely that Montague Thorold should accept of a living with such an encumbrance, or on any such conditions?" "But, madam," cried Captain Thorold, as he dealt his cards, "what think you if poor Montague avows his penchant for the lady, and talks of dying without her instead of getting a living with her?" "Think!" replied his mother, reddening with anger. "Why, think that he is a fool, and that you are very little better for encouraging a silly boy in such nonsense." "Nay, madam," cried the captain, "I am sure I don't encourage him. I was only pitying him, as one naturally does all gentle youths who are crossed in love." Arabella, who knew that her mother sometimes suddenly threw off her everyday character to appear in one far less amiable, when unchecked by Mr. Thorold, now feared that she might give way to one of these fits of ill humour and exhibit a scene before Mr. Musgrave and Mr. Bettinson which might give them no very favourable idea of the family temper. She therefore gave her brother Edmund a hint to forbear pushing the conversation any farther. He desisted. The game went in favour of Mrs. Thorold, and in the pleasure of winning 5 shillings she forgot for that time the displeasure she had conceived against her youngest son. Celestina was in the meantime preparing for her journey. She had nothing now but her clothes to pack up, for her books and her drawing cases were at Alveston, where Cathcart besought her to let them remain a little longer, promising that if events were finally determined otherwise than he was still willing to hope, he would take them all from thence and send them to her whithersoever she might desire. She wished most earnestly the next day over, for she had now learned to dread more than before some extravagance on the part of Montague Thorold, for whom, notwithstanding the trouble she had received from his continual persecutions, she could not altogether withhold her pity and her esteem. In his figure he resembled his father, whom she had so much reason to regard with grateful affection, and his faults were merely those of youth and a vivid imagination. Whether his partiality to her was of a permanent or transitory nature, it was pretty certain that it now gave him pain, of which Celestina could not consider herself as the cause without desiring to alleviate or rather to end it. At supper, however, she learned, with great satisfaction, that Mr. Thorold and his 2 sons were were engaged out for the whole of the next day, and were to leave home early in the morning. She fancied, from several remarks she made in the course of the evening, that this was purposely contrived; and the eyes of Montague, though he dared not otherwise speak, told her how cruelly he suffered from an arrangement which would deprive him of almost all the opportunities of speaking to her which her short stay might yet afford him. Though he saw that his mother remarked all his looks, and was restrained only by the fear of offending his father from openly avowing the anger she had conceived, he could not forbear watching every turn of Celestina's countenance, and, when he bade her good night at the door, sighing deeply, and saying in a low whisper, "At what time do you go on Thursday?" "Early, I hope," replied she, and to avoid any farther questions hastened away. The next day passed quietly enough, for Mrs. Thorold, sure of being delivered from a visitor who had never been agreeable and was now uneasy to her, thought it as well to be tolerably civil to her; and Arabella, who thought very little about anything at present but securing her conquest over the heart of Mr. Bettinson, was hardly conscious that she was with them. Late in the evening the gentlemen returned, but Celestina had left the parlour before their arrival, on pretence of going early to bed that she might be ready the next day for Mr. Cathcart, whom she had appointed to meet her in a post-chaise at 6 o'clock. She took leave of Mrs. Thorold and her daughter therefore this evening, who received her thanks and adieus with great formality and no kindness. Very willingly would she have escaped bidding farewell to Montague Thorold the next morning, but she feared it would be impossible. Mr. Thorold had told her he should himself put her into the chaise, and he always rose so early that this, she knew, would not put him out of his way. As soon as her window was opened in the morning, which was almost as soon as it was light, she saw Montague Thorold standing under it. He kissed his hand to her when he perceived her, and looked so dejected that she could not see him without concern. She was very soon dressed, and went down into the parlour, where he no sooner saw her than he came to her. "You are ready even before the time, so impatient are you to leave us?" said he in a mournful voice. "Ah, Mr. Mornay, this house then will never again be blessed with your presence." "Indeed, sir, I hope to see it very frequently again, and shall always be happy to hear of the health and welfare of its inhabitants. But is your father in his study? I must see him before I go." "Do not, Celestina," said Montague very gravely, "do not so industriously try to deprive me of this last poor moment. Yet a little, and my unfortunate, my despised attachment will trouble you no more." "You are mistaken, Mr. Montague," replied Celestina. "Any circumstance that you have occasion to deem unfortunate will trouble me long, wherever and whatever I may be. Pray, therefore, for my sake as well as for your own, exert your excellent understanding, and conquer this unlucky partiality towards a person who, whatever may be her sense of your worth, or her gratitude for your good opinion, can never return it otherwise than by esteem and good wishes." "I had rather you would hate, detest, and drive me from you," cried he, starting up and going to the window. "'Twould be less cruel than this gentle reason, which I know to be just, but which I cannot obey. And yet indeed, Celestina, I have no hope. I am not quite frantic enough to suppose there can be any for me. All I ask is to be permitted to be miserable, and that, after all, you cannot prevent. Yes, there is yet another favour I would solicit, though I know you will not grant it." "Anything I can do without impropriety," replied Celestina, "I certainly will do." "I do not know," said he, in a depressed and solemn voice, "what you may call propriety or impropriety, but the favour I would solicit is to be allowed to write to you. Nay, don't interrupt me with a refusal before you hear me. to be allowed to write to you, so long as I confine my letters to literary subjects only, and that once or twice a year you would acknowledge the receipt of my letters." "My dear sir," cried she, smiling, "you would be weary of this project long before the first half year had elapsed. Had you never talked to me of I know not what particular regard, there might have been no impropriety in this, and I am sure the pleasure and advantage would have been wholly mine. But after the extravagantly gallant things you have said, how can I—" "If I infringe the articles of our agreement," said he, "then send my letters back." "But tell me," cried Celestina, interrupting him in her turn, "tell me what good can this possibly do you?" "Good!" replied he. "You are not yourself insensible of a tender attachment to Willoughby, and yet ask what good it can do to be admitted to write to a beloved object. Good! Why, it will be the softener, the sweetener of my existence. While I am writing to you, I shall forget that I am never to see you. I shall forget everything but the pleasure of knowing that you will read what I am writing, that your hands will unfold my letter, your eyes pass over the traces of my pen, that sometimes I may amuse or interest you, and at others, perhaps, raise in your bosom a compassionate sigh for my silent, my unhappy love. Besides, I shall by that means always know where you are. Softi che intracci almeno di mia perduta parce, venga il pensier seguace sull'orme del tuo pie, sempre nel tuo cammino, sempre m'avrai vicino, e tu, che sai se mai, ti soverai di me. Celestina had no time to answer this otherwise than by saying that if he had sagacity enough to find out where she was, he possessed more than she did, who could not even guess where she might be. He answered that he could always know of Cathcart, and before she could urge the many objections she saw to his request, the chaise, with Cathcart in it, drove up to the door, and at the same moment Mr. Thorold came to them. He appeared sincerely concerned that she was going from him, desired her again to write to him, and while he was hastening breakfast, which he insisted upon her taking before she went, Vavasor rode into the courtyard, and giving his horse to his servant, came into the room also. Celestina, who knew that Cathcart had informed him of her resolution to go, had felt some surprise that he had not called upon her the day before to express his approbation and inquire how she intended to dispose of herself; but he was so volatile and inconsiderate that she thought it not impossible that he might have forgotten on Wednesday what he so vehemently urged on Monday, and she now rather wished he had, as she saw Mr. Thorold was very little pleased either with his present visit or the manner in which he addressed her, without taking either of him or his son quite so much notice as the laws of civility required. Celestina had frequently remarked the extreme inattention and disregard which, as Vavasor felt, he never chose to take the trouble of concealing, for the opinions of those to whom he was indifferent, and he was indifferent to 3/5 of the world, and not very solicitous about the rest, unless for a very few friends whom he loved. He disliked the Thorolds, without knowing or inquiring of himself why he disliked them, and eager and solicitous only about Celestina, he hardly gave her time to address herself to them, or return their invitation to partake of their breakfast by the usual speech. A party who seemed so little pleased with each other, Celestina thought could not too soon separate. She therefore hastily drank her tea, and telling Cathcart she was ready, she gave the elder Mr. Thorold her hand, and thanked him, not without emotion, for all the kindness he had shown her. She then wished Montague Thorold health and happiness, desired him to offer her compliments and acknowledgments to his mother, sister, and brother, and then, Mr. Thorold leading her, and Montague walking silently on her left hand, she went out and stepped into the chaise. Cathcart followed her, and Vavasor went round to speak to her at the opposite side. "You did not wish me good morrow," said he, "and therefore I suppose you foresee that I intend going with you part of the way." Celestina had no time to answer, for Mr. Thorold offering his hand once more to bid her adieu, she gave it to him, saying, "Adieu, dear sir, 1,000 thanks and good wishes." Montague, who stood by his father, at that moment caught her eye, and there was on his countenance an expression of sorrow which affected her so much, that under the sudden impulse of concern and pity, she held out to him the hand his father let go. "Farewell, Mr. Montague," said she. He seized it eagerly, and held it as if he would never part from it more. But Cathcart at that moment, bowing to the gentleman, and bidding the postillion drive on, he was compelled to release it, though it was with a sigh as if his heart was half broken; and when the chaise drove off, instead of following it with his eyes, he turned away and went into his own room, unable either to see Celestina go or Vavasor following her. The concern she felt for him kept her silent the greatest part of the way to the cottage near old Winnington's, where Jessie was to meet them. Cathcart, who was unhappy at the necessity of parting from his wife, was not disposed to interrupt her, and though Vavasor now and then rode up to the door of the chaise and talked, she was not in spirits to answer the gay nothings with which he addressed her. The meeting with Jessie was more in unison with her feelings. Jessie threw herself into the arms of her benefactress, from whom she had been so long divided, and who she now saw only for a moment before they were to be separated for a yet longer time. Neither of them could say much, for their hearts were full. But had they been disposed for conversation, Vavasor, who felt only pleasure in having got Celestina away from the Thorolds, was very little inclined to give them an opportunity, but in his rattling way rallied Jessie and then Celestina, whom he teased about Montague Thorold and his father, one of whom he called her pedant and the other her priest, till she was half angry. Cathcart at length, however, prevailed upon him to leave the friends alone, and as they walked together before the door of the cottage, he inquired whether he had any commands in London. "Oh, none, I thank you," replied Vavasor, "for I shall be there myself almost as soon as you. Pray, where does Mr. Mornay intend to lodge?" Cathcart declared himself entirely ignorant, and then, for the first time, from some expression or look of Vavasor's, he suddenly entertained a notion that there was something more than friendly solicitude for Willoughby's betrothed wife in the eager and assiduous attentions of Vavasor, and he determined from that time to remark more narrowly his behaviour to her. "You do not intend to set out for London to day, sir?" inquired Cathcart. "Yes, I do," answered Vavasor. "That is, I just ride back and make my bow to those honest humdrum Cranfields, and then I am off for Okehampton, where I've told them I have business, and from thence I shall take 4 horses, and so come up with you, my good fellow, and your fair compagnon du voyage, before you reach Honiton." "And does Mr. Mornay know of your intentions, sir?" "No, for I know what scalping savages all the people about here are, and though there can be nothing in my attending her on behalf of Willoughby, yet on her account one would not set the clacks of the old cats within 20 miles round at work about it. And so I have made up a story of having a lawyer to meet about the affairs of my deceased aunt, who, luckily for the honour of my veracity, had a farm or 2 near Okehampton, which are now mine, and I intend the Cranfields, good matter-of-fact souls, shall fancy me carefully looking after my property and settling repairs and renewals with Mr. Palmer the attorney." "You intend, no doubt, to tell Mr. Mornay of it, however, sir?" "Oh, yes, now I see her safely out of the hands of her confessor, or else perhaps he would have put it into her head that I am not a fit escort for her, though I think, Cathcart, thou art so grave and sage that thou'lt make as proper a third to our party as his reverence himself. Come, never look so calamitous, But go and take leave of thy weeping wife, and let me and Celestina have a little conversation." Cathcart then went into the house, and Celestina presently afterwards came to Vavasor, who continued walking before it. "Has Cathcart told you my plan?" said he, before she could speak. "I intend to go to London with you from Honiton, where I shall be almost as soon as you." Celestina now recollected all Mr. Thorold had said to her. But the great friendship which had for so many years subsisted between Vavasor and Willoughby, and the undesigning openness of Vavasor's character, put all the suspicions he had raised to flight, even when this scheme seemed most strongly to corroborate those suspicions. "I had much rather you would not join us," said Celestina, "because, though I should certainly be glad of your company as well as Mr. Cathcart, yet perhaps 1,000 ill-natured things may be said about it." She was proceeding, when Vavasor interrupted her. "Yes, that's just the politics you have learned at the Thorolds. What does it signify to you what anybody says or thinks but Willoughby? And you know that he would put you himself into my protection on every occasion where he could not protect you himself. Come, come, Celestina, acknowledge that your old mentor has been warning you against having any acquaintance with such sad young rakes as Vavasor." "If you think so," replied Celestina, "you undoubtedly know that he has reason for his precaution. And as for his calling you what I always fancied you rather piqued yourself upon being, I don't see why my mentor, as you term him, should give you offence by that." "Rake as I am, however," answered he, "curse me if I would do a dishonourable thing towards George. No, by heaven, not if I were dying for love of you." "I believe you, indeed," said Celestina, "and such perfect confidence I have in your honour, that I should trust myself with you as with a brother." "And never, you dear candid angel," interrupted he, "never shall you repent that confidence. But I tell you very plainly, that though I am upon honour with Willoughby, I am not so with those Thorolds, and can allow nobody else to usurp that favour, which perhaps I might have taken it into my head to dispute even with my friend George himself, if he had not made out a very early and almost an hereditary claim to you. As it is, however, I have no pretensions for myself, but I am confoundedly jealous for him. And now I have got you out of the way of that prating, piping, poetical pedant, that Montague Thorold, I shall be quite easy when I see you situated where you are not very likely to meet with him again. So you won't oppose my meeting you on the road. Until then, my sweet friend, adieu." He then, without waiting for an answer, ran to his horse, which his servant was leading about, and mounting it, was out of sight in an instant. Cathcart and Jessie then came towards Celestina, and the latter, hanging on her neck, could hardly prevail on herself to bid her farewell, while Celestina, melting into tears, kissed her, and willing to shorten a scene so uselessly painful, stepped into the chaise, where Cathcart, having taken again a tender leave of his wife, immediately followed her, and they took the road that led across the commons to the turnpike. End of chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 10. The road they were travelling led along the side of Alveston Park for near a mile and a half. Celestina had never passed it before but on the day when Mr. Thorold had taken her to his house, and then she had been so lost in mournful contemplations as hardly to notice whither she went. Now, however, the profound silence she had fallen into on parting from Jessie was suddenly broken by an exclamation, for on looking up she saw one of the park gates and cried, "Alveston, is it not? Oh, yes, I see it is. There is the house." Cathcart answered that it was, and after another short silence Celestina said, "To anybody but you, Cathcart, I should be afraid of betraying my weakness. But you are now in place of a brother to me, and knowing my situation, will indulge my regret. I have a strange fancy to get out and go up to that tuft of beech trees on the brow of the hill. It is not far. I shall not be gone long. Will you wait for me?" "My time is yours," replied he. "But will you allow me to observe that it is perhaps wiser to endeavour to conquer this useless regret than to indulge it?" "I know it would be wiser," answered Celestina, "but alas, we are not always able to be wise. I think I shall be easier when I have once more taken of that spot where I have often been so happy, a last adieu." "Heaven forbid it should be the last!" cried Cathcart, as he assisted her to leave the chaise. "I foresee many, many happy days for you yet, when you will be mistress of that house." "Ah, dear Cathcart," returned Celestina, half smiling through the tears that filled her eyes, "how happy a convert shall I be to the doctrine of second sight if your prophecy should ever be fulfilled. But no, I feel too certainly that this is the last time I shall ever behold this dear place." She then went into the park over the stepping stile, and walking about half a quarter of a mile, reached the group of beech trees which shaded a high knoll in the park, from whence the house, half concealed by intervening wood, appeared to great advantage. It was now the beginning of May, and the trees under which she stood were just coming into leaf, while others scattered over the park were many of them of the most vivid green, contrasted by the darker shade of fir and cypress mingled among them. One of the trees of this clump was marked by Willoughby with her name, his own, and his sister's, and the date. It was 5 years since, and the bark had grown rough and knotted round the scars, but the letters still remained. It was to revisit this well-known memorial that Celestina had been anxious, and now she could hardly bear the thoughts of leaving it. She recollected every trifling circumstance that happened when Willoughby cut those letters. The clothes he wore and his very look were again present to her, while in the breeze that sighed among the trees she fancied she heard the sound of his voice, and that he pronounced the name of Celestina. In this state of mind she had almost forgotten that Cathcart waited for her, till a herd of deer ran bounding by her, and looking up, she saw following them in mimic race several horses which grazed in the park. There was among them a favourite little mare, which Willoughby had been fond of from a boy. It had always carried him to Eton, and been the companion of all his boyish sports, and when it became old, had been turned into the park in summer and carefully sheltered in winter. While Mrs. Willoughby lived, it had been accustomed to be fed with bread once or twice a day from her hand, from her daughter's or Celestina's, and since her death the old servants in the house, with whom it was a sort of contemporary, had accustomed it to the same indulgence, to which it had become so habituated that on sight of any of the family it went towards them to be fed. This creature therefore no sooner saw Celestina's clothes fluttering among the trees than it left its companions and came neighing towards her. Celestina fancied the animal remembered her. She caressed it fondly, and with tears in her eyes and a deep sigh, cried, "Ah, Fanchette, you recollect then your old friend, when perhaps your still beloved master is trying to forget her, and may already have succeeded but too well." She found herself too much affected with this idea, and turning her swimming eyes towards the house, the contrast between what she now was and what, hardly a month since, she expected to be, the fearful apprehension that Willoughby had suddenly become a convert to avarice and ambition, and that Miss Fitzhaymon, who had the power to gratify both those passions, would soon possess the place where she had fondly hoped to constitute the happiness of his life, whose happiness was dearer to her than her own, all crowded with cruel force on her mind, and feeling her sensations become more and more painful, she tore herself from the spot which had so forcibly presented them, Fanchette still following and importuning her to be fed. She walked slowly towards the park gate, and saw Cathcart, who began to be uneasy at her stay, coming to meet her. He understood the nature of her sensations too well to make any inquiries, but offering her his arm, in silence led her toward the chaise. Before she ascended the steps of the stile, she turned once more to look at the horse, kissed the sensible animal as it licked her hands, and pronouncing a half-stifled and tremulous "Adieu, Fanchette," she got as hastily as she could into the chaise, and desired Cathcart to order the postillion on quickly. "Since I must go," said she, "I would be soon out of sight of this place, for I find I cannot bear it." "I feared, indeed," replied Cathcart, "it would too much affect you." Both then returned to their former silence, while Celestina, as her thoughts went back to past pleasures, and as her heart felt all the bitterness of disappointed hope, indulged herself without restraint in the sad luxury of sorrow. She no longer saw the objects she passed, or thought of whither she was going. But Alverstone was still present to her eyes, and she saw Willoughby wandering among its shades as if looking for lost happiness, and returning discontented to his house, whence the sullen magnificence and arrogant superiority of his haughty heiress had driven all domestic comfort. She heard him sigh forth too late his regret, and lament that for advantages he could not enjoy, he had relinquished the competence he might have possessed with the tender attachment and grateful affection of his Celestina. Tears fell slowly down her cheeks as these distressing images presented themselves, and insensibly the tender adieu she had taken of the place, the tender wishes she had formed for the lamented friend and lover to whom it belonged, arranged themselves into verse, and produced the following Sonnet. Farewell, ye lawns, by fond remembrance blest, as witnesses of gay unclouded hours, where, to maternal friendship's bosom pressed, my happy childhood passed amid your bowers. Ye wood walks wild, where leaves and fairy flowers by spring's luxuriant hand are strewn anew, rocks, whence with shadowy grace rude nature lures, o'er glens and haunted streams, a long adieu. And you, O promised happiness, whose voice deluded fancy heard in every grove, bidding this tender, trusting heart rejoice in the bright prospect of unfailing love, though lost to me, still may thy smile serene bless the dear lord of this regretted scene. This disposition of mind, mournful as it was, afforded Celestina so much melancholy indulgence, that it was very reluctantly she was roused from it by their reaching Honiton, where she was glad to find Vavasour not yet arrived; for though she was sensible of the friendly interest he took in whatever related to her, and imputed it to no other motive than regard for Willoughby and pity for her own situation, there was an impetuosity in his manner and a freedom in his discourse which, though it did not offend her because she knew it was his usual way with everybody, was yet often oppressive to her, and since Mr. Thorold's caution had become more so than before. She observed, too, that Cathcart was not pleased at his purpose of accompanying them to London, and had expressed more than once, in the little conversation they had together during their journey, his hope that she would find his sister, Mrs. Elphinstone, such a companion as might engage her to continue with her. Celestina, who was, perhaps, a little too fastidious in the choice of her company, from having in her early years had her taste set very high by Mrs. Willoughby, was becoming generally indifferent now, from the little expectation she formed of being gratified, and though her overcharged heart languished for the soothing pleasure of unburthening itself to such a friend as the simple and sensible Jessie, she knew it was very improbable that any one whom she might meet should replace her. She answered Cathcart, however, that she doubted not Mrs. Elphinstone's merit, since she was his sister, and was greatly prejudiced in her favour by Jessie's account of her. "But, my dear sir," said she, "it is I who have the greatest reason to doubt of my reception, and I have thought since, the plan we hastily formed a very wild one. Mrs. Elphinstone, occupied by her family, may have as little occasion for a companion as taste for an intruder into her domestic circle, and she may perhaps, on your recommendation, accept what her own inclination may be averse to receive. Besides, she has a husband of whom I know nothing, and to whom the presence of a stranger, when he expects only his wife and family, may be disagreeable. I own I have thought of a journey into the north with more pleasure than anything else can now give me, for it is the only part of this island I have not seen something of, in those summer excursions which my dear Mrs. Willoughby was fond of making. But with whatever satisfaction my fancy has dwelt upon it, I ought not to think of it farther, at least till I have seen your sister." Cathcart repeated again and again his assurances of the happiness her company would bestow on his sister, and continued to lay plans for the accommodation of their journey, while Celestina could not but think with internal anguish on her very forlorn situation, compelled to solicit the friendship and protection of strangers, or remain alone, unfriended and unprotected. She blessed, however, again the fortunate chance that had brought her acquainted with Jessie and Cathcart, without whom her condition would be yet more desolate, and for once saw evidently the lasting good that had been produced by a transient evil, the troublesome impertinence of Mr. Jedwin. As they arrived at Honiton sooner than they expected, Celestina proposed going on as far as Axminster, 9 miles farther, before they dined. To this Cathcart consented, hesitating, however, a moment whether they ought not to wait for Vavasour. Celestina seemed averse to it, and said if there was any rudeness in their going on without him, she would herself be answerable for it. They proceeded therefore to Axminster, and were just set down to their dinner when Vavasour, at the expense of almost killing the 4 horses which drew him, arrived. His volatile humour never forsook him, and he seemed now unusually disposed to indulge it. He gave the most ludicrous account of the manner in which he had misled the curiosity of Mrs. Cranfield, by setting out very gravely for Okehampton, and then cried, "Oh, and I tell you who I met as I rode back to Cranfield's? Your languishing lover, Montague Thorold, looking, poor dog, so distant and so dismal. He was composing, I fancy, an elegy on your departure, for I rode almost against him in the cross lane that leads from old Thorold's grounds towards Cranfield Hall, and he had a paper in his hand, on which he was so intent that he did not see me, till I awakened him with a whoop, whoop, as if I had been in at the death. He started, and I was afraid, as I might have spoiled a thought, that he would feel some poetical indignation; but instead of that, he popped the paper into his bosom, as if he feared I should have seized it, and then, with as much humility as if I had been the head of his college, he pulled off his hat, and professing himself glad to see me, inquired where I had left you. I told him on your way to London, and that I was going back to Cranfield's, and we parted with the utmost politeness." Celestina, who had really a friendship for Montague Thorold, could not hear of his anxious solicitude for her without a mingled sentiment of regard and concern, which, as her face expressed every emotion of her heart, was immediately perceived by the quick and penetrating eyes of Vavasour. He did not spare her, but rallied her with more success than politeness on the influence this college lad, for so he chose to term him, had obtained over her. "Upon my word," said he, "I shall think it necessary to put Willoughby upon his guard a little." "And how do you know, sir," answered Celestina, "that Mr. Willoughby will thank you for it? Or, that admitting Mr. Montague Thorold was really more to me than a common acquaintance, which you do not seriously believe, how are you sure that your friend would not be rather pleased that the affections he may wish to be troubled with no more are transferred to another?" "Transferred!" exclaimed Vavasor. "You admit, then, that such a transfer is probable?" "Not probable at all, but certainly it would with most people be possible." "And if it were with you, I am convinced that Montague Thorold is not the man to whom Willoughby would wish them to be transferred." He could, however, have very little pretence, after having resigned them himself, to dictate to whom they should be given. "But of what use, Mr. Vavasor, is all this argument? Whether I shall ever see Willoughby again or no is very uncertain; but it is very certain that if I do not, I shall never marry at all." Vavasor saw he had gone too far, and Cathcart at that moment returning to them to say the chaises were ready, the conversation dropped for that time, Celestina peremptorily resisting the efforts Vavasor made to induce her to go at least the next stage, in the chaise with him. They reached Dorchester that evening, and Celestina, after a slight supper, complained of being a good deal fatigued with her journey, and going as soon as she could to her chamber, left the two gentlemen together. Vavasor, naturally unreserved, even to indiscretion, and seldom taking the trouble to conceal his sentiments, was totally off his guard when he had drunk 5 or 6 glasses of wine, and since Willoughby, who alone had the power to restrain any of his excesses, had been less with him, he had accustomed himself to take more than double that quantity when he either dined or supped. Celestina was no sooner gone, therefore, than he ordered in another bottle of claret, and before it was finished he had told Cathcart without reserve all that he thought. Taking occasion to toast Celestina, he said, "Tell me, Frank, what do you think of her? Is she not a charming girl?" "Most undoubtedly," replied Cathcart. "She appears so to me, who knows that her very lovely person is the least of her merit; to me, who owe her more than life, and who throughout mine shall have reason to bless the hour that first threw my Jessie in her way." "Yes, by heaven!" cried Vavasor, "she is an angel; and I cannot for my soul guess at this strange mysterious business of George's leaving her. For though it is a desperate undertaking for a man to marry at all, yet he had got over that, and doted upon her to a degree that I never imagined possible till I saw them together. I cannot understand it, and the more I think about it, the more incomprehensible it becomes. Tell me, Cathcart, do you think he will ever now marry her?" "My dear sir," replied Cathcart, "I can only say with you that the more I think, the less I comprehend of the affair." "I'll tell you, Frank, I am pretty well persuaded that he will never marry her; nay, that he has made up his mind to tie himself to the 15,000 a year and the Viscount's title, which are the appendages of his cousin. Yet why, unless he had fully determined against all the temptations that match offered him, why carry matters so far with Celestina? And who the devil could those 2 women be who it seems put the matter by and sent him off in such a hurry?" "I never could find out," replied Cathcart. "He was himself the only person who knew, and of him, as he avoided all explanation, I could not inquire." "What! Did you never ask whether they were young or old?" "I asked, but the people hardly saw their faces. They came in the evening and went away in the middle of the night; but from the little information I could make out, neither of them appeared young." "I should have thought, for you fellows that affect principle are not always to be depended upon, that George had got into some filly scrape or other with some wench that he might have promised to marry. But any such entanglement might have been easily got rid of, without his flying away from Celestina, or even from his country. Well, there is no making it out, but I believe it is clear enough that Celestina will now never be his wife, and that being once ascertained, Cathcart, do you know she is the only woman upon earth whom I shall ever think of making mine?" "Yours, sir?" exclaimed Cathcart. "Ay, mine, sir. I own 'tis rather extraordinary that even my divine Celestina should make me meditate on matrimony, but such a wonder was worthy of her only, and she has effected it. I never was uneasy half an hour in my life about any woman till I saw her at Alveston, or rather till I became acquainted with her, for I have seen perhaps handsomer women, or at least those that were at first view more striking. Faith, I found myself growing so cursed foolish about her, that supposing her then to be on the eve of marriage with my friend George, I thought it best to fly for it, and by going back to my old haunts, you know my way, I got her out of my head a little, and could have seen her Willoughby's wife coolly enough. But the moment I heard he had left her, this confounded love, I suppose you call it, began to play the devil with me again, and I could not be easy, knowing the folks she was with, without coming down to see after her. However, Captain Thorold, it was that puffing fellow I was most afraid of, had not, I believe, the least interest." "Nor will any man have it, I fancy," replied Cathcart. "At least I am sure that nothing less than the certainty of Mr. Willoughby's marriage with another would for a moment detach her from the invariable affection she has for him. I even question if that would make any alteration in her heart, though it might in her prospects." "Pooh, pooh!" cried Vavasor. "You have not studied women, I find. Celestina has too much spirit and too much sense to mope away her youth and beauty, and dwindle into the neglected ugliness of ancient maidenhood, because Willoughby did not know his own mind. Her pride, and she is not without it, will help her to get the better of an attachment which will only be a source of mortification to her. No, no, let me be once sure that Willoughby gives her up, and I don't think it very presumptuous to say that in a fortnight afterwards I carry her to Orkneybury, Mrs. Vavasor." "Till then, however, sir," said Cathcart, "till you are quite sure that all is at an end between Mr. Willoughby and Mr. Mornay, you will of course hold it a point of honour not to declare your intentions. It will distress her extremely if you do; for thinking of you as I know she thinks, she will conclude you are very certain that all ties are dissolved between them, or you would not address her in a way which, while those ties are undissolved, she will call a breach of honour towards your friend." "Ay, that's all very true," replied Vavasor. "But let her take care then how she shows a disposition to favour that sucking parson, that Montague Thorold. Though I'm willing to allow Willoughby the preference, I am by no means disposed to give the pass to such a greenhorn as that. And to tell you the truth, Frank, if I was sure she preferred him, I might commit some folly or other." "Well, sir," cried Cathcart, rising to wish him good night, "she is not likely to be in his way, and if she were, I am very certain Mr. Willoughby has nothing to fear from him. And as to yourself, you know you agree that while he is in question, you are entirely out of it." Cathcart then left him to finish another bottle alone, and carried with him no very agreeable reflections. Notwithstanding all that had passed, he could not divest himself of the hope of seeing Celestina united to Willoughby, whom alone he thought worthy of her. His own competence and happiness, which they only had given him, would, he felt, be incomplete if both or either of them were unhappy, and unhappy he thought they must be if they lived not for each other. Whatever scheme therefore interfered with a union he so much desired, he felt as a sort of injury to himself; and though the extreme good humour, generous spirit, and gay temper of Vavasor made it impossible to dislike him, Cathcart was convinced, from the little he knew of his manner of life and his very free principles, that were Willoughby wholly set aside, he was a man with whom the sensibility and purity of mind of Celestina would never allow her to be happy. He foresaw, therefore, nothing but uneasiness for her in his intended pursuit of her, and thought with redoubled anxiety of her situation. As early the following morning as Vavasor could be prevailed upon to move, they renewed their journey, and about 6 o'clock that evening, having taken leave of Vavasor in Piccadilly, who took Cathcart's directions in order to be with them the next morning, Celestina was set down at the lodgings Mrs. Elphinstone had removed to in Suffolk Street, Charing Cross. End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Cathcart had given his sister notice of the arrival of Celestina, and therefore the joy with which Mrs. Elphinstone received her brother and the lovely person to whom he had been so much obliged was unallayed by the surprise she might have felt at the unexpected entrance of a stranger. Celestina was extremely pleased with her new acquaintance, and very soon forgot that she saw her for the first time. Her figure was very tall and thin, and would have had as much dignity as symmetry, but that an habitual though slight stoop seemed to bespeak oppression of spirit and the weight of many sorrows. Her face very much resembled that of Cathcart, but the bloom of youth and the glow of health were gone. Still it was interesting, though languid and faded. Her eyes were eminently beautiful, and there was an air of mild resignation over her whole countenance, particularly touching, which, even in her most cheerful moments, bespoke her rather studying how to bear the evils she seemed to foresee than capable of enjoying the passing pleasure. Sorrow had left on her expressive features marks of its cruel power, and had anticipated the hand of time; for though she was not yet 30, she appeared 4 or 5 years older, and her dress offered nothing to undeceive the imagination, for it was so plain that nothing but its extreme neatness and finer linen distinguished her from women in the humblest rank of life. Her manners, however, would, in any dress or any situation of life, have marked her for a well-educated woman, and her voice was particularly pleasing to Celestina, who had been wearied by the harsh monotony of Mrs. Thorold or the affected lisp of her daughter. Celestina had not been an hour in company with Mrs. Elphinstone before she not only determined on going to Scotland with her if it were practicable, but felt so uneasy in the fear of a disappointment that she wished to have it immediately discussed. Cathcart, who easily understood her, then began to talk the matter over with his sister, and found that from the hint of it which he had before given her, she had been assiduously removing every objection that could arise. She answered for Mr. Elphinstone, whom Cathcart had before described to Celestina as good-natured even to a fault, and so fond of society as to have owed great part of his misfortunes to a passion for it; and Celestina, willing to be convinced of what she wished to believe, no longer hesitated. Nothing then remained but to prepare for their departure, which was fixed to be at the distance of 2 days. Cathcart undertook every preparation, and having settled everything as far as it could be that evening, he took leave of Celestina, for whom Mrs. Elphinstone had procured an apartment in the same house, and went to a coffee-house where he had bespoke a bed, promising to be with them the next morning. Celestina, early on that morning, arose to write the letter she had long meditated to Willoughby. She was now able to give such reasons for her quitting Mr. Thorold as he could not disapprove, and though he might perhaps think her present plan a strange one, he would be easy, she thought, in the reflection that it was attended with no personal danger, and that she was with Cathcart's sister. One only objection now struck her, and that was the length of time which must elapse before she could receive his letters. But on the other hand, if the strange obstacles to their meeting remained, it was uncertain whether he would write to her, and if they were removed, she hoped that he would fly to her with equal eagerness, whether she was in Devonshire or in the extreme parts of Scotland. She collected, therefore, everything her tenderness suggested to make Willoughby easy about her if he still loved her, and was shedding involuntary tears over that painful doubt, when, as she had just concluded her letter, Vavasor very abruptly entered the dining-room, where Mrs. Elphinstone had not yet taken her seat, being detained by the care of her 4 children, whom she attended to entirely herself. Vavasor entered with the gay confidence of a welcome visitor, but was a little disconcerted by the languid coldness with which Celestina received him, and by the air of melancholy she assumed, and the traces of recent tears which he observed on her cheeks. He inquired if she was not writing to Willoughby, and on her answering "yes," asked her what she had said to him of her future intentions as to residence. "I've told him," replied she, "that I am going to Scotland." "To Scotland? Impossible! You are laughing at me." "Indeed, I am going to Scotland," said she, "and I thought you had known it." "To Scotland? No, I imagined you would take lodgings either in London or its neighbourhood, and wait for letters from George, which must soon be here, and be certainly decisive." "That is by no means certain," answered Celestina, "and whatever the purport of those letters may be, I may hear it there as well as here." Vavasor now inquired more minutely into her plan, against which he first levelled his whole powers of ridicule, as being wild, romantic, unpleasant, and productive of nothing but disappointment and fatigue. But finding Celestina proof against all the ludicrous lights in which he could represent it, he became serious, and vehemently inveighed against the folly and hazard of a journey to the most desolate and dreary country of Britain, to reside with people whom she did not know, and who were themselves only adventurers on a wild and speculative scheme that would probably be abortive. He represented very forcibly the discomforts she must meet with, and the little pleasure or knowledge which the view of such a country could offer to counterbalance them. But she was as indifferent to local circumstances as to the ridicule of those who would, he said, laugh at her pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Columba. And he had exhausted almost all his arguments without making any alteration in her resolution, when the entrance of Mrs. Elphinstone and Cathcart obliged him to desist. From their conversation he had the mortification of hearing that everything would be ready for their journey the next day but one, and of finding that Cathcart never supposed he meant to object to any plan of Celestina's, who was entirely mistress of her actions. Unused to any opposition, Vavasor could hardly brook it, even from those who were his equals; and though he had hitherto behaved to Cathcart as if he had considered him as such, his spirit now revolted at what he thought the opposition of an inferior and a dependent. He became silent during breakfast, and was very evidently displeased, and as soon as he could he desired Cathcart to walk with him for half an hour in the park. He there remonstrated very warmly against Celestina's going, and urged, among many other reasons, the objections Willoughby would make to it. Cathcart, convinced from this conversation that it was necessary for her to be removed as far as possible from Vavasor, kept his temper, and referred his impetuous opponent to Celestina herself. He went back, therefore, to Mrs. Elphinstone's lodgings to make another effort, but had the additional mortification of finding the ladies gone out to make purchases, and all his subsequent attempts that day to see them were abortive. The next he attended very early at their door, and saw a chaise there, into which he found them almost instantly stepping, to dine at Richmond with an old relation of Mrs. Elphinston's and Cathcart's, of whom it was necessary for the former to take leave; and all Vavasor's disregard for forms could not authorise his intruding himself upon them there. He called in the evening in Suffolk Street, but they were not returned, and was there again at 10 o'clock, and told they were gone to bed. At daybreak the next morning he proposed to beset the door, though almost hopeless now of detaining Celestina. The habits of life, however, he was accustomed to, and some additional wine drank the evening before to conquer his vexation, contributed to keep him long after daybreak from being on the watch, and on his arrival about 7 o'clock, he learned from Cathcart, who was just setting out for Devonshire with the two little girls and a servant he had hired to take care of them, that Celestina and his sister had been gone above 2 hours, and were probably many miles on the North Road. Vavasor received this intelligence with indignation and resentment, which Cathcart pretended not to observe; and busying himself in placing his little girls in the chaise and settling their baggage, he in a few moments wished Vavasor a good morning, and left him to curse his destiny at his leisure, which he did very liberally for some moments. And then determining to think no more of Celestina, he plunged, in order to forget her, into those scenes where he was certainly not apprehensive of meeting anybody like her; and with a party he formed there, he went in a few days to Orkneybury, his seat in Staffordshire, where he tried to persuade himself that he hated and despised all modest women, and never would give himself a moment's concern about one of that description again. Very differently did Montague Thorold sustain the loss of Celestina's company, and the cruel probability, amounting almost he believed to a certainty, that he should never see her again. While he remained at his father's house, which was hardly a week after her quitting it, he fed his unhappy love by collecting many little memorials of her, which he preserved as sacred relics with all the fond idolatry of romantic passion. A cambric handkerchief which she had dropped, marked by her own hands and with her own hair, was one of the principal of these, and in it he constantly kept folded up the sonnet, written with a pencil, which he steeped in milk to preserve the letters from being erased, a card on which she had sketched a landscape, and a profile which he attempted to make of her one evening by a shade, though his trembling hand and want of skill had deprived it of much resemblance, were added to the packet which he thus wore in his bosom, and which he so delighted in contemplating that he forgot all other claims upon his time, and regardless of what his family said or thought, passed whole days alone in the fields, or when he was with them, was reserved, silent, and restless. Mr. Thorold saw all this with great concern, but still flattered himself that absence, and returning again to his studies and his college friends, would insensibly wean him from the indulgence of a fruitless passion; and sometimes he entertained a vague and distant hope that if Willoughby resigned all pretensions to the hand of Celestina, the merit and attachment of Montague might have a claim to her gratitude and her affection. But of this he gave not the most distant hint to his son, and parted with him without naming Celestina, or seeming to notice the state of his mind in regard to her. Celestina in the meantime was journeying towards Scotland with Mrs. Elphinston and her two little boys. As Cathcart had hired a chaise to carry them to Edinburgh, where Elphinston was to meet them, they travelled slowly; but as the weather was delightful, and her companion became every day more agreeable to her, Celestina was in no haste to reach the end of her journey. Everything in this part of England was new to her, and since the fatal hour of her separation from Willoughby she had never been so calm as she now felt herself, though far enough from being happy. The oftener she read over the letters she had received from Willoughby, which were her constant companions, the more steadily she reflected on his principles and his character, more firmly she became persuaded that whatever was the cause of their separation, it was not owing to his preference of another, to idle caprice, or to any motive which should make her blush for his morals or his heart. In this reliance on the honour of the man to whom her heart was fondly devoted, she found so much consolation that she drove from her as resolutely as she could all those suspicions which had embittered her mind on the information Vavasor had given her. She thought it very possible that the Castlenorths were gone abroad, because Lord Castlenorth was never well in England, and his lady, of more consequence among the English in Italy than she could be in London, or even at Castlenorth, was much fonder of being looked up to there than in being lost in the crowd of those who were of equal or superior rank at home. Their daughter too affected foreign manners and foreign sentiments, and with the figure and countenance of a coarse English female peasant, assumed sometimes the animated vivacity of the Neapolitan beauty, and sometimes the insinuating languor of the Venetian, and when in England had very frequently declared her dislike of the people and the country, and expressed her wonder that those who could converse in any other should use the harsh and vulgar language of the English. That a family thus disposed should not remain in their native country, and above all, after the mortification they must have met with from Willoughby's rejection of their alliance, was not extraordinary. But Celestina endeavoured to persuade herself that though they were on the continent, it was with no intention of renewing their negotiation with him, to which their pride would never suffer them to stoop, and that, though he should meet them there, it would be on his part involuntary, and only as the nephew of Lord Castlenorth, by no means as the lover of his daughter. Notwithstanding all her arguments, however, and all her dependence on Willoughby's love and constancy, she was sometimes conscious of returns of suspicion and fear, and unable wholly to stifle the pangs she then felt, she endeavoured to think less of herself and more of others, and above all to interest herself for Mrs. Elphinston, who seemed every hour more worthy of her regard. In the course of their conversation she found that Mr. and Mrs. Elphinston, reduced as they had lately been in circumstances, had once been in a very different situation of life, and she could not resist the inclination she felt to learn what reverse of fortune had thrown them into the distressed condition which Jessie had described to her, and which had made a deep and painful impression on the generous sensibility of Celestina. But however her anxiety was excited, she had so much delicacy as to avoid wounding her new friend by showing it, unlike that very common description of people who love to inquire into the sorrows and misfortunes of others, not with any view to relieve or even to soothe them, but merely to gratify an impertinent curiosity, and to rise higher in their own idea by the comparison, while they cry like the Pharisee, "Lord, I thank thee that I am not as other men are, even as this publican." To an heart such as Heaven had bestowed on Celestina, there was something in misfortune not only respectable, but sacred, and she behaved towards Mrs. Elphinston with infinitely more attention than she could ever prevail upon herself to show to Mrs. Thorold, amid all her bustle of affluence and her claims upon the veneration of the world from good dinners and rich connections. Mrs. Elphinstone, however, who was aware that Celestina knew part of her history, was very solicitous to relate to her the whole of it, conscious that in her opinion she should lose nothing, and that Celestina had in some measure a right to inquire into the life of a person to whom she had given her confidence, and who was a candidate for her friendship and her esteem. She waited therefore a fit opportunity the second day of their journey to drop something of her family, and seeing that Celestina wished to know more, she said, smiling, "It is something like the personage with whom we are presented in old romances, and who meet in forests and among rocks and recount their adventures. But you know, my dear Mr. Mornay, that I feel very much disposed to enact such a personage, and though it is but a painful subject, to relate to you my past life." "And do you know, dear madam," replied Celestina, "that no wandering lady in romance had ever more inclination to lose her own reflections in listening to the history of some friend who has by chance met her, lost in the thorny labyrinth of uneasy thoughts, than I have to listen to you." "Well, then," rejoined Mrs. Elphinstone, "you shall hear all that has befallen me, even from my girlish days. Mine has been a life, not marked, I think, with anything very extraordinary, but invariable ill fortune, which, though I could not escape it, I trust I have sustained with fortitude. But here," continued she, pointing to her children, "here are my little supporters. Without them, without feeling that they were a trust committed to me by Heaven, from my sacred attention to which, no personal sufferings, no care for myself, could exempt me even for a moment, I am afraid I should have tired long ago in the rude and various path I have trod. But my exordium will be longer than my history. My family are of Scottish origin. My father, one of its younger branches, was settled as a merchant in London, and was engaged in the American trade, by which he was making a respectable provision for his family of 3 daughters and 3 sons, of whom my dear Frank was the youngest, when the course of his business brought him acquainted with the family of Mr. Elphinstone, who had possessions in the West India Islands. The father of Mr. Elphinstone inherited some of these from his family, but, of a greater part, became possessed by purchases made of land in the islands ceded to England at the peace of 1762. They at first promised to answer his most sanguine expectations, and on the strength of those promises he quitted the West Indies, where he had lived many years on his own estate, and came to London, establishing his household in a style of expense more suitable to his imaginary than his real fortune. His family consisted of a wife who had never been in England before, and who brought with her all the pride she had boundlessly indulged in Antigua, 5 children, and as many negroes. A few years convinced Mr. Elphinstone that he had reckoned somewhat too fast on his annual income, but he was not disposed to diminish the showy and expensive style in which he first set out, and had he himself thought of it, the opposition he was sure to meet with from his wife and children would have deterred him from any attempt to put a scheme of economy in practice. His daughters were most expensively educated and still more expensively dressed, their mother wisely making a point of their being always the best dressed girls in the school to which they were sent, though among their schoolfellows there were many children of the nobility. The 2 boys were placed at Westminster School, where the elder was soon distinguished for having more money and less understanding than any boy of his age, and where the tyrannical disposition which he had been suffered to exercise over the unfortunate black people among whom he had passed his childhood broke out in so many instances that he was as much hated for his overbearing temper as despised and laughed at for his ignorance and his vanity. The youngest, who is now my husband, was in everything the reverse of his brother, open, good-humoured, and undesigning, too gay and careless to think, too quick to learn, which, however paradoxical it may sound, is in many instances true. The boy who knows he can learn in half an hour a task which another cannot conquer in a day, is very apt to let alone learning it till application becomes too late. Alexander Elphinstone, however, was so much a favourite, that when he neglected to do his business, somebody or other was always willing to do it for him, and when his father took him from school to place him at an academy where he was to be qualified for a merchant, he was as much regretted as his brother was detested, who had now acquired in the school the name of Squire Squashy, which he never afterwards lost. It was about the year 1770 that Mr. Elphinstone, the father, in seeking for a counting house to place his youngest son, was introduced to my father. The pomp with which the old gentleman was surrounded, the high style in which he accustomed himself to talk, the details of his estates, though some of them brought him every year in debt, his negroes and his sugar works dazzled my father's eyes, who had been accustomed only to a plainer style of life and less flattering views of profit. He was pleased with the thoughts of taking into his counting house the son of a man so opulent, and when he saw the young gentleman himself, was immediately prejudiced in his favour. Elphinston was then a tall boy of 16. His dark complexion was enlivened by black eyes full of spirit and vivacity, and his countenance, if not handsome, was expressive of an open and ingenuous mind. The premium which my father asked was agreed to, and young Elphinston became one of our family, which consisted of my father, his second wife, by whom he had no children, my 2 sisters, and myself. For of my 3 brothers, one was placed at the Temple, another was gone to the East Indies, and the youngest, my dear Frank, was then at school. My mother-in-law was one of those common characters which are so difficult to describe unless it be by negatives. She was not ill-natured, she was not a woman of understanding, she was not handsome, she was not young, she was not well born or well educated; but my father, who had married her to take care of his family, and to put the £3,000 she possessed into his business, was well enough contented to see that she did not behave ill to his children, that she brought him no more, and that she had always a plain dinner ready for him when he came from 'Change, was satisfied with going on a Saturday to a country house at Clapton, near Hackney, and receiving the visits of the wives and daughters of traders like himself, and had been brought up with no higher ideas of elegance than what were answered by their society, or fancied any superior entertainment was to be found than what she enjoyed in the front boxes at a play twice a year, or in a Christmas attendance at Hackney Assembly. It is true that on these occasions she loved to be fine, to wear rich silks and good lace, to clean and exhibit her mother's rose diamond earrings, and to wear my father's picture by way of bracelet, fastened by garnets on her comfortable round arm. But these were indulgences about which he never contended, and was rather pleased that Mrs. and the Miss Cathcarts began to be considered as people of some consequence in the circle in which they moved, while he gradually obtained in the city the name of a warm man. I was not more than 11 years old when Mr. Elphinston became a member of our family. One of my sisters was 4 years older, and the other a year younger; but my eldest sister, at about the age of 17, was married to a young West Indian of whom my father had the care, and went with him to settle in Barbadoes. My sister Emily and I grew up to consider Elphinston as our brother, but I soon learned to think of him with particular partiality, and to grieve at the frequent occasions which my father had to complain of him. He was wild, eccentric, and ungovernable; sometimes rode away to races when he ought to have been settling with the grocers, for my father was now deeply engaged in the West India trade, and sometimes got into scrapes with his old schoolfellows, and was found at the watch house instead of the counting house; or if he attended those solemn meetings at which the price of freight or the quality of Osnaburgs was discussed, he turned the venerable persons of the old merchants and grocers into ridicule, and while they thought he was making calculations, was frequently drawing caricatures of them in all their majesty of wig, upon the leaves of his memorandum book. But with all this, he was so capable of business, so ready with his pen, and so perfectly master of accounts, that my father often said he could do more business in an hour than he himself could do in 3, and that if once he became steady, he would make a great figure as a merchant. His father, the elder Mr. Elphinston, found it convenient, after his son had been with us a year or 2, to cultivate very assiduously an acquaintance with our family. Mrs. Elphinston, who had reluctantly consented that her youngest son should be brought up a merchant, now condescended to visit us, and in her drawling way to attempt civility. The Miss Elphinstons were directed to forget the distance between Cavendish Square and Mincing Lane, and to visit us often, while we were of course mightily delighted to receive invitations to their routs, and to be admitted to add to the crowd which 4 or 5 times in a winter filled their rooms in Cavendish Square. Insensibly my good mother-in-law acquired a taste for what was then called the other end of town, and no longer contented with the gratifications of Haberdashers' Hall or the Crown and Anchor, which had once been the utmost limits of her ambition, she learned to sigh for the Soho assembly, for 25 tables, and the company of titled dowagers and yellow admirals. If this unfortunate mania seized her, it was not wonderful that it extended itself to us. Emily had a very fine voice, and the Miss Elphinstons had concerts to which she was invited. We both had learned among ourselves to act parts of plays. The Miss Elphinstons had at their house at Ealing a private theatre, and we were promoted to parts in their drama. Looking upon us as inferior to them in our persons, in our education, in our family, and in our fortunes, no idea of rivalry ever disturbed this intercourse, and insensibly we passed more time with them than we did at home, whither I should always have returned with murmurs and regret if it had not been the only place where I could meet young Elphinston without witnesses, the only place where some folly of the moment did not seem to make him forget the preference he professed to give me. Such was the situation of the two families, when the eldest son of the Elphinstons, the gentleman who had been distinguished at Westminster by the appellation of Squire Squashy, arrived from a 12-months' tour in France and Italy, and with him a sort of tutor who had been sent with him at a very exorbitant salary. To all the native arrogance and invincible stupidity of his original character, this elder brother had added the pertness of fancied knowledge and the consciousness of travelled superiority. A more disgusting character could hardly be imagined. He was now not only above all the rest of the world, but infinitely above his own family. His mother was silenced by, "Good madam, how is it possible you should know?" His father, by a silent shrug of contempt and a disdain of argument; while his sisters, who piqued themselves upon their elegance and fashion, were ridiculed for being si bourgeois that they were hardly within the possibility of being made comme il faut. As to my sister and myself, who were with them when he arrived, he looked at us once through his opera glass, inquired who we were, and hearing we were the daughters of his father's merchant and lived in the city, he never, on any occasion that I can recollect, deigned to notice us again. Unhappily, the gentleman who had travelled and who still continued with him, saw with different eyes my poor little Emily, then not quite 15. He affected to be highly pleased with her singing, and undertook to give her instructions. He would teach us both French, and corrected our acting. We were invited to pass 2 months at Ealing, at a house which Mr. Elphinston rented, and to which his daughters had given the name of Cypress Grove, though not a cypress higher than a gooseberry bush was near it, and there we were to act plays, in which, though the elder hope of the family declined taking a part and absented himself from the set entirely, his travelling friend, whose name was Beresford, was of great consequence, and Alexander Elphinston was permitted by my father to quit, on those occasions, the high counting stool and sharp desk for the throne of King Pyrrhus, or the triumphal car of his namesake Alexander. I will own that, young as I then was, being not quite 16, my childish heart was enchanted with these amusements, especially when he bore a part in them to whom that heart was already so fondly attached. Unsuspecting and artless, I dreamed not of the mischief which lurked under all this festive pleasure, and incapable of thinking for myself, I was a very insufficient guard to my sister, who was still younger and more thoughtless, yet to me was she entrusted, unless, which did not very often happen, my mother left the card table to be a spectator of the amusements of the younger part of the company. Emily, however, was always with me, but it is true that young Elphinston was always with me too, and in listening to him I heard not or attended not to the more dangerous conversation with which Mr. Beresford entertained my sister. He contrived most artfully to put her upon her guard against all confidence, which he knew must ruin his scheme, and the first idea I had of my poor Emily's misfortune was, when on awaking one morning I found she was already risen, contrary to her usual custom. I was not, however, alarmed till, on beginning to dress myself, I found the drawers where we kept our clothes were emptied of everything of hers. Even then I had only a confused idea of what had happened, till, in looking wildly round the room, I saw a note upon the table, which I opened in trembling astonishment, and read thus: "My dear sister, to avoid any arguments in regard to a step I was determined to take, I have said nothing to you that I meant to leave you. I hope you will forgive it, and assure yourself I am safe, and in the care of a man of strict honour, who will himself write to my father, and I do not know that I am accountable to anybody else but to him for my actions. You shall hear of me soon, when I shall have exchanged the name of Emily Cathcart for that of your still affectionate sister, Emily Beresford." My ideas were at once so painful and so confused that I lost all recollection for a moment, and running downstairs half dressed as I was, I asked in breathless agitation for my sister Emily. The servants who were up, for it was yet early morning, stared at me without comprehending my distress, and I found nobody disposed to attend to me till the younger Elphinston met me and eagerly inquired what was the matter. I put the note I held into his hand, sat down in the seat of a window, and burst into tears. He saw in a moment what my ignorance of the world had in some measure concealed from me, and knowing that Beresford was the last man in the world likely to marry, he knew that Emily was lost. Neither my father or his wife were then at Ealing, and he paused a moment on what could be done. He then endeavoured to console and reassure me, and went to his father and his mother to inform them of what had happened. The old gentleman came to me in a few moments, advised me to go immediately home and acquaint my parents, and sent a servant for a post chaise, in which he said his younger son should attend me. I hardly know how I left the house, but I remember Mrs. Elphinston did not appear, and that the young ladies expressed none of that concern which I thought I should have felt for the rest, had any one of them disappeared under circumstances so prejudicial to their fame. The travellers now arrived at Stilton, where they were to rest that night. It was late, and Mrs. Elphinston appearing a good deal fatigued, Celestina besought her to delay any further gratification of her curiosity till the next day. She then assisted her friend in giving her children their supper and putting them to bed, and after a short repast together they retired to rest in 2 beds in the same room, where the children were already asleep. End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 12. The following day they proceeded early on their journey, and Mrs. Elphinstone thus reassumed her narrative. In our way from Ealing to London, Alexander Elphinstone endeavoured by every argument in his power to strengthen my resolution, and calm those fears I expressed at meeting with my father and mother, who would, I apprehended, be enraged against me for a misfortune they had themselves taken no pains to prevent. This dreadful meeting must, however, be hazarded. I tottered as well as I was able into the dining-room, and sending for my father out of his counting-house, I put into his hands the fatal note, and informed him as well as I could of what had happened. He was too reasonable to blame me for an error he had as little foreseen himself, but hastening out of the room with Elphinston, inquired, as I afterwards learned, whether he thought Beresford meant to marry my sister. Elphinston, with some hesitation, answered that he feared not. "Let us then," said he, "endeavour to find her, and if it be possible, hush up this unhappy affair before it becomes more known." Elphinston most willingly agreed to assist him in the search, and my elder brother was sent from the Temple for the same purpose. His anger and indignation were much more turbulent than my father's. He vowed vengeance against Beresford, and set out in pursuit of him in such a temper of mind as made me dread the consequence should he find him. To find him, however, every effort proved abortive. Among other places, my Mr. Elphinston went to inquire for him at the lodgings his elder brother had taken in Piccadilly. The squire received him with that contemptuous coldness which he thought was all he owed to a merchant's clerk, and upon his eager inquiry after Beresford, and learning the reason of it, he said, "What a fuss is here indeed, about a little grisette! Why, one would think Beresford had carried off an heiress. Let him alone, and I dare say he will bring her back again." His brother, enraged at this insult, spoke to him very freely, which he returned no otherwise than by calling him quill-driver and macaroni of Mincing Lane. The brothers parted in wrath, and the younger returned home lamenting his fruitless search, and devising new measures for the next day. These, however, were equally successless. Poor Emily was lost to us for ever, and the feeble hope that Beresford might have married her every day became fainter. This unhappy affair put an end to our intercourse with the Elphinston family, and was indeed the first signal of a long, long series of calamities. I observed that my father grew extremely uneasy at something that related to the situation of his affairs. He began to complain that Mr. Elphinston's remittances fell very short of what he expected, that he was paid no interest for the large sums he had advanced for him, and while he was deliberating how to get out of the difficulties these circumstances threw him into, he received information that Mr. Elphinston, deeply involved before, had been overwhelmed by the expenses of his eldest son, and the failure of his remittances, had gone off in the night from his house at Ealing to Falmouth, whence he had embarked in the packet for Antigua, while his lady and family had shut up their houses at Ealing and in Cavendish Square, and were gone to Bath. These terrible tidings fell on my father like a stroke of thunder, and for some time he was unable to attempt applying any remedy to the evils he saw gathering around him. But from the torpor of immediate anguish he was roused by the pressing demands of those, of whom he had on his own security borrowed money for the supply of Mr. Elphinston. It was at a season when many months were to intervene before he could receive any remittances from his correspondent, even if his correspondent should have honour enough to send them, and bankruptcy and ruin seemed inevitable. He had, however, as he thought, a friend in a very eminent banker, who a few months before, on his engaging so largely with Mr. Elphinston, had heard some report that that gentleman had influenced him in favour of the banker with whom he was connected, on which my father's friend, a man of immense property, had then written to him thus: "My dear Sir, the intimation I have this day received of your connection about to be formed with Mr. Elphinston is the occasion of this address. It would be injurious to that friendship you so constantly profess towards me, to doubt a moment that, to have an occasion of serving me, would be a real pleasure to your good self. From a conversation between Mr. Elphinston and my brother Peter, who were acquainted by meeting at the house of Sibley and Co., I am very apprehensive we run the risk of losing a connection so pleasing to me by his influence and inclination to another house. Upon your friendship, dear sir, I rely to save me from so great a mortification and concern, as I flattered myself the connection between your house and ours was formed for many, many years. Let your goodness towards me, therefore, prevent your other connections from breaking it, and I hope your friendship for me admits of no diminution, as mine towards you never will assuredly. My very best and sincerest wishes waits in the meantime on worthy Mrs. Cathcart, your good self, and every member of your amiable family, who am, my dear sir, your most sincere and faithful friend and obliged humble servant, Timothy Heavyland. London, January 30th, 17 . To this affectionate and sincere gentleman, whom my father had instantly obliged in dropping all thoughts of complying with Elphinston's request, he now wrote, and describing with great simplicity his present embarrassment, which he hoped would be only temporary, besought him to advance him £500 for the present demands of tradesmen, till remittances came in, and till he could obtain assistance from his other friends, to which he received the following answer: Sir, yours is come to hand. Our house, on making up your book, find they have already advanced you £216 18s. and 2d, 4 above your credit. We hoped you would have made this up by payments forthwith, instead of asking for a loan. Are sorry it is not in our power to comply therewith. I cannot take upon myself to advise them thereto, as I find myself blamed for being the occasion of the present advance, and that our house are uneasy at the non-payment thereof. Hope you will think immediately of replacing it, and will oblige thereby. Sir, your humble servant, Timothy Heavyland. The eyes of my poor father were now completely opened, and all the horrors of his fate were before him. Young Elphinston, still sanguine as to his father's property and his father's honour, was on this occasion his great resource. He was indefatigable in stemming the torrent of ill fortune thus brought upon us, and succeeded so well by various expedients as to support for a while the sinking credit of the house. But seeing my father become every day more and more anxious and doubtful about the elder Mr. Elphinstone, he proposed to go over to Antigua himself, and to this proposal added that of marrying me and taking me with him. My father, who found his health giving way under the accumulated calamities that had lately befallen him, now thought it better to accept this proposal, and by a union of families make it Mr. Elphinstone's interest to be just. We were married then, after a reluctant consent wrung from the haughty mother of my lover, and 3 weeks afterwards embarked for the West Indies. I was not yet old enough to consider the situation of our fortune with any great concern, but I parted from my own father with a sad presentiment that we were to meet no more, and I dreaded my introduction to the father of my husband. But I loved him. He was the most cheerful and sanguine creature in the world, and painted to me only scenes of prosperity and happiness, which I was well pleased to contemplate as true representations. Gracious Heaven! Could I then have foreseen all the misery that was in store for me, how should I have shrunk from a destiny so insupportable? How should I have wished that in a violent storm we met in the Bay of Biscay, we might perish? We arrived, however, after a tedious passage, at Antigua, and I was relieved from the discomforts of a long voyage to encounter, as I believed, what I dreaded more, the disdain and rudeness of my father-in-law. I landed, trembling with this apprehension, disgusted with everything I saw, and overcome with heat and sickness. But the first intelligence we heard was, that Mr. Elphinstone had been dead about a week of an epidemical distemper, and that his houses and plantations were in the possession of the agents of his eldest son. It was in vain that my husband desired to be admitted to reside on one of them till he could see into his father's affairs. The people who had been placed there refused him any satisfaction, and it was only by applying to the governor that he at length obtained a sight of the will, by which he found that his father had left everything to his elder brother, and an annuity to his mother of £800 a year, with £5,000 to each of his daughters and to his youngest son. But as the estates were not charged with these last legacies, nor able to pay them if it had, his nominal fortune gave him but little comfort, nor alleviated the concern with which he saw too evidently that all the sums of money lent by my father to his were entirely lost. The pain this gave him, the incessant fatigue to which he exposed himself in going to Granada and St. Vincent's, where his father had made purchases, at length overcame the natural strength of his constitution. After we had been about 4 months in the West Indies, living with his friends, he was seized at Granada with one of those fevers so common in that climate. An old French lady, who lived on her own estate near the lonely habitation where he was taken ill, had pity upon him, took him to her house, and by her extraordinary care carried him through the disorder. But he was very long in a state of infantine weakness, and could articulate nothing but a request that he might see his wife. It was some time before I received intelligence of his situation, and some time longer before I could get to him. The kindness of our foreign friend did not stop there. I was now in a state which excited her generous compassion towards me, and she insisted that instead of returning to Europe in a situation so unfit for a voyage, I should stay with her till the birth of my child. Poor Elphinstone's weak condition of health, indeed, rendered such a voyage as impracticable for him as for me. We accepted, therefore, the generous hospitality of Madame du Molinet, and at her house in Granada my eldest child was born. During the 5 months we remained there, we heard that the elder brother was come over himself to Antigua, and had taken possession of everything. We had therefore no business to go back, where we had no authority, nor indeed any provision, but as soon as our hostess would give us leave, embarked again to return to England more destitute than we had left it, and with a little unfortunate baby to share our distresses. We arrived there after an absence of 13 months, and hastened to London as cheaply as we could, for we had very little money. My poor Elphinston left me at the inn where we stopped, and went to my father's house. Never shall I forget the look with which he returned to me. His bloodless cheeks, his wild eyes, his trembling lips, spoke before he could utter a syllable. He sat down, looked earnestly on me a moment, then on his child, which was sleeping in my arms, started up, ran from us, staggered towards the wainscot, and fell. My screams brought the people of the inn into our miserable room. They took up the unhappy young man, and gave him what assistance they could, supposing that he had fallen into a fit. After a moment he recovered his speech, and entreating to be left alone with me, told me that my father was dead insolvent, all his effects sold, and my mother-in-law gone to reside with her relations in the north. "And 'tis I have undone thee, my Sophy," cried he. "'Tis I and my family who have reduced thee to beggary, and now I have not a place wherein to shelter thee and this dear hapless innocent." Agony now choked his utterance, and all my resolution was necessary to prevent his relapsing into the state he had just recovered from. Stifling therefore my own anguish, I besought him to take courage, declared that I feared nothing while he was with me and well, and urged him to think of some place where we might pass the night and recover courage to encounter what was before us. He seemed comforted by my calmness, and recollected an old servant of his father's who kept a lodging-house in Northumberland Street. Thither we determined to go. The man was gone from hence, but some other people who let lodgings now inhabited the house. They had a bedchamber on the second floor to let, and knowing something of us, took us in. Fatigue of body overcame for a short time the agony of mind my poor husband had felt. He was asleep by me, my infant was at my breast, but I could not sleep. All the horrors of poverty were before me, and my agitated spirit ran over every hope which yet remained for us, but rested securely on none. The morning at last came, and I now desired Elphinston to inquire out my eldest brother, who when we went away had chambers in the Temple, and to discover what was become of my dear Frank, whom we had left at school, and to whom I was always fondly attached. Poor Emily too recurred to me, but for her, alas, I dared not inquire. He went out therefore after breakfast, and returned in about an hour, with looks that gave me no favourable impression of his success. My eldest brother, he told me, had left his chambers, and had been married some months to a young woman of some fortune, at least in expectancy, being the only child of her parents, with whom they lived, and that her father, an attorney of practice in Warwick Court, Holborn, had taken my brother into his business. I saw him, however, said Elphinston, but he received me so coldly that I shall hardly repeat the visit. My heart sunk cold within me, and I had hardly courage to ask what was become of Frank. "He is at I know not what academy," replied Elphinston. "Your brother John told me, very coolly, that though he was so lucky as to have a provision by marriage himself, it was out of his power to provide for all his father's family, and thought it quite enough that he had been at so much expense for Frank, who must now," said he, "do something for himself, for I cannot undertake to pay his schooling another year. And you, sir, as it is owing to your family that my father was ruined, I hope you will now take this burthen off my hands, for my wife's family are very much discontented at my bearing it." "Gracious God!" cried I, "what will become of us? Oh, my poor baby, why wert thou ever born?" "To embitter our calamities," cried Elphinston, "rather ask my Sophy why I was ever born, who brought them upon thee and on that dear little victim." We had so little money left that it was necessary to think of something directly. Elphinston therefore went out again to inquire after his mother and his sisters, from some of those families who had, during their splendour, been the fondest of their society and the most frequently at their house. Among these was one lady who had always professed the greatest affection in the world for them all, never spoke to Mrs. Elphinston but as her dear friend, nor to her children under any other appellation than her sweet creatures or her amiable young friends. Elphinston gave me, as nearly as he could, the words in which she answered his inquiry. "Why, my dear sir, you must think how shocked and amazed I was. Your poor good mother, to be sure, I had a most sincere regard for her, and your sisters too, good sweet young women, so amiable, so accomplished. I'm amazed they never married. Well, poor things, God knows, to be sure, what is best for us. What is right, as Pope observes." "But, dear madam, I must beg to learn where my mother and sisters are. I am but just come from the ship that brought me back to England." "Is it possible? Poor young gentleman! I'm sure I wish I could inform you of anything agreeable. You don't know then, perhaps, that everything in Cavendish Square and at Ealing, was sold under executions, as I heard; but I heartily hope it was not so. Such a respectable family, and so many fine young people, and your poor good mother! I saw her at Bath last winter, after those disagreeable affairs, and was sorry to see that she had lost a great deal of her cheerfulness. To be sure, that was not to be wondered at. I told her how sincerely I wished her a pleasant voyage, poor worthy woman." After being compelled to listen to a great deal more of this fulsome cant, he at length learned that one of his sisters boarded with an apothecary's family at Bath, being in an ill state of health, and that his mother and the other two sisters, finding Mr. Elphinston, who was distinguished as Squire Squashy, little disposed to do them justice, had, by advice of their friends, embarked for Antigua, so that we probably passed them at sea. This was terrible. Every resource seemed to fail us, and in a few days famine was likely to stare us in the face. My beloved brother Frank, however, was, among all my own distresses, ever near my heart, and I determined for his sake, and because I would leave nothing unattempted for Elphinston and my child, to go myself to my eldest brother, to implore the kindliness of one and obtain a sight of the other. I said nothing, however, to Elphinston of this intention, fearing he might oppose it. I set forth alone, with my baby in my arms, for I could not leave it, nor could I afford to hire a coach. I rapped at the door, and inquiring for Mr. Cathcart, was told by the footman who opened it that I might wait in the passage, and he would see. In the passage I waited some minutes, and was then told that Mr. Cathcart was busy with some gentlemen, and that I must send in my business and call again. "Ah, Mr. Mornay, you have no relations, I think, nor can ever, nor ever will, I hope, feel how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to meet cruelty and scorn from those to whom the sick heart looks for pity and protection." I was unwilling to send in my name and a verbal message, as there were people with him. I therefore sat down on a bench where porters and servants sit in those passages, and wrote with a pencil, "It is your sister Sophie, who cannot call again." This brought out the great man, for great he suddenly was become. His likeness to my father, the tender recollection that he was my brother, made me forget all his unkindness the moment I saw him, and I was throwing myself and my child into his arms when a cold "How d'ye do, Mrs. Elphinston?" fixed me to the place. I suppose he thought by my looks that I should faint, and was afraid of being exposed to his servants and new relations, for he took my hand, faintly kissed my cheek, and leading me into a little dark parlour, where there was no fire, and desired me to sit down. Some remains of natural affection, which, in a young man, is very rarely totally extinguished, seemed to be contending with pride, avarice, and mean policy, and for a while kept him silent. He then inquired coldly into our situation, and as I related it, for he had no idea it was so bad, I saw those affections gradually shrink from the detail. His heart seemed to become harder as its tenderness became more necessary, and he declared to me at last that I had formed erroneous ideas of his situation if I thought it was in his power to be of any service to me. I rose to go, but desired a direction to Frank, which he gave me very unwillingly, for since I could contribute nothing to his support, he thought it useless for me to see him. I do not now very well know how I got out of the house of this cruel brother, who never introduced me to his family, or seemed to wish to see me again. But I recollect that when I came into Holborn I became so very faint and sick that I was obliged to get into a coach to return home, which I paid for by changing the last guinea I had in the world. Ah, my dear Mr. Mornay, veteran in sorrow as I have been since, I look back with wonder on the scene I afterwards passed through. I wonder how I supported it. We lingered on for 3 months at these lodgings, my beloved Frank often and always happy to be with us. He was now near 16, very tall and very manly, and repeatedly declared to Elphinston that he was well able to get his bread, or to assist him in any way of business he could enter into. Business, however, was not to be obtained without money; but my father's creditors, knowing how well Elphinston was acquainted with his affairs, engaged him to assist them in recovering debts due to him, and allowed him from time to time some very trifling compensation, which was our only support. As long, however, as he was well, as long as my little boy blessed me by its innocent smiles, I murmured at nothing, and the little time I could spare from nursing him, and after he was in his cradle of a night, I found exquisite pleasure in applying those little arts I had learnt as matters of amusement to the purposes of profit. They produced not much, but in our situation everything was a help, and our simple meal, partly the produce of my industry, and shared with my brother Frank, after Elphinston came home of a night, was infinitely a sweeter banquet than the insipid though splendid tables of the affluent had formerly afforded me. At length, however, the persecution of ill fortune, which seemed to have relaxed a little, began anew, and misery fell upon me where I could least bear it. Elphinston was seized again with an infectious fever, differing only from that he had at Granada in the symptoms occasioned by difference of climate. On his attendance on the creditors our daily and scanty subsistence depended. With his confinement every aid of that sort ceased, and I saw him languishing in a sick bed, in all the depression of a malignant fever, without the means of giving him the necessary assistance. A neighbouring apothecary, however, attended him, who told me that wine was absolutely necessary to be given him in large quantities. Where was I to get it? For the first time I had recourse to a pawnbroker, and my dear, dear Frank was my agent, for now, attached entirely to us, he quitted his school, where, indeed, he knew more than the master, and gave himself up wholly to our service, while my brother John, not sorry to be relieved from the expense of supporting him, remonstrated, or rather quarrelled with him once, and obtaining an excuse for shaking him off, saw him no more. I had a watch and a few trinkets. These were first disposed of, and then such clothes as I could spare, for I could not endure the thoughts of taking anything that belonged to Elphinston, though my trembling heart too often whispered that he would want them no more. Youth and the strength of his constitution carried him on many days through a rapid and generally fatal distemper, and at length my fainting courage was sustained by the hope of his recovery, when my lovely infant was seized with the same terrible disorder, and I was told that, as it was almost always fatal to children, I must not hope. I know not then what became of me, but I think that for some hours I was not in my senses. I recollect being seized with an earnest wish to have my child attended by a physician I had heard named as eminent for his humanity as for his peculiar skill in this disorder. And, as Frank was not at that moment with us, I wrapped myself in an old cloak, and leaving my poor infant to the care of his father, who was just able to sit by the cradle and look at him with eyes of hopeless agony, I went away myself to implore this physician to come to us, and had just sense enough to remember the direction I had received to his house, but none to notice the objects around me, or to care what people might think who saw me, with wild looks and uncertain steps, hurrying through the crowd of the busy and the happy. I had proceeded as far as the corner of Cecil Street, when a crowd of carriages and passengers impeded the crossing. I was making my way through them, heedless of the danger, and hardly hearing the noise, when a footman, in a livery glittering with lace, stopped me, and told me he was ordered by his lady to beg I would step to the door of her carriage and speak to her. "Oh, I cannot indeed," replied I, without inquiring who his lady was. My child is ill. I am going for advice for him." I would have passed the man, but he followed me and pointed to an elegant vis-a-vis that was drawn up close to the broad pavement. "Here is my lady, ma'am," said the man. I looked up. It was my Emily, my long lost, lamented Emily. I gave a faint shriek, and hardly heard her, in a low and tremulous voice, articulate, "My sister? My sister Sophie?" Not quite in my senses when I left my lodgings, this interview quite robbed me of them. I caught hold of the door of the carriage, or I should have fallen in the street. Every object swam before me, and I retained only recollection enough to cry, "My child! My child! Save my child!" and to hear Emily repeat, "What child? What can I do for you? Good heaven! What can I do for you?" But I was unable to answer. I found myself, however, in a few moments, placed in the carriage, and Emily holding her salts to my nose and chafing my temples. When my senses returned, my child was their first object, and again I exclaimed, "Oh, do not detain me! I must go to save my child, my poor little boy." "My dear, dear sister," cried Emily, "pray summons your recollection, and tell me whither you would go. We will drive to the place directly." In my anxiety for the life of my infant, I forgot the culpable conduct of my sister, and telling her where the physician lived, she gave orders to her coachman to hasten thither instantly. A strange stupor overwhelmed me. I could not speak till we came to the door of the house. I then looked out. I would have flown out of the carriage. He was not at home, but just as we were leaving the door he drew up to it. Then my voice and recollection returned to me. I besought him most earnestly to go with me. He was at that moment come from his first round of visits, to change his horses, and begged we would wait a few moments. But Emily urged him so earnestly to get into her carriage, saying she would take him to my lodgings and bring him back, that he could not resist her importunity. He went with us then, and so totally was my mind absorbed in the danger of my child, that I heeded not the strange contrast between my appearance and the gay splendour of my sister. I forgot what she was, and almost who she was, and only inquired, when the physician had seen my child, whether he would live. I saw by his looks his opinion to the contrary, nor indeed did he attempt to conceal it, but he besought me to attend to my own health and to that of my husband, gave directions about us all, and departed with my sister, refusing the fee I offered him, and telling me he would come again early the next day. Elphinston, amazed as he was at the scene that had passed, had no power to inquire the meaning of it, and I had none to explain it. All my resolution was roused to attend my dying infant, but all could not save him. He died, and now I tell it with dry eyes, though, when it beset me, I thought no blow could be so severe, and that I could not survive it. For since the birth of Cain, the first male child, to him that did but yesterday suspire, never was such a gracious creature born. Yet I have lived now above 10 years longer, my dear Miss de Mornay, and have learnt that there are such evils in life as make an early death a blessing. I was delirious, I know not how long, between the excess of my affliction and the opiates that were given me to deliver me a while from the sense of my misery. In the meantime my sister sent a careful person to attend me, and saw me every day herself, though I no longer knew her, or anybody but Elphinston, whose hand I held for hours, imploring him not to let them take my child from me. Emily did yet more. She supplied us with everything we wanted, attended herself to the funeral of my poor baby, and then took lodgings for us at Kensington, that we might be removed from the place where we had suffered so much calamity. In her frequent visits she spoke not either to Elphinston or Frank unless they first spoke to her, and never but on the subjects of my health and ease. I was not yet quite restored to my senses when we removed. She sent us by a porter the next day a £40 note, with these words: "My ever dear Sophy, having been lucky enough to be of some use to you, I rejoice that we have met, but now, if our future meetings should be unpleasant to you, it depends entirely on you whether they shall be repeated. Whatever may be my failings, or my errors, I trust that among them will never be reckoned want of love to my relations, whether they will acknowledge or no. Your still affectionate Emily." As soon as I was capable of reading and understand this, all that had passed came back to my recollection. I had been supported then for many days by the wages of shame, and now had nothing but a gift from the same hand to save my husband, my brother, and myself from actual hunger. "Oh, my dear father," cried I, "can you forgive your unfortunate child, or rather your unfortunate children? And ought I to refuse taking this lovely lost one, whose heart, so generous, so full of sensibility, cannot surely be quite hardened in a course of evil? I shall tire you, my dear madam, if I am so minute. Suffice it to say, that I saw my sister, that she owned all her guilt and all her folly, without having the power, or at that time perhaps the wish, to quit a manner of life where she possessed boundless splendour and luxury, for such a precarious subsistence as women can earn in business. My remonstrances she heard with gentleness, and mingled her tears with mine, but she pleaded gratitude to the friend who supported her, and the impossibility of her abandoning him, or existing if she did. I was afraid of inquiring who this was, but I found that it was some man of high rank who had taken her from the worthless Beresford, and with whom she had lived ever since. Her purpose seemed to be to detach my thoughts as much as possible from her situation, and to fix them on my own. And indeed it was very necessary, for we had now, in consequence of Elphinston's long illness, no support whatever but what her tenderness afforded us. As Elphinston recovered his health, his sanguine temper returned, and again he formed various projects of entering into business. It was now the midst of the American troubles, and some part of my father's property, which was thought recoverable, was there. Elphinston, who now, from long habit and from his natural disposition, was become unsettled and fond of speculative schemes, proposed to the creditors to go over there in search of these sums. I was still too ill and too much depressed by past sufferings to give very minute attention to this plan. I only resolved not to be left behind, but to share his destiny, whatever it might be. In a fortnight or 3 weeks he was every day in town, and the latter part of that time returned in remarkably gay spirits, and told me of I know not what prospects that were opening to him, to which, indifferent to everything beyond a mere subsistence, now that I had lost my boy, and long accustomed to hear of visionary fortune, I gave very little applause, till he came home one day elated beyond what I had ever seen before, and told me that an offer had that day been made to him to become a sort of under secretary to a man high in administration, into whose house he was to be taken, that he was to enter on his place the following week, had taken a lodging for me in the neighbourhood, and hired 2 female servants and a footman to attend. I wondered at, and rather blamed his precipitancy, but he assured me he was right. Frank went with us, as he was to be a sort of secretary, in his turn, to Elphinston, who was now domesticated with his patron, while my brother and I were in very handsome lodgings in Westminster. I do not know by what means the money came, but from this time it was as plenty with Elphinston as it had before been scarce. In a few months his views were so much enlarged that he took a house for me, increased the number of his servants, and from one thing to another our establishment was at length on a footing of splendour, against which I remonstrated in vain. He assured me that his future success depended on his keeping up such an appearance, that the emoluments of his place fully entitled him to it, and that I should soon see him permanently fixed in a situation such as would put us out of the power of fortune. In the meantime, as I never loved London, and as my health was very much hurt by a long continuance in it, I prevailed on him to let me have a small house at Sheen, near Richmond, where it would not be necessary, for me at least, to be always in company, which began to be unavoidable in London. To this proposal he consented at first with reluctance; but afterwards I thought he was not sorry to have his house in town at liberty to receive the parties he now made there, by which it became distinguished for good cheer and high living. I had by this time 2 boys, one of whom I have since lost, and the other is the eldest of these, and with many a silent and stifled sigh I wished their father would think, while in this prosperous train of fortune, of making some provision for his increasing family. He heard me always with his usual good temper, and as constantly assured me that he was laying by money every year, though I never could guess how or from whence it came. Frank, however, was not only supported like a gentleman, but had really more money than, had he been less prudent and steady, would have been proper for so young a man. Of this, notwithstanding the infectious example of the people among whom he lived, and even of Elphinstone himself, he always brought a part to me to put by for him. On these occasions I sometimes questioned him of their manner of life in London, whence I now entirely absented myself; and though he gave me such answers as would, he thought, prevent my inquietude, he was too ingenuous to be able to conceal the whole truth. Thus my prosperity was embittered by the fear of falling again into the adversity from which we had been delivered by miracle, and I lived in perpetual dread of evils I had no power to prevent. Alas! the greatest evil was already arrived, the estrangement of Elphinstone's heart. I saw it in 1,000 instances, but I knew that reproaches and importunity would not recall it, and I endeavoured, whenever he came down to Sheen, to appear cheerful, lest he should be quite won from me by those whom he now frequented. Though he has an excellent understanding, he became insensibly intoxicated with his good fortune, and never gave himself time to think how soon it might be at an end, till this fatal period actually arrived. His patron was dismissed from his employment, and the golden dream vanished at once. I knew then that out of immense sums of money he had made, by means of which I understand nothing, he had not reserved £500, and I knew that a mistress whom he had supported in great splendour had pillaged him of 20 times that sum. But he was now humbled and unhappy. I forgave all his failings, and should have blessed the chance that had restored him to me, had we but a competence to live upon. After all our plate and fine furniture in London was sold, and our debts called in, we found ourselves about £200 worse than nothing. But Elphinstone still told me he had friends, and now commenced a course of felicitation and attendance, to which the humblest and severest labour is in my mind infinitely preferable. And in the meantime our subsistence was derived from his writing for the papers, and now and then by an 18-penny political pamphlet. I did not notice that in the height of our prosperity my brother John assiduously courted our regard, and Elphinstone had procured him many advantages, among others that of being steward to a nobleman by whom he made a great deal of money, so that he was, on our decline, more prosperous than ever. With our failure, however, his love failed also, and all we could now obtain of him was, to take Frank as a sort of assistant into his business. My poor Emily, who from gratitude and pity I could never wholly forsake, was at this time abroad with her friend, and I had nothing to support me against the heavy tide of adversity, but the consciousness of having done my duty, and the firm reliance on Heaven which that consciousness gave me. 4 years we lingered on, sometimes flattered by hope of some trifling place, and sometimes supported by small remittances from Elphinston's mother, while she complained heavily of the conduct of her eldest son, who had deprived her and his sisters of everything he could take from them. Oh, never may those who have it in their power to secure an independence foolishly throw it away, and trust to the fallacious assurances of that friendship which flourishes only in the sunshine of affluence. Day after day did poor Elphinston now attend those men who but a few months ago were his assiduous friends, many, into whose pockets he had been the means of putting thousands, now shut their doors against him, while, of those who could not so easily escape from his importunity, some blamed him for the expense at which he had lived, talked of the advantages of economy, and of the demands of their own family. Others very gravely harangued on the caprice of fortune, the ups and downs of the world, thanked God they had but a little, but that little was, they hoped, secure, yet most truly lamented that it was too little to enable them to follow the warm dictates of their hearts in aiding a friend they so much respected and esteemed. And with this sort of language bowed him out, whose favour and recommendation they had only a few months before solicited with meanness equal to their present ingratitude. Wearied at length by this sad experience of a world to which he was still too much attached, and where, from the vivacity of his sanguine temper, he was long unwilling to relinquish the hope of rising again into consideration, he took up once more his old projects of recovering the money due to his father in America, and though that country was no longer under the government of Britain, and his expectations of success greatly diminished, he contrived to persuade those persons who were interested to furnish him with a small supply of money, and we went, a wandering and unhappy family, to America. I could give you, my dear Mr. Mornay, a long detail of our pilgrimage, of our being once fixed on a farm in the back settlements, and exposed to terrors from the Indians, which, with all my courage, it was utterly out of my power to support. But I have already been too prolix, and tired you with a long history of sorrow, from which your sensible heart requires some relief. Alas, I cannot give it you while I dwell on my own sad story. I will therefore, as briefly as I can, conclude it, by telling you that we were 4 years in America, and 2 in Antigua, where my husband joined his own family, and tried to establish himself as a merchant. But he was by this time considered as a schemer, as an unlucky man, as one not born to be prosperous, and this design ended, like the rest, in disappointment. I have obtained, however, some advantages by my itinerant life. I have learnt resignation, and have seen that almost every condition of humanity has evils equal to mine, though I have sometimes thought them insupportable. But in acquiring patience, hope, I own, has escaped me, nor have I now any other wish than to see my children well, and to be able to find them bread. The distinctions of rank have long since, too, been lost to me, who have passed from competence to extreme poverty, from extreme poverty to high affluence, and have again fallen to all the miseries of dependence and indigence. When Frank, therefore, first declared to me his attachment to Jessie Woodburn, I opposed his marriage, not from pride, but from the apprehension of redoubling his difficulties. I then, it is true, depended almost entirely on the generous assistance of that excellent brother; but, believe me, that would never have induced me to oppose what was requisite to his happiness. I had not known Jessie long before I lost every idea of opposition to it, and I wished to see them married long before I knew what favourable prospects might one day open to the object of his affection. To foresee to whom she would owe the realizing those prospects, to whom she would afterwards be the means of my being known, was, you know, impossible." "And where, my dear madam," inquired Celestina, "where was Mr. Elphinston at the time you speak of?" "He was gone again to Antigua on account of his mother's death. I was left with 4 children and so little money that heaven only knows what would have become of them and of me had it not been for Frank." "And your sister Emily? I cannot help being interested for her with all her failings." "Ah, would to heaven I knew what was now her lot! I lost all traces of her after my going to America, nor could mine or Frank's most assiduous inquiries ever since gain any intelligence. She has changed her name, or taken some other means to avoid us; circumstances that make me fear she is sunk below her former brilliant but discreditable and destructive condition. When I think of her and of my children, my stoicism forsakes me; and of her, unless I could snatch her from a manner of life so terrible, I endeavour not to think; for the thoughts of what she is, and of what she may be, I am very frequently unable to bear. You will allow, my dear Mr. Mornay, that my own situation requires all my courage. A new and perhaps an abortive project now carries me to the remotest part of Scotland, with a heart, I hope not callous, but exhausted by long suffering. My husband is amiable, good-tempered, and I believe truly attached to me, but he is so volatile, so unsteady, misfortune has made him restless, and his desultory life increased the original blemish of his temper, a want of firmness, from which have arisen some of the evils that have pursued us. One of his sometime friends procured him the little appointment he now holds, rather to get rid of his importunity, I think, than to do him real service. It may, however, afford us a residence and a support, and I need not say that its distance from the scene of our former prosperity and former adversity is to me its greatest recommendation. If my husband can learn to be content among the cold and dreary Hebrides, if my children have their health, food, and shelter, never shall I be heard to repine; and indeed my journey, in having you for my companion, begins under auspices so favourable that my heart, dead to hope as it has long been, is yet not insensible of something that nearly resembles it." This conversation brought the travellers to the end of their 3rd day's stage, and Celestina, more than ever interested for Mrs. Elphinston, forgot for a moment everything but the series of undeserved calamities to which she had been listening. End of Chapter 12. End of the 2nd volume.
Volume 3, Chapter 1 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 1. At the end of a week, Celestina, with Mrs. Elphinstone and her children, were arrived at the small village of Kirby Thorn, where, as the youngest of the little boys had appeared the preceding day to Droop, his mother determined to pass the night. Celestina, who saw her friend greatly alarmed by the indisposition of the child, endeavoured to appease her fears by imputing it to the fatigue and heat of their journey; but the terrified mother saw every moment new grounds for her apprehensions, and the next day the child was evidently much worse. 24 hours more passed in painful solicitude, and then Mrs. Elphinstone knew that it was the measles, and became much easier, though the eldest boy had every symptom of having taken the same disorder. Mrs. Elphinstone never left her children a moment, and Celestina with the tenderest solicitude assisted her. The elder boy was of a sanguine and irritable constitution, and the eruptive fever ran high, while the situation they were in, at a little inn where the servants and children of the house had not had the distemper, was rendered extremely uncomfortable by the fears of its other inhabitants, the murmurs of the landlady, and the reluctance of the servants. Celestina, with that cheerful benignity which was on all occasions ready for the service of the distressed, now acted for her friend almost the part of a servant; and in her frequent visits to the kitchen for what was wanted in the sick room, she saw 3 servants, a postillion, and 2 footmen, and observed that they seemed fixed there, and were not at present travelling. The men were remarkably well behaved, and observing the discontent of the people in the inn, had more than once offered to go out for her on any messages might have occasion to send. The mind of Celestina was, however, too much occupied by the little invalids to suffer her curiosity to be awakened by this circumstance, and she never inquired to whom these servants, nor a very plain but fashionable post-chaise, about what she saw them sometimes busied, belonged. The children were in the height of the distemper, and the anxious mother and Celestina entirely occupied about them, when a very decent person, about 50, who had the look of a housekeeper to some person of fashion, came to the door of their room, which was left open for the sake of air, and asking permission to come in, told them that her lady, Lady Horatia Howard, had ordered her to wait on them to inquire if her servants, or anything in her power, could contribute to the ease of the children, or the ladies to whom they belonged. Mrs. Elphinstone returned a proper answer to this very polite and humane message, and after the person who delivered it was withdrawn, Celestina, pausing a moment, said that she recollected the name of Lady Horatia Howard, and that she was one of the friends most esteemed among the numerous acquaintances cultivated by Mrs. Willoughby. It was now debated between them, whether after so obliging a message, Celestina should not make herself known to Lady Horatia. Mrs. Elphinstone was inclined to think she ought, but Celestina seemed rather disposed to avoid it. "It is true," said she, "that I recollect my dear Mrs. Willoughby to have been very partial to her, but it is probable that she has long since forgotten me, and that I shall be exposed to the disagreeable necessity of announcing myself, and recalling to her mind circumstances which I cannot remember but with pain. Perhaps, too, she may know the strange occurrences which have since happened. And though I remember her conversation to have been very refined and elegant, perhaps she may expect, if she honours me with her notice, that I should prove myself worthy of it, by relating all that has happened, for who knows in what light the Castelnours may have represented my conduct. I am unequal to all this, I fear, and unless to avail myself of our former acquaintance will be of any use to you, my dear Mrs. Elphinstone, I shall not for my own sake only endeavour to renew it." In a few hours afterwards, however, Lady Horatia, who had heard from her servant of the fine form and amiable manners of the young person who was so attentive to the sick children, contrived to have a door left open by which she must pass, and seeing her, immediately knew her. On her return into the room, therefore, Lady Horatia sent her woman again, with her compliments, begging to know if the name of one of the ladies was not de Mornay, and if it was, requesting the favour of speaking to her. Celestina could not now decline going, and following the messenger was shewn into the room where Lady Horatia sat alone. "Pardon me, dear Miss de Mornay," cried she, the moment she entered, "if instead of waiting on you, I request to see you here. The truth is, I am foolishly affected by the sight of illness. That which has attacked your little friends is not, however, I hope, dangerous." Celestina, who by the freedom and kindness of this address was immediately relieved from some little uneasiness which she had felt from this unexpected interview, answered with all her usual ease and grace; and Lady Horatia, who seemed extremely pleased with having met her, inquired after Lady Molyneux and such other of their former friends, as she thought would renew no unpleasing recollections. For though she did not know all that had happened, she was well aware how cruel a blow the death of Mrs. Willoughby had been to Celestina, and had heard some confused reports that the marriage of Willoughby and Miss Fitzheymon was interrupted by his prior attachment to his mother's ward. But she knew not how far Selina had been preferred to the haughty heiress; and though she had always a partial kindness to her when she used to meet her at Mrs. Willoughby's, she had lost sight of her entirely afterwards, and, after some enquiries, concluded she was gone back to France. The sight of her now, at a remote inn in the north, was as agreeable as it was unexpected; and though the difference of their ages seemed to preclude any great degree of intimacy before, for Lady Horatia was past the middle of life, yet now she felt herself strongly disposed to cultivate pleasure thus thrown in her way. Celestina could not be insensible of the honour she derived from the notice of a person more eminent for her goodness and her talents than her birth or her fortune; and always pleasing, she grew infinitely more so where she desired to please. In a few hours, therefore, they became so happy with each other, that Lady Horatia could not part with her but with regret; and Celestina would have left her with reluctance on any other occasion than to attend the children of her friend, which, during her absence, Mrs. Hemings, Lady Horatia's woman, had done, with an attention that prevented Mrs. Elphinstone suffering from the engagement of Celestina with her lady. The children became better and their mother easier. Lady Horatia saw and liked her, and invited both her and Celestina to give her as much of their time as they could spare from the little convalescence. In consequence of this invitation they were now a good deal with her, and Mrs. Elphinstone, on some occasion expressing how fortunate she thought herself that in so remote a place she had the honour of becoming known to her, Lady Horatia said, smiling, "And I dare say you think it very extraordinary too, my dear madam, for unless you had known me before it would be difficult to account for my being here. Did you never remark that unhappiness makes people restless?" "Oh yes, very often," replied Mrs. Elphinstone with a sigh. "It has had that effect on me," said Lady Horatia, "and satiated with everything in what is called the world, where I have passed the greater part of my life. I often leave it and ramble about, careless of everything but change of place, my old faithful servants and a few books being the sole companions of my travels. I have for these last 4 or 5 years given up my house in the country, and passed all the summer in wandering about Switzerland, France, and England. This year I am going to Scotland, for no other reason than because I have not been there before. At this village one of my horses fell lame, and as it was indifferent to me where I was, I agreed to my servant's request of staying here a day or two. While I waited, you arrived here, and I own very sincerely that I became interested for the children and for the ladies, such as Hemings described them to me. I hope we shall none of us be sorry for the accidents that detained us here, when the little boys are quite well, as I am persuaded they will be now in a few days. They will have passed happily through a very troublesome distemper, and I think you will each of you have added a friend to your stock. The advantage, however, will be still more evidently mine, for I hope to have added 2. A few days confirmed the good opinion which Lady Horatia entertained of her new acquaintance, and her acquaintance of her. If she was particularly attached to Celestina, it was because she was young enough to be her daughter, and because she told her that she could not look at her, especially when she was reading or employed in anything that gave a serious cast to her features, without remarking her likeness to a person she had once fondly loved. Celestina, whose thoughts were perpetually fixed on the strange mystery which hung over her birth, and who caught at everything likely to clear it up, blushed deeply the first time she made this remark, and asked whether this person was a foreigner. Lady Horatia sighed in her turn, and said, no, it was a brother of hers, who had not been long dead. He was a soldier, said she, and lost his life in America, in that war which tore it from the British Empire. Judge yourself of the likeness, though I well know it must be accidental." She then took out of her travelling trunk a little filigreed casket, in which were several valuable trinkets and several pictures. 3 were the portraits of gentlemen. "Come," said Lady Horatia, "to prove whether this resemblance is merely a chimera of mine, let us ask Mrs. Elphinstone if among these pictures she sees one which is like anybody she knows. For my dear Miss de Mornay, do you know this similitude of countenance struck me when you were a child with Mrs. Willoughby, and now that your features are more formed, It is, in my mind, wonderfully strong. But, my sweet friend, why do you appear so uneasy?" "I cannot very well tell," replied Celestina, trying to force a smile. "I am sure to bear a resemblance to anybody dear to your ladyship must be ever pleasing to me, though I well know that it must be, as you observe, quite accidental." Mrs. Elphinstone then coming in, Lady Horatia shewed her the 3 portraits. "Come, tell us, Mrs. Elphinstone, if you know any living friend whom either of these portraits resembles." Mrs. Elphinstone took them, and looked steadily a moment on each. Then fixing on one, she looked more intently, first on that, and then on Celestina. "Indeed I think I do," cried she. "I surely see a resemblance, a very strong resemblance, between this picture and Miss de Mornay. Bless me, how very like the shape of the face, the mouth, the dark brown eyebrow, the colour of the eyes, the setting on the hair round the forehead and temples, except that it is less fair, that the features are proportionably larger, and that you wear a cap. In truth, my dear friend, it might have been drawn for you." "And yet," said Lady Horatia, smiling mournfully, "this was drawn for a brother of mine, who could, I fear, be no relation to our lovely friend here. So strangely it happens that features coincide." "It is fortunate, very fortunate for me, madam," said Celestina gravely, "if this resemblance has had the effect of prejudicing your ladyship in my favour. You have merit enough to justify it, though I had conceived an affection for you without any introduction. But we will talk no more of resemblances, if such discourse makes us melancholy." Lady Horatia then turned the conversation, and the next day, as the 2 little boys were by this time well enough to continue their journey, they moved on about 20 miles together, Lady Horatia begging for that day to have Celestina with her, while her woman went with Mrs. Elphinstone to assist in the care of her children. Celestina, who knew only in general that Lady Horatia was a widow of very affluent fortune, who gave up much of her life to literary pursuits and literary connections, and much of her fortune to the assistance of the unhappy, now learned that domestic misfortunes had contributed, with her natural turn of mind, to estrange her entirely from those scenes where Celestina had sometimes formerly seen her, and that having lost an only daughter, the last of her children, of a deep decline, she now tried to call off her mind from the subjects of her mournful contemplations by change of place, and had never, since that period, resided long at any of her own houses, but had passed almost the whole year in travelling, stopping wherever she found a pleasant spot, and often remaining several days or even weeks at some remote house. She had once or twice, she said, engaged friends to go with her on these expeditions, but had always found the difficulties they made so much counterbalance the pleasures they were capable of affording her, that she now travelled alone. Some, said she, were tired, and some were tasteless, some were talkative, and some were insipid. You will certainly think me fastidious, and perhaps I am so. But indeed it is more difficult to find such a companion as suits me in every respect, than appears at first view. Women of my own age, who are established in the world, cannot of course leave their families and connections. Those who are not, are for the most part unhappy from pecuniary or family distresses; and the mind, depressed at that period of life, has lost its power of resistance, and sinks in that hopeless languor from which I often want to be myself relieved by cheerful conversation. The young do not travel for prospects, or enjoy cataracts and mountains. They are looking out for lovers, and are wearied when there are neither men to talk to, or adventures to be hoped for. I have tried 2 or 3 young ladies, and found, that as we had no ideas in common, our conversation was soon exhausted; and when I was near any place of summer resort, or passed through a town at the time of a race or a music meeting, their hearts were beating to enter into scenes which I was only solicitous to fly from. Do you know, however, that if I had not met you absolutely engaged on this Scottish journey, I should have been strongly tempted to inquire whether you would allow me to make the experiment once more, where I am strongly impressed with an idea that I should meet with better success?' Celestina answered, that her good opinion did her the utmost honour, and by degrees the tender and maternal solicitude Lady Horatia expressed for her, drew from her the little narrative of her life. Lady Horatia expressed the greatest aversion to Lady Castlenorth. 'It is true,' said she, 'I do not know her much from my own observation, for she is a woman whose conversation I have always disliked and avoided. But from some anecdotes of her that have been related to me by those who know her well, I believe it may with truth be said of her, as was said of a celebrated political character, that she has a heart to imagine, a head to contrive, and a hand to execute any mischief. Willoughby is young, open-hearted, and artless, by no means likely to suspect or likely to detect artifice so deep as what she is capable of, and I am well convinced that there are no contrivances at which she would hesitate, either to carry a favourite point or avenge its failure.' Celestina was extremely comforted by this opinion given by so good a judge. Every other sorrow was comparatively light to that which she felt from the idea, whenever it forced itself upon her mind, that Willoughby had, through ambition or caprice or avarice, voluntarily deserted her; and every opinion that strengthened her own hopes of his unaltered affection, and imputed his leaving her to the evil machinations of the Castlenorths, was soothing and consolatory. Lady Horatia Howard was now travelling towards Edinburgh, and made the time of Mrs. Elphinstone her own, for the pleasure she derived from her company, and still more from that of Celestina, to whom, during this journey, she became so much attached that she made her promise to come to her whenever the abode she was now going to should be inconvenient, or whenever she was under the necessity of changing it. An invitation so flattering was gratefully accepted, and Lady Horatia, having shewn both her travelling friends very polite and generous attention, took leave of them with regret on their leaving Edinburgh with Elphinstone, who was there waiting for them. She gave Celestina directions whether to write to her for the remainder of the summer, and again made her promise to come to her in the winter, if she left her Scottish friends, and at all events to contrive to pass with her 2 or 3 months of the next summer. After taking leave of her, a very tedious and very dreary journey of many days brought the Elphinstones and Celestina to the seaside, where they were to embark for the Isle of Skye. Mrs. Elphinstone, accustomed to see so many different countries, was yet struck with dismay at the sight of the black and dreary heaths over which they travelled; and in spite of all her attempts to sustain her courage, she looked at her children with eyes where maternal anguish was too visibly expressed. Elphinstone, however, to whom novelty had always charms, was not yet weary of his situation, and he was as gay and unconcerned as if he had been leading his wife to the most beautiful estate in England. Celestina, though very little delighted with the country they had passed through, was determined to testify no dislike to it that might add to the painful dejection of her friend; and by making light of the inconveniences of the journey, and putting their hopes and prospects in the fairest light, she supported her drooping spirits, which the thoughtless and somewhat unfeeling vivacity of Elphinstone himself served rather to depress than to support. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Arrived at their insular abode after great fatigue, Mrs. Elphinstone, recalling all her fortitude, busied herself in making it as comfortable as she could. and assumed, at least, the appearance of cheerfulness, though Celestina saw with concern that it was often but appearance. Celestina herself, however, whose mind had too long been unpleasingly called off from that object on which she best loved to fix it, was far from being displeased by the perfect seclusion of the place. She could now wander whole days alone amid the wild solitude in which she found herself, listening only to the rush of the cataract, which, dashing through broken stones, sparkled amid the dark heath on either side of it, or the sullen waves of the ocean itself, which on all sides surrounded her, the ptarmigan bursting from its heathy covert, or the sea-fowl screaming from the rocks, were the only sounds that broke these murmurs. But she found her spirits soothed by the wildness of the places she visited, and far from regretting the more cultivated scenes she had left, she rejoiced that since she no longer could hope to see Willoughby, she was released from the necessity of attending to any other person. The immense distance that was now between them, she sometimes considered with dismay, but at others she remembered that distance only cannot change the heart. She trusted on the long assured tenderness of her lover, and was willing to indulge the soothing hope that they should meet again, to be separated no more, and that he was labouring to remove the fatal obstacle, whatever it was, that now divided them. After having been above 5 weeks on the island, a large packet arrived from Cathcart. It enclosed, among many to his sister, one to Celestina from Willoughby, and this, more than any she had yet received from him since his absence, seemed to assure her of his unfailing attachment. It was less confused than those he had formerly written, and seemed the production of a mind more master of itself, and, though it did not speak in positive terms of his immediate return, Celestina fancied that many of the expressions alluded to that hour, and her heart found this idea so deliciously soothing that she would not suffer her reason to deprive her of any part of the pleasure she found in indulging it. A few of the residents of this and the neighbouring islands were by this time acquainted at the house of Mr. Elphinstone. The young, and of young people their visitors principally consisted, were all charmed with Celestina, who, whatever was her inclination for solitude, never refused to make one in the ramble of the morning, or to join the cheerful dance of an evening. Elphinstone, naturally good-humoured, and particularly desirous of pleasing her, soon became anxious to promote these parties, which Celestina, whose heart was open to new sensations of pleasure since the receipt of Willoughby's last letter, did not decline, not only because she found much in these remote regions to gratify her curiosity, but because she foresaw that, from the shortness of the summer so far north, the days when these amusements were practicable were drawing to their conclusion, and that she soon should be left unmolested to listen to the roaring of the waters and the sighings of the wind round the naked rocks against which it incessantly beat. It was now the end of July, and Celestina had already visited Jonah and several other islands. Sometimes these excursions had been made with Mrs. Elphinstone, but oftener without her. Elphinstone kept a boat, which was always ready for the service of Celestina, and when his wife could not go with her, a Miss McQueen, a very agreeable young Highland lady, always made the third. Several little isles, which afford no habitations for winter, are scattered among the larger islands, which are called the Hebrides. One of these lay within sight of Elphinstone's house, which was close to the shore, at the distance of about 1.5 miles. It was remarkable for the grotesque form of the cliffs which arose round it, and for a stream of the purest water, that bubbled up at the highest ground, and fell into the sea through a chasm of the rock. Celestina, to whom Elphinstone had shewn it, laughingly called it her island, and he, in return, had said that were she established on it, it would become more dangerous than the island of Calypso. Among other little plans of amusement, which the decline of summer insensibly rendered more frequent, it was agreed that on the first fine day some cold provisions should be taken, and that they would all dine together on one of the natural stone tables in Celestina's island. A fine day was found. The party, which were Mr. and Mrs. Elphinstone, Miss McQueen, and 2 gentlemen, were ready, when one of the boatmen who usually accompanied them was nowhere to be found. Elphinstone, equally impatient and eager, whatever was the importance or insignificance of the matter he was engaged in, was going himself in search of the missing man, when one of those who remained in the boat followed, and told him that there was a young man a few yards farther on the shore, who would take the place of him that was absent, and that it was better not to wait. Elphinstone, satisfied so long as his party was not interrupted, accepted the offer, and the boatman, beckoning to the Highlander, who stood at some distance, he ran towards them and was admitted into the boat. The party now put off from shore. The water was beautifully smooth, the sky clear, and the wind in their favour. Very little exertion, therefore, on the part of the men who were entrusted with the navigation, landed them safely on the Ilk. It did not contain more than 3 acres of land, and the sole inhabitant of it was a solitary herdsman, whose temporary dwelling, composed of loose stones, turf, and heath, he had raised under the protection of a large cliff of grey slate, that seemed to have started away, in some strange concussion of nature, from some other island, and to have fixed itself as a sea mark amidst the perpendicular and abrupt rocks that fenced this on every side. The spring burst out near its base, and here the party sat down to make their gay repast. When it was over, the gentlemen went away, and while the boatmen were at dinner, pushed out the boat themselves and began to fish near the shore, while Celestina, leaving the ladies together, walked away alone to the western coast of the island. The sun was already declining in an almost cloudless sky, and gave the warmest splendour to the broad expanse of ocean, broken by several islands, whose rocky points and angular cliffs caught the strong lights, in brilliant contrast to the lurid hue of the heath with which their summits were clothed, and which on the northern and eastern sides threw a dark shadow on the clear and tranquil bosom of the sea. The sea-birds, in swarming myriads, were returning to their nests among the ragged precipices beneath her, and Celestina, recalling to her mind the green delights of Alvastone, its deepening woods, gay lawns, and airy summits, compared it in pensive contemplation with the scene before her. Yet different as they were, she thought that with Willoughby any place would be to her a paradise, and that even in such a remote spot as this she should be happy, if it gave only a subsistence with him. This train of thought a little indulged, made her have recourse to her pencil, and produced an address to him in the following sonnet. On this lone island, whose unfruitful breast feeds but the summer shepherd's little flock, with scanty herbage from the half-clothed rock, where osprey, cormorants, and sea-mews rest, even in a scene so desolate and rude, I could with thee for months and years be blest, and of thy tenderness and love possessed, find all my world in this lone solitude. When the bright sun these northern seas illume, with thee admire the light's reflected charms, and when drear winter spreads his cheerless gloom, still find Elysium in thy sheltering arms. For thou to me canst sovereign bliss impart, thy mind my empire, and my throne thy heart. The broad orb of the sun was now only half seen above the horizon, and Celestina, who had little marked the progress of time, rose and hastened to join her companions. As she turned for this purpose towards that part of the island where she had left them, she saw the Highlander, who had been taken by chance into the boat in consequence of the absence of another, start up from the ground at about 200 paces from her, where he seemed to have been concealed behind a cairn or pile of rude stones, and hurry away towards the part of the shore where the boat had been left. The incident, however, made no great impression on her mind, but from the singular appearance of the man, who was in a complete Highland dress, which is now not often seen, and which made him, as he walked very quickly on before her, seem exactly the figure a painter would have chosen to have placed in a landscape, representing the heathy summits and romantic rocks of the Hebrides. She soon rejoined Mrs. Elphinstone and Miss McQueen. The three gentlemen almost as soon approached to tell them it was time to return, and they arrived again at their home after a little excursion with which all seemed pleased, though Celestina had suffered some raillery for having so long deserted them. Every day now passed nearly alike, diversified only now and then by the company of a stranger from some of the other islands, and sometimes a party in the boat. Elphinstone was not yet tired by the project which brought him hither, for to use an expression of his wife's, which she uttered with a melancholy smile to Celestina, the new was not yet off. He was therefore gay and alert, persuaded himself by calculations, which he made after his own sanguine manner, that he was not only a benefactor to the public, but should in a few years realize a great fortune by facilitating the capture of herons among the western islands of Scotland. The season for the proof of his exploits in this way was now rapidly approaching, and he became every day more busy, but his wife looked forward to it with less pleasure. She languished for her little girls, who were at the other extremity of England, and thought with dismay of the tempests of winter, which would shut her out from the little communication she yet had with that country. But whatever was her regret, she suffered it not to disturb the transient happiness her husband seemed to enjoy, nor to communicate any gloom to the milder cheerfulness of Celestina, whose company was her greatest resource against that cold despondence which, in spite of all her fortitude, sometimes seized on her heart. Celestina had now been almost 3 months an inhabitant of the Isle of Skye, and felt nothing unpleasant in her insular situation but the length of time that must always elapse before she could hear from Willoughby, or even from Cathcart. A second packet was however brought to Mrs. Elphinstone from the latter before the expiration of the 11th week of their abode. With eager impatience it was opened. Celestina received her part of it with a beating heart, but on unsealing it found no letter from Willoughby. A letter, in a hand which she did not at the moment recollect ever to have seen before, attracted her attention and mingled it with something of terror. She looked eagerly at the name, and saw it signed with that of the elder Mr. Thorold. Her spirits sunk. Was it some ill news of Willoughby, which he communicated that he might soften the blow? She hurried it over in such breathless agitation as hardly gave her leave to understand what she read, which was to this effect: Your old friend, amiable Celestina, though he has only had one letter from you since you left him, reminds you of himself once more, and is sorry that, like everything in this world, his letter will convey to you a mixture of pleasure and pain. My daughter Arabella is married, to her own wishes and those of her mother. In point of fortune she has done well. We cannot here obtain everything. I hope she will be happy, and am sure she will be rich, which, in the opinion of most fathers, you know, puts the former point out of doubt. You will guess that Mr. Bettinson is the gentleman who is now numbered with my family. My wife has been gone with the new married couple some weeks to the seat of Mr. Bettinson's father in Norfolk. You know I love home, and I love that those who are less delighted with it should not be needlessly disturbed when they are out, for which reason I have never communicated to his mother that Montague, after attending his sister's wedding here, did not return to Oxford as he talked of doing. That I know not whither he is gone, and have only had one letter from him since, in which he assures me he is well, and desires I would not be uneasy about him. It is very difficult to be otherwise. This eccentric young man makes me tremble for him perpetually. Having no clue to direct my guesses, I have no conjecture where or with whom he is, and think it better to say as little as I can about an absence on which 1,000 unfavourable constructions may be put. Ah, my lovely ward! How fortunate it would have been if, when his judgment directed his heart, it could have been accepted where, but this is wrong, or at best useless. Farewell. May heaven protect you, and I pray you not to forget your most faithful friend, E. Thorold. Relieved from her first apprehensions, Celestina felt extremely concerned at the absence of Montague Thorold. so painful to his father, perhaps so discernibly to himself. She read over the letter again, and fancied it very evident that Mr. Thorold imputed it to some new attachment, and giving a sigh to the recollection of all it must cost such a father to see such an unfortunate turn of mind blast all the acquirements of learning, and all the advantages of genius, she turned her thoughts to Willoughby, and felt with renewed poignancy the disappointment of not having heard from him. Another and another week passed without any intelligence, and all the soothing hopes Celestina had so fondly encouraged gradually gave way to fear and apprehension. At length a second packet arrived. It contained a letter indeed from Willoughby, but so far was it from confirming the favourable presages of the former, that she saw in it only a prelude to the event which other information made her believe would soon happen, the marriage of Willoughby and Miss Fitzheymon. Lady Horatia Howard, whose attachment to Celestina had taken very deep root, had written to her from London, whither she was now gone, and had told her, with as much tenderness as she could, that such was the general report among the relations of the family, and what was generally believed in the world. From the same channel she also learned that Sir Philip and Lady Molyneux were expected in England early in the ensuing winter, and that a large house in Portman Square was fitted up in the most splendid style for their reception. Lady Horatia concluded a most friendly letter to Celestina thus: "But my dear Miss de Mornay, however all these things may be, let me hope that you will not hide yourself in the Hebrides all the winter. Why should you? Talents and virtues like yours were never intended for obscurity. Come then to me, and assure yourself of the truest welcome. You need not apprehend meeting Mr. Willoughby and his bride, for it is understood that they are to remain some time abroad, and before they return to England, you will have learned to conquer those painful emotions which the sight of them now perhaps might give you. Your understanding sets you above the puerile indulgence which inferior minds claim by prescription towards a first love. The man whom any common consideration could induce, after having won your affections, to desert you, never could deserve you, and if some insurmountable barrier is between you, you will learn to consider him as a friend, and consult his peace in regaining that cheerfulness which he meant not to destroy, but which to see destroyed must overcloud his days, however prosperous they may otherwise be." There was in this letter more meant than was expressed, and on considering it, the wonder and uneasiness of Celestina were redoubled. But however obliged she thought herself by the friendly interest Lady Horatia took in her happiness, and however just her arguments might be, she felt no inclination to quit her present solitude, and since she had now less hope than ever of meeting Willoughby, she had less than ever a desire to return into the world, but gave herself up to that melancholy despondence against which hope, and her own sanguine and cheerful temper, had till now supported her. To indulge this increasing sadness, it was now her custom to walk out alone after dinner, and to make for herself a species of gloomy enjoyment from the dreary and wild scenes around her. A little time before she had been imagining how pleasant the most desolate of these barren islands might be rendered to her by the presence of her beloved Willoughby. She now rather sought images of horror. The sun, far distant from this northern region, was as faint and languid as the sick thoughts of Celestina. His feeble rays no longer gave any warm colouring to the rugged cliffs that rose above her head, or lent the undulating sea that sparkling brilliance which a few weeks before had given gaiety and cheerfulness even to these scattered masses of almost naked stone, against which the water incessantly broke. Grey, sullen, and cold, the waves now slowly rolled towards the shore, where Celestina frequently sat whole hours as if to count them, when she had in reality no idea present to her but Willoughby lost to her for ever, Willoughby forgetting her, and married to Miss Fitzheymon. She had more than once remarked, in returning from her walks, that a man who kept always at such a distance that she could merely discover to be a Highlander, seemed to be observing her. Yet as he never came near her, and always disappeared before she got near the house, she could not imagine him to be one of the people belonging to Elphinstone, but puzzled rather than alarmed by his appearance, for which she could not account, she insensibly ceased to notice him. Mrs. Elphinstone, occupied as she was by her own domestic uneasiness, was still most tenderly attentive to Celestina, and endeavoured to communicate to her some of that still and mournful acquiescence which served her in place of philosophy. Celestina had not yet suffered enough to learn it, but she forbore to add to the melancholy of her friend by indulging her own while they were together, and this restraint threw her more than ever into entire solitude, though the autumn was so far advanced that the weather frequently drove her from the open hill, or the vale under it, to the casual shelter of some natural cave, by the side of which the torrent, increased by the storm, hoarsely rushed, and was answered by the roar of other streams, whose hollow murmurs swelled in the gusts of wind that whistled through the mountainous tracts, and compelled even the fowls of the desert to seek shelter, where only it was afforded, within the caverns of the cliffs, or among the matted heath that clothed their summits. The delicate, the elegant, the lovely Celestina, she whose talents would have adorned the most informed society, and whose beauty might have given new lustre to the fairest assembly, was thus a self-banished recluse in the remotest and most uncultivated part of the British dominions. Her wish now was, to pass her whole life here, in that sullen calm which she at length hoped to obtain. And the rudest scene of these islands now appeared to her infinitely preferable to any of the pleasures Lady Horatia Howard offered her, since they could only serve to remind her of Willoughby, perhaps to shew her how happy he could learn to be, united with another. The frequency of storms now prevented many of those visits which had, during summer, a little broken for Elphinstone the uniformity of solitude, but it was the height of the season for catching heron, and he was busy, and for the present happy, while his unfortunate wife, who, desolate as her present situation was, yet dreaded the hour when this bustle should sink into discontent and give place to other projects, received him on his return from those expeditions to other islands, in which he was now frequently engaged, always with cheerfulness, which he did not or would not see, was forced, and sometimes with smiles, which to everybody but him were the smiles of a stifled anguish. Celestina answered Lady Horatia's letter as it deserved, but to Willoughby she was determined not to write. That trembling solicitude with which she had been accustomed to expect letters from him, it was now, she thought, time to subdue, for she persuaded herself that never again they would bring to her anything but anguish and regret. And yet by those contradicting sensations to which violent attachments subject the human heart, she incessantly indulged herself in thinking of all those happy hours which she had passed with him, whom she fancied deserved little or no regret, of whom she ought not to think at all, and yet was so fond of recollecting, that every conversation was irksome to her, and every employment a task which took off her attention a moment from him. Chi perdo, chi lasso, non ti vedrò più, she repeated incessantly to herself, sometimes with tears of tenderness, and sometimes with those painful emotions of mingled anger and regret which press on the heart when pride and resentment are struggling with affection. In other moods she reproached herself for thus cherishing this unhappy passion, tried to recall those days of resignation when, without hope of ever being his, she yet preferred Willoughby to all mankind, and to dismiss from her mind for ever the recollection of the few weeks when he had awakened that hope, and called forth all her sensibility only as it should seem to render her wretched. Then she exclaimed in her native language, Félicité passée, qui ne peut revenir, tourment de ma pensée, que n'ai-je de perdant, perdu le souvenir. In these gloomy moods she was quite unable to remain a moment in company, especially in the company of Elphinstone, who, with the true projector's infatuation, fancied everybody else as much interested about the fishery as he was, and persecuted her with details of how many busses he had out and how many laths they had taken, what was the best method of curing them, and of the superiority which a few years would give the fishery in which he was engaged over the Dutch. Celestina began to dread the conversation, and had it not been for Mrs. Elphinstone, of whose suffering merit she was every hour more sensible, she would not have forborne to express her weariness and disgust. A hearer was necessary to Elphinstone, and when he had nobody else to talk to, this unenviable place was filled by the inwardly impatient Celestina. It happened, however, that she was released from this for some days. Towards the end of November, Elphinstone went to the Isle of Harries on his business, as he fancied, and the wind being against his return, she no longer listened to the method of curing herrings, but returned to her shortened but less interrupted walks. In one of these, towards the close of a very lowering and cheerless day, when her way was along the rugged cliffs that, on the western side of the island, hung over the sea, she composed the following sonnet. The Pilgrim. Faltering and sad, the unhappy pilgrim roves, who, on the eve of bleak December's night, divided far from all he fondly loves, journeys alone along the giddy height of these steep cliffs, and as the sun's last ray fades in the west, sees, from the rocky verge, dark tempests scowling o'er the shortened day, and hears, with ear appalled, the impetuous surge beneath him thunder. So, with heart oppressed, alone, reluctant, desolate, and slow, by friendship's cheering radiance now unblest, along life's rudest path I seem to go, nor see where yet the anxious heart may rest, that trembling at the past recoils from future woe. End of Volume 3, Chapter 2.
Volume 3, Chapter 3 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AmyMc. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Elphinstone had now been absent some days, and the wind, which was contrary and violent, prevented his return to the place of his abode. Mrs. Elphinstone became uneasy at the storms which detained him, and Celestina participated in her anxiety. At length the wind sunk, and towards the evening of the 5th day of his absence was fair to bring him from Harries. Mrs. Elphinstone, who had been a good deal alarmed by the hurricanes of several preceding days, and had worried her spirits by watching the weather and keeping an anxious eye towards the impracticable sea, found herself indisposed and shivering. And telling Celestina that she believed she had caught cold, she went early to bed, remarking as she bade her good night that Elphinstone would probably be at home in the morning. Celestina, left alone, went out as was her custom, even although the evening was already closed in, and standing on the edge of the rocks near the house, remarked the singular appearance of the moon, which was now rising. It was large and of a dull red, surrounded by clouds of a deep purple, whose skirts seemed touched with flame. Large volumes of heavy vapor were gathering in the sky, and the heavy surges swelled towards the shore, and broke upon it with that sullen regularity that foretells a storm. From the north arose distinctly the pointed rays of the aurora borealis. Fiery and portentous, they seemed to flash like faint lightning a little while, till the moon, becoming clearer, rendered them less visible. Not a sound was heard but the dull murmurs of the sea on one side, and the rapid waterfalls on the other, whose increased noise foretold with equal certainty an approaching tempest. Celestina, who was in that disposition of mind to which horrors are congenial, walked slowly on, notwithstanding. But quitting the cliffs on account of the gales of wind which now blew from the sea, she went along a narrow pass, where there was a cairn or heap of stones, loosely piled together, the work of the first wild natives of the country. And as that was as far as she thought it proper to venture from the house, though it was not more than 8 o'clock, she leaned pensively against it, and watched with some surprise the fluctuations of the clouds that were wildly driven by the wind across the disk of the moon, and listened, with a kind of chill awe, to the loud yet hollow echo of the wind among the hills, which sometimes sobbed with stormy violence for a moment, and then suddenly sinking, was succeeded by a pause more terrible. It was in one of these moments of alarming silence that Celestina thought she saw the shadow of a human form for a moment on the ground, as if the person was behind her who occasioned it. She was very little subject to fear, but the loneliness of the place, and her own desponding spirits together, made her start with terror and turn around. Something immediately glided away, and convinced that the first impression had not been the work of fancy, she hastened with quick steps from the place, and hardly at the distance of above 100 yards, ventured to look behind her. She fancied that she saw a man standing in the place she had left, and the strange superstitions of the islands, of which she had heard much since residing on them, crowding at that moment in her mind, she became extremely terrified, and hurried on with such unguarded speed that a little before she reached the house she trod on a loose stone that turned under her foot, and she fell with some violence and with considerable pain, which, together with the fear she had felt before, produced a momentary stupor, from which she was awakened by finding herself eagerly raised from the ground by some person, who wildly expressed his fears for her safety, and whose voice she recognized with astonishment that deprived her of utterance. Montague Thorold. Surprise at that moment conquered the pain she felt. "Oh, Mr. Montague," she cried, "is it possible? For heaven's sake, what brought you hither?" "No matter what," replied he eagerly. "Think not, ask not about me. When you are yourself hurt, in pain, bruised, I fear by your fall." "I have no hurt so great," said Celestina, rising and attempting to walk. "I feel no bodily pain so acute as that which your extraordinary conduct gives me." "Let me assist you into the house," interrupted he. "Do you not see that the tempest which has been gathering the whole evening in the southwest is now driving hither with uncommon fury?" "And let it come," answered she languidly. "I am just now so very unhappy myself. I feel so much for the unhappiness of my friends, particularly of your father, that it is indifferent to me what comes." "It is not for me, at least, that you feel," answered he. "That I know but too well. But undoubtedly you will be greatly concerned for poor Elphinstone, whose boat has been beating about ever since nightfall, within the mile of the shore, at the imminent hazard of being dashed to pieces." At this information Celestina forgot herself, forgot the uneasy astonishment into which the unexpected presence of Montague Thorold had thrown her, and the danger of Elphinstone occupied all her thoughts. "Oh, where," cried she, "where is he? Show me the bark which is in so much hazard, and for heaven's sake call the people, who are not, perhaps, aware of its danger." "Alas!" answered he, "several men have been upon the shore above half an hour, alarmed as I was, at the danger the vessel was in of striking on the rocks, which she has got among from the unexpected shifting of the wind. But in their present state no human assistance can do them any service." He had during this dialogue taken her arm, and led her towards a point of the rock where she saw, by the pale and uncertain light of a moon, wrapped continually in volumes of clouds, the boat struggling among the dark heavy waves, which often totally concealed it, and continually driven by the sudden gusts of violent wind from the point it was attempting to reach. She now saw and shuddered at the peril of those who were in it, but still fancying it was possible to afford them assistance, she felt impatient and almost angry that Montague Thorold, holding her arm within his, stood gazing when she fancied he might be helping. "Why stand here," cried she, "when we might be of use in summoning people to the assistance of those poor creatures?" While she yet spoke, and while Montague, though not less alive in their distress, was less sanguine in the hope to assist them, and therefore still hesitated, she disengaged herself hastily from his arm, and flew towards the house, no longer conscious of anything but their danger. Before she could reach it, though the distance was not 1/4 of a mile, the wind suddenly blew with treble fury, and a hailstorm accompanied it, against which she found it difficult to stand. She found the door open, and Mrs. Elphinstone, whom the wind and the talking of the servants had awakened, already below. Trembling with apprehension with the sudden appearance of Celestina increased. "Good God, my dear friend, what is the matter?" cried she. "And why are you out in so dreadful a night?" "Ah, dear madam," replied Celestina, "Mrs. Elphinstone, his boat—" "What of him?" interrupted her terrified friend. "Is he drowned? Is he lost?" "No, no, I believe not," cried Celestina. "But a boat which they say is his, is beating off the island, and the people are afraid it will go to pieces." This was enough for the unhappy Mrs. Elphinstone, who, seeing in its most dreadful light the evil which threatened her, now ran herself wildly toward the beach, while Celestina, overtaking her with difficulty, persuaded her to accept her assistance which she was very little able to give. The sad event had happened before the trembling friends had reached the headland. The boat, striking on the sunken rocks, to save it from which the united efforts of the little crew had been exerted in vain, was staved to pieces, and the unhappy men, already exhausted with fatigue, were unable to resist by swimming the violence of the sea. Mrs. Elphinstone and Celestina looked out in vain for the place where a few moments before the boat had been seen. No vestige of it remained, and they saw only by the waning moon, which but served to lend new horrors to the view, the wild waves dashing over rocks in sheets of white foam, while the fury of the winds and the beating of the rain hardly allowed them to stand on the precipice that overlooked the scene of stormy desolation. Celestina doubted but little of the calamity, and therefore endeavored to persuade her unfortunate friend to return to the house. But this was impossible. She continued to wander backwards and forwards for some moments, till terror quite overcame her, and she threw herself on the ground, saying in a low and solemn voice to Celestina, "Elphinstone is drowned. I know he is. Here I will wait to see his corpse, which will be driven on the shore in the morning." Then, starting up, she would have gone down to the shore from an idea which suddenly occurred to her that he might yet be saved by swimming. Celestina, not knowing whether it was best to prevent or to indulge her, unable to dissimulate and affect hope she did not feel, was in a situation hardly better than that of her distracted friend whom she supported, when Montague Thorold joined them. Mrs. Elphinstone, occupied only by the terror of the moment, took no notice of the extraordinary circumstance of a stranger, whom she had never seen before, thus suddenly appearing, but unconscious of everything, and heedless of who he was, requested in accents of piercing anguish his assistance to help her down the winding path which led to the beach. He lent it, though very certain that the catastrophe had already taken place, which by her eager and wild inquiries he saw she yet thought doubtful, and giving her one arm, while with the other he clasped the trembling hand of Celestina, they reached the place, where 7 or 8 men were already assembled. The moon was by this time down, and the darkness was only broken by livid flashes of faint lightning, which, with the thunder muttering at a distance, increased the horrors of the storm. Amid the black and swelling waves, however, objects were seen floating, and many of these heavy seas had not yet broken on the shore, before these objects were discerned to be the bodies of those who had perished, and that of the ill-fated Elphinstone was one of the first which was thrown on the beach, and too well known by his unhappy wife. She now no longer remembered all the causes of uneasiness that her husband had given her, but saw only Elphinstone, once so fondly beloved, the possessor of her first affections, the father of her children, a disfigured corpse before her. Her native strength of understanding, and the calmness acquired by habitual suffering, forsook her at once, and grief produced a momentary frenzy, during which fearful paroxysm Celestina, whose presence of mind was now summoned to the assistance of her poor unhappy friend, had her conveyed with great difficulty to the house, where Montague Thorold, attending them both with the most assiduous tenderness, she watched for many days over the disordered intellects of the ill-fated Mrs. Elphinstone, before she saw them restored. At length the violence of her affliction, which Celestina found means to soften by presenting her children continually to her, and talking to her of those that were absent, sunk into the calm torpor of despair. She heard nothing, she saw nothing but the children, whom she would not suffer to be a moment absent from her, and the agitation of her mind preying on her slender frame, she was reduced to a state of languor which made Celestina tremble for her life. Celestina had, immediately after the fatal event, written to Cathcart, desiring his directions, and even entreating him to come himself to fetch them all from a place where there was now no reason for their stay. But she knew that it must be 5 or 6 weeks before she could have an answer, and hardly dared trust herself to meditate on the scenes of distress she must in time encounter. Amid all the horrors, however, which had surrounded her, she had not forgotten the fears and alarms to which she knew the absence of Montague Thorold exposed her father, her benefactor. She seized the first interval after the death of Elphinstone to urge him the cruelty of his conduct, and to entreat him to return home, but he replied that nothing on earth should induce him to leave the place where she was, while there was a probability of his being of use to her, and that whether she admitted him to see her, or drove her from him, the island should be a residence while she remained in it. All that then remained for her was to write to Mr. Thorold, which she did under cover to Cathcart, acquainting him as briefly as she could of the unexpected appearance of his son, and all that happened since. Having thus far acquitted herself, she found herself in a situation in which it was almost impossible for her to help receiving the assistance of one to whom she trembled to be obliged, while she knew it encouraged and augmented a passion that empoisoned his life. On him, however, she was compelled to entrust the regulation of the last melancholy offices that were to be performed for poor Elphinstone, who was interred in a little ruined chapel, about 2 miles from his late residence, his wife consenting reluctantly to his disposition, and taking opiates incessantly to procure that torpor which alone prevented the more violent ebullitions of grief from seizing her again, when the remains of her husband were removed. Recourse to opiates became gradually a habit with Mrs. Elphinstone, and though Celestina trembled for the consequences, she thought it almost inhuman to oppose the application of any remedy, which under such circumstances won her friend from sorrow even an hour. Yet the frequent absences it occasioned compelled her to be very long and very often alone with Montague Thorold, to whose manly tenderness on the late said occasion she could not be insensible, and to whose unceasing attention she was every hour more obliged. In the first conference they had held when the melancholy event to which they had been witnesses allowed them to talk of themselves, Celestina, after urging him to return to his father by every motive with which reason and truth supplied her, repeated, to which he replied, that he knew all she represented before he came thither, that this only wish was to be allowed to see her, though at a distance, and his only gratification, that of being suffered to breathe the same air, that it was the natural privilege of every human being to pursue their happiness when it injured nobody, and that finding his consisted in being near her, though without even the hope of her admitting him into her presence, he had followed that axiom, and had for some weeks been the distant and unseen companion of all her walks. I was the Highlander, said he, who supplied the vacancy I had before taken care to make when you went on excursion on the water. I am the person of whom you have sometimes caught a glimpse at a distance, and who would never have approached you nearer, had not my fears for you the evening of the storm thrown me off guard, and induced me to conceal myself within a few yards of you, behind those piled-up stones against which you leaned. Ah, I heard you sigh. I heard the name of Willoughby repeated with tenderness, but I bore it all, and nothing, believe me, nothing but your fall, your apparent danger, could have compelled me to break the vow I had made never to intrude upon you, never to offend you with my unhappy passion. Celestina could not help being affected with the melancholy solemnity with which he uttered these words, but making an effort to prevent his perceiving it, she said, "It is absolutely necessary now that you again take up as much of so proper a resolution as relates to not speaking to me on a topic which to you must be useless, and to me painful. And while you persist in remaining here, let me at least owe it to your complaisance not to be distressed by declarations to which I cannot, ought not, will not listen to. Montague Thorold, then laying his hand on his heart, assured her that if she would allow him only to see her, indulge him only with being useful to her in her present remote and comfortless residence, he never would again name to her the passion which he knew, he said, he must carry to the grave. And from that moment he kept his word, though Celestina saw with more emotion perhaps than the warmest declarations could have given her, his painful struggles, and continual contention with himself. But while her pity for him increased, she studied more carefully to conceal from him that she felt any, and behaved with as much calm politeness as she could have done towards the most indifferent man in the world. To beguile the tedious moments during which they were compelled to wait the hoped-for arrival of Cathcart, and while the sea that surrounded them was agitated continually by the wintry tempest, Celestina had recourse to the books with which poor Elphinstone, who, among all his faults and errors, was not without taste, had furnished a closet in the house. Mrs. Elphinstone, moved by the representations of Celestina to attend to her health and for the sake of her children, whose sole dependence was now on her, consented by degrees to listen while Celestina read. Montague Thorold, whose residence was at the cottage of a Highlander that boasted of having 2 rooms and a chimney, about a mile farther on the island, was sometimes admitted to these parties, and as Celestina was soon fatigued, and as he read remarkably well, Mrs. Elphinstone appeared pleased with his taking occasionally the office of the reader, and gradually he became accustomed to attend them every afternoon, and to read aloud to them till the hour of their simple supper. Among the books in this little collection there were several that Celestina recollected as the peculiar favourites of Willoughby, and the remembrance of those days, when he read them to her, though never a moment absent from her thoughts, were now most forcibly recalled by hearing them again repeated. Some pieces of poetry particularly affected her, from their simple pathos, and the manner in which Montague Thorold read them, while they often drew tears from the unhappy Mrs. Elphinstone, an effect at which Celestina rejoiced, as her grief was now settled into that still and sullen melancholy unsolicitous of consolation, and incapable of receiving it, which, while it produces a degree of apparent calmness, preys with fatal power on the heart. Thus passed the heavy hours, till at length, after a fortnight longer delay than they had reckoned upon, letters were received from Cathcart. They contained intelligence that old Winnington was dead, and Jessie in such a state of health as made it most impossible for Cathcart to leave her. He therefore besought Celestina to accept the protection of Montague Thorold for herself, for Mrs. Elphinstone, and her children, and to hasten to his house, where he was now as able as happy to receive them as soon as was possible and safe. Mr. Thorold wrote also to Celestina, and expressed his hope that the wild eccentricity of his son, which had occasioned to him so much pain, might at least be of some service to her, and entreated her to allow him to attend her and her unfortunate friend into Devonshire, where he assured her he would prevent her receiving any trouble from the importunities of Montague, which he would be weak enough to presume too much on her favour. He wrote also to his son, but after the contents of that letter Celestina did not inquire, and Montague carefully concealed them. It was now determined that the plan laid down by Cathcart and Mr. Thorold should be pursued. Montague undertook the arrangement of everything, and within 10 days they were ready to depart. The weather alone seemed now likely to prevent their crossing the water. Mrs. Elphinstone, who had till now feared nothing, being so apprehensive for her children that every gust of wind, every swell of the sea, made her shrink back with dismay, and postpone from day to day a voyage which she yet earnestly wished over. It was the end of November, and very good weather could hardly be expected. Dark and gloomy days, with storms of wind and rain, succeeded each other, and Celestina, whose thoughts had been of late called frequently from her own mournful contemplations to the acute distresses of others, now relapsed again into that desponding state of mind which her long absence from Willoughby and his apparent neglect of her unavoidably threw her into. She had confined herself a good deal to the house since Montague Thirle had been so much with them, because there either Mrs. Elphinstone or the children were usually in the room, and she by that means avoided being alone with him. But now, as he was more engaged by the preparations for their departure, which he had undertaken to superintend, and in settling poor Elphinstone's accounts with his employers, Celestina again ventured out of an evening, whenever she could escape unseen. In one of these walks, along the edge of very steep rocks, where the scene presented only desolation, the dark and turbulent sea on one side, and on the other a succession of mountains, which seemed to have been thrown upon each other in some tremulous convulsion of nature. She turned towards the yet more dreary north, and reflected upon the condition of those whom the poet describes as the last of men, the inhabitants of Siberia, of Lapland, and those extreme regions where life at last goes out. "Alas!" cried she, "if they have not our enjoyments, they suffer not from these sensibilities which embitter our days. Their short summer passes by laying up necessaries for their long winter, and with what their desolate region affords them they are content, because they know not that there are comforts and conveniences beyond what it affords them. Void of the wish and the power to observe their other modes of life, they are content with their own, and though little superior in point of intellect to the animal from which they derive their support, yet they are happy, if not from the possession of good, at least from the absence of evil, from that sickness of the soul which we taste from deprivation and disappointment." A deep sigh closed this short soliloquy, and after indulging a little longer in this train of thought, it produced the following sonnet. The Laplander. The shivering native, who by Tenglio's side beholds with fond regret the parting light sink far away, beneath the darkening tide, and leave him to long months of dreary night, yet knows that springing from the eastern wave, the sun's glad beams shall re-illume his way, and, from the snows secured within his cave, he waits in patient hope, returning day. Not so the sufferer feels, who o'er the waste of joyless life is destined to deplore fond love forgotten, tender friendship past, which, once extinguished, can revive no more. O'er the blank void he looks with hopeless pain. For him those beams of heaven shall never shine again. A few days after this, an interval of calm weather gave to Mrs. Elphinstone courage to determine on embarking. But the evening before that on which it was finally fixed that they should go, she told Celestina, with a solemnity of voice and manner that convinced her she was not to be diverted from her purpose, that she could not be satisfied to leave the island without visiting the spot where lay the remains of her husband. Celestina, without much hope of success, represented to her how wrong it was to yield, or rather to encourage, sorrow, unavailing to its object, and injurious to those who were his living representatives, by depriving her of her calmness of mind when exertion was most necessary, and injuring her own health, now so particularly precious to them. To these arguments her poor friend replied, with melancholy composure, that she should suffer more in reflecting on her omission than she could do in fulfilling what she had persuaded herself was a duty. Celestina therefore agreed to accompany her that evening. Montague Thirle had already shown her the place, and Mrs. Elphinstone desired to have no other witnesses to her sorrows than the soft-hearted and pitying friend, without whose generous sympathy she would probably long before have sunk under them. It was near 2 months since the death of Elphinstone, when this melancholy farewell visit was to be paid by his widow. A calm but sullen day, with an overclouded sky, threatening snow, was succeeded by a dark but mild evening. The distant sun had left a few lines of red light in the western horizon, and the moon, within a day or two of being at the full, edged with fainter rays the opposite clouds, through which it appeared not but at intervals. The unhappy widow, leaning on the arm of her tender friend, walked slowly and with languid steps, as she was guided towards the ruined chapel, and a universal pause of nature seemed to respect her sorrows. Not a breath of air wandered among the channel of the hills, and the waterfalls murmured low and hollow at a distance. The sea was calm, and being low in the sands was hardly heard, while the birds and few animals who inhabited the land were retired to their repose. Around this little chapel, now more than half in ruins, a few rude stones were raised to the memory of the dead of former times. The grass and weeds concealed many, and on the rest no figures but those of crosses rudely cut were now visible. Elphinstone had been interred within the walls of the edifice itself. His widow desired her friend to enter it with her, to show her the place, and to leave her. As they approached the spot, the ground sounded hollow beneath their feet, and a mournful echo ran around the damp walls. The moon, darting for a moment through the ruined stonework of the dismantled window, showed them a broken table that had once been the altar, on which some pieces of the Gothic ornaments of the chapel and several human bones were scattered, and near it the newly turned-up earth, on which a few stones were loosely piled, discovered the grave of poor Elphinstone. Celestina could not trust her voice to point it out, but leading her friend to it, she immediately comprehended that there lay the remains of her husband, and fetching a deep sigh, she stopped at it. "I had better not leave you, surely," cried Celestina mournfully. "I cannot bear to leave you in this dreadful place." "Pray, oblige me," replied her friend. "It is the last indulgence I will ask, and I promise not to stay long." "I will wait for you without, then," replied Celestina. "And pray, dear Sophie, consider your children, and let it not be long that you indulge this sad propensity." She then went out of the chapel, and seating herself on one of the ruined monuments near its entrance, yielded to all the gloomy thoughts which the place, the hour, and the occasion inspired. "Ah, who knows," cried she, "whether I may not have reason to lament even as this poor mourner, whose groans tear my heart to pieces while I listen to them. I hear her. She implores forgiveness of the shade of her departed husband for all the involuntary offences she committed against him. She, whose whole life has been one course of suffering, solicits forgiveness of him to whom those sufferings were owing. She forgets his faults towards her, and recollects only that he once loved her, that he was the husband of her youth, and that he is gone for ever, while she trembles for the future fate of him, whose errors she only remembers to recommend them to mercy. Dreadful, then, is the final separation even from those of whom, though we have reason to complain, we have once loved. Ah, what it must be when an eternal barrier is put between us and those whom we unreservedly and passionately love. Willoughby, if I have regretted so deeply our separation, what would become of me should I ever hang over the grave where thy adored form moulders in the dust? O God, grant that I never sustain a trial like that." Overwhelmed by these sad thoughts, and terrified at the increasing darkness and fearful silence, which was broken only by the deep sighs of her unhappy friend prostrate on the grave of her husband, she started up to recall her from her mournful employment, when Montague Thorold, breathless with haste and anxiety, approached her. She was glad to recognize him, and took the hand he offered her, while he cried impatiently, "Wherefore is all this, my dear madam, and where is your friend?" Celestina led him to the place, shuddering as she approached, while Mrs. Elphinstone, recovering herself by an effort of resolution, and having perhaps disburdened her oppressed heart, and satisfied her mournful propensity, agreed immediately to go with them. And having turned once more her streaming eyes on the spot as she quitted the chapel, she suffered each of her friends to take an arm, and lead her home in silence, where Montague Thorold advised her and Celestina to take immediately a few hours' rest, as the tide would serve very early in the morning for their embarkation in the vessel which now lay ready to receive them. They followed his advice, and before daybreak on the 20th of December, near 7 months after their arrival on the Isle of Skye, they quitted it, and landing safely on the coast of Scotland, they proceeded with very great fatigue, though fortunately without being intercepted by such heavy snows as they had at such a season reason to apprehend, to Edinburgh, where it was necessary for them to rest some days before they proceeded on their long journey to the other extremity of Great Britain. End of Celestina, Volume 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Amy McCracken. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy McCracken. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 4. As Mrs. Elphinstone was too much dejected to allow her to go out, Celestina, who had great pleasure in visiting antiquities, and whose active mind was perpetually in search of new ideas, was compelled either to relinquish these gratifications or to permit Montague Thorold only to accompany her. He was generally so guarded in his conversation that, though it was easy to see how much he suffered in suppressing his passion, Celestina had no reasonable ground of complaint. He found, however, at Edinburgh, that it was particularly uneasy to her to visit the places she wished to see without some other companion, and recollecting that one of the professors was well known to his father, he made use of the claim that acquaintance gave him, and by that means Celestina received all the attention and hospitality for which the Scottish nation are so justly praised. The gentleman to whom she thus became known had several daughters, amiable and elegant young women. With them she saw all that the capital of Scotland afforded worthy of observation. With them she visited the ruinous chapel and magnificently mournful apartments of Holyrood House, and gave a sigh to the fate of the lovely, luckless Mary, who was almost his last resident sovereign. Then, parting with her newly acquired friends with mutual regret, she proceeded on her road to England, nothing particular occurring on the way for some time, except the slow but evident amendment of Mrs. Elphinstone's spirits, and the symptoms of increased attachment to Montague Thorold, who, if he loved her before with an attachment fatal to his peace and subversive of his prospects, now seemed to idolize her with an ardor bordering on frenzy. In despite of the resolution she had avowed to him, in despite of those he had himself formed, this ardent and invincible passion was visible in everything he said and did. He seemed to have forgotten that he had any other business in the world than to serve her, to listen to the enchantment of her voice, to watch every change of her countenance. His whole being was absorbed in that one sentiment, and though he had promised not to consider the advantages which his own wild Quixotism, aided by accident, had thus obtained for him, as making the least alteration in the decided preference of Celestina for another, he insensibly forgot, at least at times, her unalterable affection for Willoughby, and seeing, notwithstanding all her attempts to conceal it, that she pitied him, that she was not insensible of his attempts to please her, nor blind to his powers of pleasing, he cherished, in defiance of reason and conviction, from which he fled as much as possible, the extravagant hope that the barrier, whatever it was, between her and Willoughby would be found invincible, and that the time, though it might yet be remote, would at length arrive when he should himself be allowed to aspire to her favour. The human mind, however strong, yields too easily to these illusions, whence at least it enjoys the soft consolations of hope, and sees rays of light, which, though imaginary, perhaps are all we often have to carry us on, with courage, over the rugged way, too thickly sown with real or missing them with imaginary and self-created evils. It is therefore little to be wondered at, if Montague Thorold, so sanguine in temperament, of so little experience in life, for he was yet hardly 22, and so much in love, should thus eagerly feed himself with hopes of its ultimate success, and be wilfully deaf to every argument which reason would have brought against the reality of the gay visions he cherished. Celestina, pitying and esteeming him, was very anxious to reduce this unhappy and fruitless prepossession to the bounds of friendship and esteem, and though she at this time thought of Willoughby with so much internal anguish that she never on other occasions willingly named him, yet she now took occasion sometimes to speak of him, and purposely laid her train of conversation in such a way with Mrs. Elphinstone as gave Montague Thorold to understand that her sentiments in regard to him who had first possessed and still was master of her heart could never suffer any material change or be transferred to another, even though she was sure that she was personally divided from him forever. After some days' travelling, with the languor of Mrs. Elphinstone and her extreme anxiety about her children rendered tedious, the party arrived at York, and there it was determined to remain 2 days. Celestina, who had nobody to receive her at the end of her pilgrimage, was peculiar delight, was not very eager to finish it. Mrs. Elphinstone, seeing nothing but poverty and dependence before her, of which her mind, being enfeebled by grief, was little able to bear a nearer prospect, was yet less anxious. And Montague Thurot cared not how long a journey lasted which gave him what he must at its termination lose, the happiness of being with, and of being useful to the mistress of his heart. When they arrived at York, there was an appearance of snow. It fell with violence during the night, and by 10 o'clock the next morning the north road was rendered impassable. The travellers were assured that in a day or two it would be sufficiently beat for them to proceed with safety, and as their original intention was to remain at least 2 days, the farther immaterial delay with which this circumstance threatened them gave to none of them any concern. The snow, however, continued to fall very heavily, and the cold became almost insupportably severe. The party were drawn round a good fire at the inn, and Mrs. Elphinstone had just put her children to bed, when an unusual clamour and bustle below attracted their attention. Horses were called for, and the loud voice was heard to say, "If 4 are not sufficient, my master will have 14 rather than be stopped a moment." "This is some matrimonial expedition," cried Montague Thurot, "or why all this haste?" The idea, which the ladies allowed to be probable, excited some degree of curiosity, and when the waiters soon after came in to lay the cloth for supper, Montague could not forbear inquiring if the horses which were a short time before so eagerly called for were not for the accommodation of a young couple hastening into Scotland. The man replied that the gentleman was going into Scotland, and had been stopped by the snow about 7 miles off, the horses he had to his chase being unable to draw him, but that he understood he was quite alone, that the horses and men had been sent to his assistance, and that he was expected there presently. The man, who probably loved to hear himself talk, went on to inform them, though they now no longer felt any great degree of curiosity, that the gentleman's valet de chambre and one of the postilions, who had come forward, who were warming themselves at the fire below before they returned back as they were ordered, had declared that they were almost dead with cold. "But as for that, sir," continued the waiter, "he says that is, sir, the valet de chambre says he, my master, if once he's got a scheme in his head, 'tis not cold, no, nor water, nor fire neither, as will find it an easy matter to stop him. And then, says he, as for fatigue to his own self, says he, or danger, or anything of the like nature, or expense, though it cost him 100, ay, or 1,000 pounds, why, my master, says he, minds it no more than nothing. 'Tis all one to him. Yet, to be sure, says he is a good master in the main, and no sneaker neither in money, nor liquor, nor no other accommodation to servants." "And pray," said Montague Thurot, "who is this courageous, bountiful, and accommodating gentleman?" "I did not think to ask his name, sir," replied the waiter, "but I can know in a minute." He then, without waiting for an answer, ran downstairs, and returning almost instantly, said that the gentleman was Squire Vavasor of Staffordshire. "Vavasor!" cried Celestina in a faint voice, and turning as pale as death. "Good heaven! To what purpose can Vavasor be travelling in such haste towards Scotland?" "Vavasor!" echoed Montague Thurot, his countenance betraying all that passed in his heart. "Vavasor! Ah, Mr. Mornay, it was to you he was undoubtedly going. Willoughby is returned, and he sends his friend to reclaim his betrothed wife." "Sends his friend! Oh, no, no," answered Celestina with quickness. "That cannot be. Were Willoughby returned, he would not send. Rather, it is some sad news he has to impart, and I must prepare myself for it. I must bear it, be what it may." The cruellest anxiety now took possession of both Celestina and Montague Thurot. They both dreaded an explanation, though unable to bear the suspense. Thurot went down to see what he could gather from the men, but Mr. Vavasor's servant was gone back to meet his master, and the postilion had only come with him from the last post-town. Celestina, in the meantime, now traversed the room, now went to the window, and now appeared to attend to the conjecture Mrs. Elphinstone offered, that perhaps this journey might in no respect relate to her, but might be owing to one of those sudden starts of caprice in which Vavasor was known to indulge himself. This state of suspense and conjecture, which is of all others least easy to be borne, did not last long, for in about a quarter of an hour the carriage, in which Vavasor himself was, arrived. Celestina now debated within herself whether she ought to send to him to inform him of her being on her way to England, or suffer him to proceed, whither she doubted not he was going, even to the Hebrides in search of her. This internal debate was however short. Her extreme solicitude to have news of Willoughby superseded every other thought, and whether the Vavasor was going to Scotland to announce her fate to her by the direction of Willoughby, or merely in consequence of some whim of his own, she knew that he, in all probability, could give her some intelligence of him whom she most wished to hear. Montague Thoreau, who trembled least in consequence of this interview, all the daydreams in which he had been indulging himself should at once be destroyed, would have represented to her some imaginary improprieties which his wish to find them raised in his mind. Celestina, however, had with all her candour and humility a decisive spirit, the effect of her great good sense, which, when she had once examined and determined on any subject, did not leave her open to the trifling perplexities of feeble and unimportant debate. She considered that even if Vavasor was going on some eccentric idea of his own to follow her into Scotland, it would be cruel and unjust to suffer him to pursue such a journey at such a season, and therefore steadily resisting all the representations of Montague Thoreau against it, she addressed to him the following note: Miss de Bournay presents her compliments to Mr. Vavasor, and having learned by accident that he is at this place, requests the favour of seeing him tomorrow morning to breakfast with Mrs. Elphinstone and with her at 9:30. Montague Thoreau, being unable wholly to prevent, thought he could at least impede the delivery of this note till the next day, but Celestina was too impatient to hear of Willoughby to be blind to the artifice which Montague was too much in love to manage very dexterously, and therefore, quitting the room herself, she found one of the waiters, who she enjoined to give the note to the gentleman who was just arrived, as soon as he had done supper. This was not perhaps very discreet, but Celestina thought much at the moment of Willoughby, and very little of Vavasor, and in her anxiety to hear news of the one, she reflected not on the way in which it might be conveyed by the other, who, after a long and cold journey, having finished his supper, was not likely at least to be a clear and calm messenger, and a moment's reflection would have convinced her that he was not a man who, from motives of delicate forbearance and polite deference, would put off the interview to the time she had named. No sooner was the note from Celestina delivered to Vavasor than he ran upstairs with an impatience amounting almost to frenzy, his eyes flashing fire, and his countenance expressive of the violent emotions with which he was agitated. He hardly noticed Mrs. Elphinstone, but casting a look of angry surprise at Montague Thoreau, whom he immediately knew, he approached Celestina, took her hand, and eagerly kissing it, told her in a hurried manner that he was hastening to Scotland to give her intelligence of very great consequence, and to deliver her a packet from Willoughby. "From Willoughby," replied Celestina, so extremely affected by his abrupt entrance that she was ready to faint. "Is he well? Is he returned to England?" "No," replied he, without seeming sensible of the nature of her sufferings, "not returned to England, or likely to return, but—" "Is he married, then?" said Celestina, interrupting him in a still more trembling voice. "Not yet, but I have a letter for you which—" "Give it me," cried she, hardly able to breathe. He had it not about him, but ringing for his servant, gave him the key of his portmanteau, and bidding him bring a large sealed packet, which he said he would find there, the man immediately returned with it, and Celestina, without speaking to Vavasor, hurried away with it in a breathless agitation. Mrs. Elphinstone, alarmed at her looks, following her in silence. All this time Montague Thoreau had remained leaning against one of the piers, with contracted brows and clasped hands, watching the countenance of Celestina, while his own changed from pale to red, from red again to pale. He had always returned the dislike which Vavasor had shown towards him as much as his nature could return dislike, and this was increased by the abrupt and unfeeling manner in which Vavasor had executed a commission that, whether it brought to her welcome or unwelcome tidings, demanded, he thought, more delicacy and more preparation. When Celestina and Mrs. Elphinstone were gone, he felt no inclination, therefore, to stay with Vavasor, who walked up and down the room as if expecting their return, but was preparing to leave it, when, as he crossed to the door, Vavasor, turning short towards him, asked how he came to be at York with Mr. Mornay. "How I came, sir?" replied Montague Thoreau with equal abruptness. "Have you any right, sir, to inquire?" "Yes," replied Vavasor contemptuously, "I have a right." "To inquire into my actions, sir?" interrupted Thoreau. "Surely not." "To inquire into those of Miss de Mornay, sir, I have a right." "Well, sir, if she allows of that right, to her you may then apply. But you will be so good as to leave me at liberty to be at York, or wherever else it is convenient to me to be." "Not with her, sir, you must not. Not with Mr. Mornay, be assured. As for the rest, pray understand that were it not for the circumstance of your being seen in company with her, I should never recollect that such a person was in the world as Mr. Montague Thoreau." Thoreau, though naturally of a gentle disposition, was little disposed to bear the contemptuous arrogance of any man. He therefore answered with more quickness that it was an honour he could well dispense with, to be thought of at all by such a man as Mr. Vavasor. The tone in which he spoke this, and the emphasis he laid on the word "such a man," provoked the haughty and impetuous spirit of Vavasor, and words rose so high between them that Mrs. Elphinstone, who was only in the next room, came in, and extremely terrified at their violence, besought them to separate. Vavasor, whose passions were at all times too strong to suffer him to listen either to reason from others or to his own, gave very little attention to her remonstrances. But Montague Thoreau, on seeing her extreme uneasiness, and on hearing the name of Celestina, became in a moment apparently calm, and assuring Mrs. Elphinstone that she had no reason to be alarmed, he addressed himself coolly to Vavasor, and said that if he had any business with him, he would be at his service in the morning. He then besought Mrs. Elphinstone to return to Celestina, and, taking her hand, led her out of the room, assuring her in a whisper that he would not return that evening to Vavasor, nor have any farther contention with him. "Make yourself easy, therefore, my dear madam," said he, "and tell me, how is our lovely friend? What are the contents of a letter which required so extraordinary a messenger?" Mrs. Elphinstone answered that Celestina had appeared in great emotion while she read the beginning of the letter, and then telling her that she should finish it in her own room, had left her, in increased agitation, she thought, but without tears. "And shall you see her no more to-night?" inquired Montague Thoreau. "I rather believe not," replied Mrs. Elphinstone. "And do you think," said Thoreau, "do you think, my dear madam, that the agitation, the emotion you remarked, was the effect of joy, of grief, of disappointment, of regret, I think," answered she. "I believe Celestina is now convinced that every probability of her becoming the wife of Mr. Willoughby is at an end for ever." "Then," cried Montague Thoreau, unable to repress the violence of his feelings, "oh, then there will be hope for me!" There was something like the transports of frenzy in the manner in which he uttered this, and Mrs. Elphinstone was shocked at it. "Be not too sanguine, Mr. Montague," said she. "I do not believe that the affections of Miss de Mornay are to be easily or lightly transferred, but if they were, think of the powerful claims upon them that are using against yours." "Claims? What claims?" cried he. "Who shall dare to dispute with me in heart to which—" "Nay, nay," answered Mrs. Elphinstone, "this is all frenzy and wildness. Do you not know that you have no claim, though I am willing to allow all your merit? And do you not see that Willoughby, in being compelled to resign her, recommends his friend Vavasor to her favour, and therefore sends him hither?" "Vavasor!" cried he. "Recommend Vavasor to her! And would Celestina, who with all that dignified gentleness had a great deal of spirit with a proper consciousness of her own value, would she bear to be consigned, like a bale of merchandise, to a friend, and to such a man as Vavasor? Impossible! He dare not think of it, but I wish he may, for her insulted pride will mitigate the pain of her disappointed love, and she will be mine, the charmer will be mine." The look, the manner in which this was uttered, increased the concern of Mrs. Elphinstone, who, from her own recent and severe sufferings, had learned to dread anything like romantic eccentricity. She laid her soft cold hand on the burning hands of Montague Thoreau, as they were wildly clasped together. "My dear sir," said she, in the gentlest accents, "I owe you 1,000 obligations for all the attention you showed me in my late calamitous situation. And ill, Very ill should I repay those obligations, if I did not try as a friend to mitigate these violent transports. Believe me, the heart of Celestina, fixed in her early life to one subject, is attached to that object with more than common firmness. Vavasor's frantic fondness, and your real merit, will in my opinion be equally indifferent to her, and I verily believe that if Willoughby marries another, as I conclude he will, Miss de Mornay will never marry at all. Montague Thoreau could not bear this. The idea of rivalry had been painful, but the pain was mitigated by his knowledge of her character, and the character of Vavasor, which, with all its avowed libertinism, he knew Celestina could not even tolerate, and certainly not approve. But the idea of her living only for Willoughby, even when Willoughby lived for another, was insupportable, and since he was unwilling to own it was possible, he would therefore have been ready to quarrel with anybody but Mrs. Elphinstone for supposing it probable. But to every being who was unfortunate, and especially if that unfortunate being was a woman, the kind heart of Montague Thoreau overflowed with goodwill and sympathy. He therefore checked himself, and saying he could be impatient to hear of Mrs. de Mornay in the morning, he wished Mrs. Elphinstone a good night, and left her. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Amy McCracken.
Volume 3, Chapter 5 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 5. It was not till after 2 or 3 readings, with a palpitating heart, a heart so much agitated as hardly to leave her the use of her reason, that Celestina perfectly understood the meaning of Willoughby's letter, which ran thus: "The only apology, dear Celestina, that the unhappy Willoughby has to offer for his conduct is, to relate to you all that has befallen him since that fatal night when he parted from you at Elphinstone. The emotions which I must feel while I write, I will endeavor to suppress, both your sake and my own. It shall be, if I can command myself, a history of events, rather than of the sufferings to which those events have condemned me. You know that after the abrupt and unaccountable note that I received, I hastened to the inn at Exeter, where I was informed some persons, who had business of the utmost importance, which admitted not of a moment's delay, waited to see me. The terms in which the note was written were such as gave me a strange alarm, though I knew not what to dread. This uneasy astonishment was not lessened, when, after much appearance of mystery, I was introduced to Lady Castlenorth. You know the woman, and can imagine how ill her harshness, when irritated by the malignity of disappointed pride, was calculated to soften the blow which it was her pleasure to give me herself. She told me that having heard I was on the following morning to become your husband, she felt it to be her duty to save me from the horrors of such a union, by informing me that she knew you to be the daughter of my mother, the daughter of that Mr. Everard who was my tutor, and that the woman she had with her, whom had been a servant in the house at the time, could give the most indisputable account of your birth. Stunned as by a stroke of thunder, I turned towards the woman, of whose face as a servant of my mother's I had not the least recollection. I know not what I said to her. I only remember that she gave, in a confused and vulgar way, an account of what she pretended to have been witness to. I suffered her to talk on, for my very soul was sinking with anguish. My mother's honor destroyed, my Celestina torn from me. My soul recoiled from the idea as from an execrable falsehood. Yet, when I remembered the solemn injunction that beloved mother gave me in her last moments to marry Miss Fitzhaven, the promise she drew from me never otherwise to unite myself, when my agonized mind ran back to the displeasure she sometimes expressed at my fondness and admiration for you, I dared not, with all the pain and all the horror I felt, I dared not throw from me with the indignation this odious intelligence. I dared not load the hateful communicators of it with the odium which would have been dictated by my swelling heart, had it not been checked by these sad recollections, which pressed upon me in despite of myself, and gave me something like internal evidence of the facts I would very fain have denied. There was, in the countenance of Lady Castlenorth, something of insolent triumph, which I could not bear. She made a merit of her disinterested conduct, and talked of virtue, and honor, and integrity, till I was blind and deaf. She then threw out some reflections on my mother's memory, which roused me from the torpor of amazement and sorrow to resentment. She uttered some malignant sarcasms against you, and I flew from her. She had, however, completely executed her purpose. If it was that of rendering me the most wretched of human beings, and in quitting the house, which she did soon afterwards, had the barbarous pleasure of knowing that she had destroyed my peace for some time, if not for ever. To return to you, Celestina, under the doubts which distracted me was impossible. To become your husband, so lately the fondest, the first wish of a heart that doted upon you, was not to be thought of, while ideas of so much horror obtruded themselves on my mind. Yet to leave you without accounting for my absence, to leave you to all the torturing suspense of vague conjectures, to leave you to suppose I had deceived and forsaken you, was cruel, and was unpardonable. It was, however, what, after a long and dreadful struggle, I determined to do. I might, indeed, have put an end to your conjectures by delivering you over to others more tormenting, by communicating the doubts Lady Castlenorth has raised. But this I found I could less bear to do than even to leave you wholly in suspense. Believing her capable of anything which revenge or malice could dictate, there was reason, notwithstanding all my trembling apprehensions, to suppose it more than possible that she might have invented the story, and have bribed the woman with her to give evidence of its truth. To this possibility my mind clung with the eagerness of a drowning wretch, and I could not resolve to sully before you the memory of my angel mother, which I know you hold in such tender veneration. I could not determine to raise in your delicate and sensible mind doubts and terrors, which might make such fatal impressions as might impede our union, even if the fallacy of this invention to divide us was detected. In a state of mind then, which I will not attempt to describe, I at length determined to send for Cathcart, and without explaining even to him the motives of my sudden journey, to secure, if I could, your continuance at Alvanstone, and to set out myself to discover the real circumstances of your birth, and never to return till I had the most thorough conviction that you were not the daughter of my mother, or till I could learn to consider you, if it were so, only as a beloved sister. Ah, Celestina! I little knew the task I undertook, yet with anguish and depression, to which no words can do justice, I set about it. My first step was, to find out Watson, my mother's old servant, who had never, I knew, left her for many years. I knew that after her death, and on receiving the legacy of £50 that her mistress left her, she had retired to the house of her son, who was married and settled at Whitehaven. I might have written to have inquired after her, but then I must have waited some days in suspense I could not bear, and while I was in motion I felt my misery less, from an idea that I was doing something to end it. I set out therefore on horseback for Whitehaven, and, on my arrival there, learned that she had been dead about 6 weeks. This first hope of certainty thus frustrated, it occurred to me that perhaps among her papers there might be some memorandums that would be useful, and, as she always hired and discharged the inferior servants, and kept an account of the time and terms of their service in a book, I flattered myself that I might find some date of the time when Hannah Biscoe, who pretended to have been in her confidence and to have been entrusted with a secret of such importance, really lived in the family. I told her son that to see all the papers his mother had left was of importance to me. He readily brought all he had. There were some books of accounts, and some memorandums about servants, but none that gave me any light, or were of any importance to my inquiry, for none went back above 10 years. The man told me there were more, but that not knowing they were of any consequence, or even supposing them likely to be called for, he had given them to his children, who had cut them to pieces. I believe, however, sir, said he, that there are some letters in a drawer of a bureau, which I remember to have seen during my mother's illness. I will fetch them if you think they will be of any service. I desired him to do so, and he brought me about 20 letters. Some of them were from my mother, while she was in London in the years 1779 and 1780, and Watson was at Alvanstone with you, and my sister, of whom she had, as you well remember, the care of all occasions where it was necessary for my mother to be absent. You were then about 9, and Matilda about 11 years old. The only sentences of any kind of consequence were these: I have no notion of any real danger from the landing of troops from the fleets of France and Spain. No landing can take place, and 'tis all nonsense and bravado. I thought you had more sense, Watson, than to catch the panic of the vulgar and the ignorant, which they rather like to communicate. However, since you write so pressingly to know what should be done if anything should happen, I give you an answer. First, that nothing will happen, and secondly, if you have any alarm, which a reasonable being would consider such, take my 2 girls and bring them up hither instantly. But I shall be down at Elphinstone in about 10 days, and nothing can happen within that time, believe me. My 2 girls was the only sentence in this letter on which I could lay any stress. My 2 girls! Well, and what then? Have I not heard my mother 1,000 times say, my 2 girls? My Matilda, my Celestina, were names indiscriminately used. My children, even my daughters, were terms not infrequent with her. Ah, little did her generous and benevolent heart suppose that such advantage might be taken of that generosity, of that benevolence, for now, even now, no, I do not, I cannot, I will not believe that Celestina has any other claim to her friendship, to her protection, than what arose from the generosity and benevolence. Now, do I say? Can I say it? Oh, heaven! How dreadfully contradictory are the sentiments that agitated and tear my heart! Let me, however, recall my scattered thoughts, and remember that it is a simple history of facts only, and not of feelings, that I promise to relate. Another letter was written to Watson, where Mr. Everard, after a very tedious illness, which had long confined him in town, went down to Elphinstone in the year '80, for change of air, rather than to his own parsonage, where some repairs were then going on. The letter was expressive of great solicitude and anxiety, but from thence what could be inferred? Nothing, but that the dear and benevolent writer was solicitous for the health of a friend to whom she had long been attached. There was not in this a word on which the most invidious observer could dwell, nor was there in any other letter a syllable to give me any confirmation of what I dreaded to find. Still I procured from the person who had succeeded to Watson's effects every paper and every book that remained. But I found nothing, and returned to London as miserable, as dissatisfied as I left it. Nothing made me more wretched than the questions with which I was now persecuted. I fled from society, stopped at a small village in the neighborhood of London, where I avoided everybody who was likely to know me, and thought only how I might satisfy my own torturing doubts, and escape those of others. The most obvious method seemed to be to find out the woman who had accompanied Lady Castlenorth, and question her when she was no longer under the influence of her employer. But this I could not do without getting, at my uncle's house, information which I knew not how to set about. To go there was hateful to me. I could not now bear the sight of people whom I had never loved, and to whom I imputed all the misery I labored under. My servant, Farnham, had been little used to these sort of negotiations, and knew not better than I did how to integrate himself into the favor of the persons, through whose means only he could procure the intelligence so necessary to us. He went, however, about it as well as he could, but all I learned was, that Lady Castlenorth had, soon after her journey into Devonshire, sent the woman who accompanied her into her native country, which was either Norfolk or Suffolk, and with so much secrecy that nobody knew whither she was gone, or how she was provided for. But Farnham, with some difficulty, drew from the rest of the servants, with whom he found means of conversing, that she had boasted, in some moments of vulgar exultation, that her fortune was made for ever. No clue, however, could I obtain by which I could find out this woman, and after much fruitless inquiry, where the art of the adversary with whom I had to engage baffled all my assiduity, I determined to go to Lord Castlenorth, to state to him the stigma that his wife had thrown on the honour of my mother, his sister, and to demand that I might have proofs of the facts she alleged, such as she could now give, or that she might acknowledge the wickedness and injustice of her aspersions. I was not aware, till I conversed with Lord Castlenorth, to how debilitated a state of indolence, ignorance, pride, and prejudice can reduce the human mind. His, however, was of so singular a cast, that instead of being shocked at the injury done to his sister's honour, he affected to resent, in spite of family pride, my doubts of his wife's veracity, flew from the point to which I attempted to bring him, and we parted in mutual disgust. At least I was disgusted, and more wretched and more hopeless than before I had made this attempt. Every effort to discover the retreat of the woman failing, my next measure was to go to the convent at Hieres. It was owing to these cruel circumstances, Celestina, that I left you in doubt while I remained in England. It was owing to these that I left England in the hope, though it became every day more mingled with apprehension, that I left England without accounting to you for my conduct. Were these surmises groundless? Why should I empoison your delicate mind? Why should I sully for a moment the sacred fame of my mother by divulging them? Were they found to be at length too well substantiated, it would be then time enough to inform you of them. On my arrival at Hieres, I went directly to the present confessor of the community, out of whose care my mother took you. I found him to be intelligent, obliging, and officious. From him I learned that the present superior was a young woman of a good family, who had been compelled to take the veil, and who would probably have very few real scruples as to giving me all the information she could. I succeeded easily in my research, as far as it depended on these two persons. I found that the memorandum of my mother's having taken you out of the convent, by the name of Celestina de Moray, remained, and I found, with emotions on which I must not dwell, that there was another memorandum of expenses for the little English child, received at the request of Madame de P. Such is the literal sense of the French words. Who then was this Madame P.? An old nun who had lived in the house above 25 years, and who was the only person who recollected any circumstances of your reception, told me that she well remembered that this Madame de P. came from Bayonne, or some part of the country in the neighborhood of that town, and that she was an intimate friend of the then abbess, and her name, of which only the initials were expressed in the memorandum, was La Marquise de Pelletier. I inquired of the old nun if she knew on what ground it was you were represented as an English child. She replied that she knew no more than that when first you were received under the care of the superior, you were said to be the child of English parents, or at least that one of your parents was of the nation, but that soon afterwards this was, by the abbess's authority, contradicted. It was forbidden to be mentioned in the community, and it was ordered that you should from that time be spoken of as Mademoiselle de Moray, while intimations were given that you were a relation of your own, born of a concealed marriage, and that your father being dead and your mother married to another person, you were to be considered as belonging only to the community in which you were destined to pass your life. Ah, Celestina, what food was here for those corrosive conjectures which preyed on my heart? Having exhausted, however, every kind of information which was here possible to procure, I set out for Bayonne, where some of the family, at least of Madame de Pelletier, were, I understand, to be found. She had herself been dead some years. I met, however, with her son, a gay young man of 24 or 25, from whom I could obtain nothing but a general confession that his mother probably had, from the general tenor of her life, occasion in more than one instance to exercise the secrecy and kind of offices of her friends, and very probably obliged them in her turn. And when I explained to him my reasons for the anxious inquiries I made, which I thought the only means likely to interest him for me, he said that he was vraiment au desespoir at the little embarrass into which I had fallen, that la belle demoiselle might be my sister or might be his, that he had not the least hope of being of service to me in unraveling the mystery, for he had destroyed all his mother's papers in pursuance of her dying directions some years before, and did not believe the slightest trace remained of any connection with an English lady or an English family. I inquired where his mother lived in the years 1770 and 1771, which was about the time of your birth, and where in the year 1772, the time of your reception in the convent. He replied that she was then sometimes at Paris, where she was believed to have an arrangement with Count W., a German nobleman, sometimes at Pezenas and sometimes at Heres. From all this I could gather nothing to my purpose, and Monsieur de Pelletier, soon quitting his house in the neighborhood of Bayonne to go to Paris, I returned thither also, infinitely more unhappy than before my research. All I have related, Celestina, is so little convincing when it is put together, that perhaps I ought not to lay any stress upon it, when to such slight and unsatisfactory ground of conjecture is opposed the character and the principles of my mother. Yet shall I tell you truly, that the energy with which she pressed me with her last words to marry Miss Fitzhaven, the displeasure she always shewed at my expressing any partiality towards you, her grief at the death of Mr. Everard, which it was easy to see she never recovered, some words which, though I could not clearly understand them, escaped her lips almost with her last sigh, and which the name Celestina seemed united with some ardent prayer, or some earnest injunction, while, in her cold convulsed hand, she pressed mine to her trembling lips. O Celestina, those sounds I have since interpreted into a confession of this fatal secret. Still inarticulate as they were, they vibrate on my heart, and now, united with the story of Lady Castlenorth, and the circumstances I have gathered of your being born of English parents, all unite to render me wretched. Yet there is not the least likeness between you and my mother. There is not the remotest resemblance between you and Mr. Everard, who had remarkably strong features and very red hair. O Celestina! What am I to conjecture? What am I to do? Ought I, on such grounds, to resign you? Can I ever learn to consider you only as my sister? Where shall I go to next? How satisfy my doubts? How ever possess again a moment's happiness? Every other evil is light to this, even the disorder of my affairs. The necessity I shall soon be in to sell Alvastone is hardly felt. On my leaving England, I raised money at an enormous premium in order to pay Vassover, which I could not bear to owe him, uncertain as I was what would become of me. This, together with my absence, has alarmed some of my mortgagees, who talk of reclosing their mortgages, while my own neglect of my affairs has, in despite of Cathcart's assiduity, contributed to my embarrassments. But what are these inferior distresses compared to the wretchedness of a heart, adoring Celestina, yet afraid of indulging his passion, lest it lead him into guilt? Ah, every evil fortune could inflict, but this I could bear. But again it is necessary to recall my pen from the description of feelings to the narrative of facts. Lord and Lady Castlenorth and their daughter arrived in the early part of the summer in France. I was then absent on the research I have related to you, but heard they have been very earnest in their inquiries after me at Paris, and on my return thither, some months afterward, I received a letter from Lord Castlenorth, earnestly desiring me to join them at Florence or Naples. The letter imported that the alliance he once wished was no longer in question, but that finding his health every day declining, he wished to see the only male relation he had, on the settlement of some family concerns. This invitation I ought not, perhaps, on the other accounts to have refused, but the hope of being able to gain some farther intelligence on the circumstances which occupied my mind incessantly, determined me at once to accept it. I went then and met them at Florence, where my uncle received me with as much overacted civility as when we parted last he had treated me with supercilious scorn. I found him, however, not more reasonable than before. The prejudices that had taken possession of his mind were so strong that he was angry and amazed that what made the whole business of his life could be to any other person matters of mere indifference. He talked to me incessantly of remedies for the gout, of the medicines he was taking, and of their effects, told me how he slept and how he ate, and read dissertations without end on chronic disorders in general, and from this discourse he glided by some link which escaped me into his other favorite science, heraldry. Oh, the quarterings and bearings which I was compelled to affect hearing, the genealogies I was distracted with, and the marriages and intermarriages to which I appeared to listen, while in fact I knew nothing of what he said, and only endured this sort of martyrdom in the hope of seeing Lady Castlenorth, who on my first visits did not deign to appear. All these later harangues were, I found, intended to impress on my mind the pride and prudence which would attend a union with my cousin, his daughter, and the advantage it would give me above any other alliance I could form. My patient acquiescence was imputed to returning inclination for this boasted connection, and when I thought to be sufficiently impressed with the ideas thus meant to be conveyed to me, and to be weaned from the weakness I had betrayed, I was admitted, without any solicitation however on my part, to the honour of seeing Lady Castlenorth and her daughter. The elder lady was the only one of them with whom I wished to have any conversation, and her love of hearing herself talk obtained me this favour, in spite of all the displeasure she had conceived against me. But it was very difficult to bring her to converse on that subject which alone interested me. She would talk politics, or give me a dissertation on the nature of the soul, or on the eruptions of Vesuvius, descant on the age of the world, or on her own age, if her auditors would allow her to be not quite 45. But of Celestina she would not talk, and if ever I, in spite of her evasions, introduced the conversation, she affected to hear me with horror, and to consider every mention I made of a person whom she called so connected with me as the most indelicate and improper conversation with which I could entertain her. She was for the most part surrounded, when I was admitted to her, with Abati and the oracle of a circle she had herself formed, in which it was generally impracticable to entertain her with any other conversations than that she chose to lead to. Her daughter, who had formerly received me with so much happiness, and who had since been offended in the tenderest point, a point too in which her extreme vanity had rendered her particularly susceptible, affected no longer the overweening pride which in our first interviews had been so repulsive, but a soft melancholy, which sits well enough on some people, but was in her more likely to move mirth than pity. She seldom spoke to me, but when she did, it was with the air of one of whose just indignation was conquered by softer sentiments. I knew I never could deserve those sentiments from her, and therefore was very sorry to see them, even though certain they were feigned. But it was here only I could hope to gain any information of the woman, Hannah Biscoe, who pretended to have lived with my mother nearly 20 years since. Lady Castlenorth evaded, with wonderful art, ever giving me any trace of the circumstances, and of her daughter I knew it was in vain to inquire. But there was a little smart Italian girl called Justina, who had attended on Miss Fitzhaven for some time, and who had been in England with her, and I took occasion, as often as I could see her, to say some obliging thing to her, and sometimes to make her a trifling present. Justina, in consequence of my taking so much notice of her, began officiously to put herself in my way, and I believe her vanity prompted her for some time to suppose I had very different motives for my attention than those with which I was really actuated. But in a foreign woman of that rank, even vanity usually yields to advice. When I had obtained an opportunity of clearly explaining myself, Justina undertook to procure me a direction to the woman whom I was so solicitous to find. She produced it in about a week, but artfully evaded my question as to how she came by it. I sent off my own servant instantly with it, determined to follow him myself if the information as to her place of abode proves to be true. I received an account from him that a few days before his arrival at the house in Suffolk, where she was said to live, she had removed from thence, and the people either did not know or would not tell whither she was gone. This seemed so like an artifice of Lady Castlenorth's to prevent my making the inquiry which she knew I had so long and so earnestly desired, that I could now no longer doubt but that Justina had betrayed me. But during this disquieting suspense, time wore away, and you, Celestina, what could you think of me? I entertained the strongest hopes, and since Lady Castlenorth so industriously kept me from the person she had herself produced as likely to give me authentic and indisputable testimony that she knew her evidence would not bear investigation, and to this hope I eagerly adhered. My mind, however, was too much irritated by the idea of such complicated treachery to allow me to keep terms with her as I had hitherto done. I was wandering about Italy all the time of Farnham's absence. On his rejoining me, I went back to the residence of Lord Castlenorth, and very peremptorily taxed his wife with fraud. I denied that Hannah Biscoe lived with my mother at the period she pretended to have done so, and that lest I should discover the deception, that she had been sent away from the place where I had with difficulty discovered her. Lady Castlenorth affected the calm indifference of injured innocence, the proud consciousness of ill-treated integrity. She affected to declare that she was desirous of my seeing this Hannah Biscoe, that she knew not of her departure from the place whither she went, which was the house of a brother-in-law, nor was in any way concerned about her. But, added she, rising and going to a cabinet where she kept papers, you shall presently be convinced that she did live with your mother in the year 1770. She took out a letter, which I saw immediately to be my mother's hand. It was directed to Hannah Biscoe, at Mrs. Willoughby's, South Audley Street, where my mother's town house then was. These were the words: Hannah, I desire you will immediately on receipt of this go to Kensington, and deliver the enclosed to the person for whom it is directed, and let me know by the return of the post whether the orders I gave in a former letter were executed, and how everything goes on there. Alvastone, April 26, 1770. M. Willoughby. I returned the letter to Lady Castlenorth, and expressed myself very warmly, insisting upon it that from such evidence nothing could be derived or even guessed at. But she bade me, with a contemptuous smile, remember that when I questioned this woman at Exeter, she had told me that you were for the first months of your life nursed at Kensington, whither she went almost every day to see you, and that at 5 or 6 months old you were sent abroad, and when my mother went to the south of France, on pretence of recovering her health, 18 or 20 months after the death of my father, you were conveyed thither, and there put under the care of a friend, who placed you soon after with the superior of the convent of St. Celestine, at Hieres, as a relation of her own. The coincidence of the story with what I had heard before relative to Madame Peltier struck me with more force than anything I had yet learned. I left the house of Lord Castlenorth more miserable than I had ever been before, and again set out for Provence, hardly knowing why, and not caring at all what became of me. Ever since that period, Celestina, I have been wandering from place to place in search of information which I cannot obtain, and which obtained would certainly render me wretched, if indeed any wretchedness can be greater than that which in my present state of miserable uncertainty is my lot to suffer. Are we then, Celestina, are we related by blood? And is there an invincible bar between us? Was my mother, that admirable, that excellent, and almost faultless woman, capable of living in a state of continual dissimulation as to you, and of hiding one fault by another, which might have been followed by consequences so hideous to my imagination? O Celestina, it seems sacrilege to her memory to think it, yet her aversion to my expressions of tenderness towards you, her conduct in 100 instances I can recollect, her strong injunctions, the promise she extorted from me to marry Miss Fitzhaman, a promise urged with such vehemence, even in her last moments. Could the poor consideration of pecuniary advantage influence her then? Did it ever influence her? And the repetition of your name with her last breath, mingled with words that might be a prayer for you, but which I have since thought was possibly the fatal secret which she determined to divulge only in death. The sad recollection of that scene, her countenance, which I continually behold, her voice, which murmurs still in my ears, all contribute to and poison every moment of my life, and to make that tender affliction, that ardent love, which was once the joy of my existence and the pride of my heart, the severest curse with which heaven can pursue me. Yes, Celestina, unless I dared indulge that fondness with which my heart overflows, I could forget you forever, and determine never to see you more, for I despair of ever seeing you as pardon me, I am lost in the confusion of sensations I cannot describe, and at this moment I hope so miserable a being does not exist on this earth. Write to me, Celestina. You have more strength of mind than I have. You are not, like me, the sport of agonizing passions. Write to me. Tell me what you would have me do farther to unveil this sad mystery, or to throw it from us for ever, if that may be. I have told Vasserver what it appeared impossible longer to conceal from him. He is warmly my friend, and you may employ him in any way in which you think he can be useful. Celestina, I commit you to his protection, till when heaven only knows, and I dare not trust my pen with another word. Only I entreat you to write me, and may every happiness that virtue and innocence, and excellence like yours deserves, ever be the portion of my Celestina, whatever becomes of the unhappy. G. Willoughby. Thus ended this long letter, and thus was explained the strange circumstances that had cost Celestina so many tears. But she wept not now. She read the letter over twice. Her first tremendous emotion subsided, but her stunned senses had not recovered their tone. It was late. It was cold. Her candle had burnt nearly out. She put the letter on her pillow, and, unable to undress herself, threw herself on the bed in her clothes, and lay pondering on what she had read, on Willoughby's situation and her own, till the tedious night was at an end. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.